yakking away to myself, no microphone on. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you are, everybody in the world. Thank you for joining us today for the next two legs of the Amelia Earhart round the world flight. Today we're going to do a couple of one little leg down to Dakar, and the second leg will be a slightly longer one over to Gao in Mali. So we're going to be flying along in sort of desert conditions. The weather's not going to be too bad, not too windy. I've set mine at the Weather Preset Pro desert conditions on the actual day. Back in June 1937, they sort of went north to avoid tornadoes in the route that they were going. So there was nothing in their diary entries to suggest that it was going to be anything other than a decent flight. So we'll just take the out of the box conditions, but desert conditions nonetheless. So let's say hello to a few people that have rambled on in. We've got Big Tone 66, lovely to see you as always. We've got Kazaki Flyer, lovely as well. Tarnish Mossman, good to see you. There's our dangerous Brian, my wingman. He's here. The time of sim today, guys, set it at 0708. The reason it's 0708 is I forgot to pick June. So when it's 6 o'clock in, it's pitch black, and it wasn't pitch black in June. So we will start there. What rudders? I've got the Thrustmaster TPR, or the Thrustmaster Pendula rudders, and they are incredible. Very much like they were in the Cessnas I learned to fly in. So I'm going to have to get really used to them. I am probably going to weave all over the place because I haven't done very much yet. So we will see how I fare when I use these rudders, but they are incredibly sensitive. So I might have to do some playing after the stream, but I am going to fly with them nonetheless. Oh, Big Tone, thank you. I hope you like it. Viper's also arrived this week, I think, and he fittingly had a nice cup of hot chocolate in his, which is what Amelia would have had out of her flask. So that's really good. I'm glad that they turned up nice and easy, and I'm really pleased how that giveaway worked. You know, that was really easy to set up. Basically, you know, I can send them out, give giveaways at cost. People can buy a raffle ticket and have some fun while we're doing it. So, and then it looked really easy to redeem, and they've certainly arrived very well. So we will be doing a couple more of those, I think, during the rest of the flight. Forgive me this morning, I do have a frog in the throat. God knows where that's come from, but hopefully that's good. I also had some problems with my stream setup the other day, so I have fiddled. So let me know if there's anything going wrong with the views today, because I did move everything about a bit because I couldn't see everything, then realised I was running stuff in administrator mode, so Streamlabs wouldn't show me anything. Woohoo! Right, so let's get going today. We are going to take a very short trip down to Dakar, which is where, of course, Amelia and Fred should have arrived after their trip across the Atlantic, which was that was quite a tiring little ride last week, and I hope you all recovered well from it. And once we're there, we'll just do a quick little talk about what they did when they got there, because they didn't just get up and straight off fly off. They actually took a day of rest, but it's only about 100 miles or so. So it would be a very short and very dull stream, I think, if we weren't to get to see a bit of Africa this time after our visions across the Atlantic, which was, you know, for miles and miles was just blue and more blue and more blue. Hopefully it's going to be a bit better today. Yes, Erwin Woman isn't waiting out there today for us, right? So so let's get this puppy underway. So we'll get the beacon light on and we will get the battery going. And actually what I need to do is quickly jump down to there and actually give you some game sounds. That's a bit better. Right, so mixture rich, RPMs forward, just crack the throttle a little bit. Let's give the key a bit of a turn. Okay, let's bring her down to about 1,000, let her warm up a second. We're doing that, get the avionics on. Probably going to sort of aim around 5,000 feet today. Which sounds? Game sounds or me sounds? Tarnish, is it the game? Because if I go outside the game... Oh, me? Really? Is that better? I don't know. Sticky Rice, good afternoon. Welcome. I hope you're well. hopefully that's okay. Try not to shout too much because I've got a bit of a froggy throat, so let's turn that up a bit. And that. Any better? Sounds good. Okay. Good morning, Papa Joe. Lovely to see you, and lovely to see you, Sticky Rice. Thank you for hopping in. I hope you're keeping well. Cool. Right, so let's get the transponder on. Let's get set that to that. We're going to go depart. I didn't see what you did there. What did you do? We're going to depart runway 36 today. And then we'll depart north of the airport, turn around we'll take a left departure and then line up and go south. We'll probably go about 5,000 feet actually. We won't go too high today for this leg so we can get things to see. And today the route is going to be Golf Oscar Sierra Sierra to Golf Oscar Yankee Yankee for the first one. The second leg will be Golf Oscar Yankee Yankee to Goss Alpha Golf Oscar. I keep saying Goss. Happy Easter, Sticky Rice. We're flying on the North Europe server today, and if you want to fly along, you are more than welcome. I have been having lots of problems in the game, guys, so I hope I don't crash, but it's been pretty unstable. I'm now going pretty much vanilla in terms of my community folder, apart from my livery. That's the only one I've got left now, so we'll see how we get on. But please bear with me if anything nasty happens, because yeah, it's not been very good recently. It was pretty good yesterday for most of the flight until I was about 12 minutes out, and boom. So we'll come here, taxi on down the runway. As you'll see, my rudder pedals are incredibly sensitive. Very, very good. I hope you had a great night yesterday flying with Murph. The scenery was superb, wasn't it? So we'll backtrack down the runway. Oh, a hot toddy. Thank you, Sticky Rice. That's really good of you. I could absolutely kill for a hot toddy right now. Thank you. Okay, let's see. Let's have another go at some differential braking. Do you know what? There's these TPRs. They are not inexpensive, but there is a difference between expensive and overpriced, and I think you get exactly what you pay for in these. The quality is fantastic, so but they ought to be for the price, but they are not overpriced. I'm really glad I bought them now, so I'm really pleased with them. Captain Butters, lovely to see you. I didn't see you were on the background there, but great to see you today. So let's get us lined ourselves up on the runway. Let's put the parking brake on for a moment. Let's get the ones. Shouldn't need any flaps really, but I'm going to put one set of flaps down anyway. We shall. We are at Goss at the moment, Goss. But in the sim, if you look it up, it's Goy is Senegal. Sorry, is Dakar Airport. Or is it GO0Y? It could be a 0. It's very hard to see. But it's Leopold Sedar Senegal. It's the actual main airport in Senegal. Should be pretty much the only one. Dennis. In sim, really? I wonder where the closest one is. G. Oh, it's G. Oh, is it G-O-O-Y in the sim? Oh, have I made a mistake? It is indeed. Oh my god, that's me. That's me making an absolutely lash of that. So let's quickly fix that before we get Streamlabs. So it's G Golf Oscar Oscar Yankee. Oh my word, someone's done something. So Josange PP, thank you very much for the follow. Really appreciate it. Welcome along to the historical flights here. Join us for legs 10 and 11 of the Amelia Earhart round the world flight. So let me just quickly change that in the Streamlabs. I thought that was me pressing a button and firing off some noise, but dashboard, let's quickly change that and change the command. That's what you get for trying to do. I did this days ago when I was really, really tired. So I will blame me being tired. So edit G-O-O-Y. There we go, guys. That should be corrected now. Kingsman, hello from Liverpool. How are you doing? Hope you're doing great. There we go. That should be finished. That should be right now, Dennis. Sorry, apologies for that. Should give you a little few moments, and then we'll get off into the air. See Papa Joe B's down there at the area. We've got Big Tone 66 Tarnish, Kazaki Flyer's already in the air, Dangerous Brian, Butters, Captain Butters. And then we can see if I lash this takeoff up with my new rudders, because it's incredibly good. Right. And I've changed my room around as well, so things might sound a little bit different. Made a mess of my bedroom earlier on by building my rudder pedals. Fair old weight to them. Yeah, I'm good, thank you, Kingsman. Apart from a bit of a tickly throat today. Don't know where that's come. It was fine this morning. Perhaps it's I guess springtime's coming. It's that horrible time when I start to get hay fever. Maybe. Ah, Torhack. There's Torhack appeared on the runway. Good to see you, Torhack. Just wait for Papa Joe to come down, and then we'll get up and do a couple of circuits to the airport, and then we'll head off down to Dakar. Dennis is on the move as well, so cool. Golf Oscar Sierra Sierra to Golf Oscar Oscar Yankee, not Golf Oscar Yankee Yankee, as I typed earlier. And notice my bot has been renamed. I finally got Sperry bot to work. So obviously Sperry was the name of the auto gyro pilot that Amelia, North Europe. Obviously we've got the server command as well, Kingsman, but North Europe today. There's Papa Joe. Here comes Dennis. And then we will get underway. I'm also trying to run the game as administrator as well. I've disabled almost everything but aeroplanes and this livery. So custom third-party mods all gone. So my autopilot is back at the will of Sabo and Microsoft. Anything could happen in the next 5 hours or so. Could end up in a completely different country. Bitmonster, good afternoon to you. Yeah, it's looking quite nice. Desert conditions should get nicer as we go through the day. Right then, here's Dennis. So we can get ourselves underway. Okay, we're rolling. Airspeed is alive. Got to be very careful now. I'm not used to these rudders on takeoff. Haven't fully opened her up yet, so okay. They are very sensitive. 60, 80, and we're right. Tap on the toe brakes. Let's be good for once and fly to the end of the runway, then bring our wheels in. Make sure we've used all the usable runway, just in case we need to come down. Okay. Positive rate. Gear up. Over 300 feet. Flaps can come in and we can start trimming her out. Pull back the throttles a little bit so we don't completely go crazy. Have a quick look back at people taking off with us. And we'll do a left turn. Good afternoon, ailerons into the wind. How are you doing? Good work on your desk, mate. Really good. Thank you. I am trying to get used to this. These rudder pedals. They are incredibly sensitive compared to the side decks. Oh my word. They are just chalk and cheese. Looks like nearly everyone's up already. We'll do one circuit. Nose drop too much then. Trying to keep it coordinated in the turn. Let's trim her out more. And Kingsman is away. Uh-oh. Please just be a stutter. Let's get rid of me and let's concentrate on where we're going. So, Kingsman is away, so everyone's up now, so we can head down on course now. We can follow the close down. As we get away on our way to Dakar. I didn't need to update the firmware. They already had the latest one. So it said. Do 5,000 feet for this leg, Brian. We'll do 8,000 for the desert. $5,000 is probably absolutely fine for this leg. So as we go down to Dakar, we'll follow the coast out, and just before we get to Dakar, we'll cut out over the sea, and then we'll come in on runway 18. I'm good. The rudders are getting a little used to, but I haven't found them super sensitive. Yeah. So when I say they're not, they are. I had a little bit of non-sensitivity in my Cytex. These are much more like an aircraft one. Yeah. What I haven't done is yet set a profile. So I am running flat stock. Literally as they came, so that they are on the maximum amount of resistance. Because I'm used to rudders with a bit of resistance in them, and I've got them at sort of base stock heights because they're in where I'd keep my heels on the ground and just about push up the toes. So I think I've got them how I need them to be. But I'm very pleased with them. Very pleased indeed. Hello, Viper Strike. Lovely to see you. Congratulations to you and Big Tone last week for winning 2 giveaways, and your mugs arriving nice and safely. I hope you like them. Murph seems pleased with his. Because good old COVID has slowed things down. Great. I'm really pleased with the design that John E did. I mean, fabulous stuff. And it looks really good on the mug. Just looks really good. But we do have new merch. For those of you that wanted black t-shirts or black hoodies, we now have black t-shirts and black hoodies. Again, design courtesy of our wonderful John E, who does so much of the design work for our community. And he's just very talented. So, you know, if you're interested in a memorial t-shirt or a memorial hoodie, they are available. Over on my little store. So the design's been tweaked so that it works on black. The old one didn't work very well, so on black. It doesn't really work on lots of different colours either, because it's quite special how we've done it. So I think really only white and black is the only real two I can even offer it in, really, without poor Johnny having to do tons of work, and he's done it all for free. So I think that they're the only 2 colours I'll offer for now. So getting ready to change tanks in 1 gallon. Do you know what? I wish that if they did a glass, perhaps I can do a glass. I might have a look to see if they do glasses, but I don't think that they do. It would look good on a glass. I was really pleased with it. Absolutely really pleased how it all came out. And the Streamlabs stuff is really good. The quality is really nice. Obviously, you know, I get a small amount of profit on it, but I will use it on the stream. I've obviously given stuff away, so I'm not making any money really. But I thought there'd be a nice sort of thing to celebrate what we were doing. And as we're flying down the coast now, some nice sights there. So I did crash when I kept going outside yesterday, so we've got the Fireflies behind us as we head off down to Dakar in Senegal. get a quick couple of screenshots as we go. And Kingsman, Papa Joe B, Danis, Big Tone, Tarnish, Kazaki Flyer, Dangerous Brian, and out front we have Captain Butters. Flying down the coast of Senegal. Bit more water, but once we turn inland, we're going to be welcoming some water when we get to Gao, because we're going to cross some pretty barren stuff. And of course, later on today, there's the endurance wing race across the whole of Australia, starting at 9 PM Perth time Sunday. So that's about midday-ish tomorrow. If I've got my times wrong, which I'll probably have. But if it's today, I've missed it. But if I've missed it, I will go and watch people. It's all in the name of charity. The streams are supporting the Flying Doctor service, which provide a great service to people living in the wilds of Australia. Made famous, I guess, by the Flying Doctors television series back in the 80s, 70s and 80s. The only thing I can remember about it was that one of the doctors had a wombat as a pet. Sunday 1 AM. Okay, so I haven't missed it yet. In which case, I probably can join it. So the route we're doing today, guys, we're going from St. Louis in Senegal down to Dakar, and then we're going out from Dakar across to Gao in Mali. Amelia had planned to go more south than she had and go central, but there was really bad weather south in their time. Yeah, tonight. So who else is registered? I don't know. I think Two Tone might have done. I know CDL's flying. Captain Arash is flying. Arctic Turn is flying. I'm not sure who else, but it's quite a big sign up as I understand it. So we'll be doing that across there. In terms of, it didn't take them very long to get down to Dakar. It's about 163 miles roughly. And the main reason that they flew from St. Louis to Dakar rather than just setting out from St. Louis was that the Air France facilities in Dakar was much more capable and better maintenance facilities, and she decided at that point she would do a 40-hour repair on a 40-hour engine service. And one of the main reasons for that was that 2 hours after leaving Natal, the fuelometer gave way on the previous flight, and the shaft was broken, and the mechanics at Dakar, whose broken English was better than those at St. Louis, was able to find a blueprint and manufacture a new fuelometer rod. And then they did a 40-hour check on the engines, which is probably the last one that they needed until they would get to Karachi. So we've got a big flight in about 2 more legs. It's a huge one. It's over 2,000 miles. So, and we fly a historic flight from the Red Sea to Karachi. We skirt Aden and across the coast of Saudi Arabia, but it became the first time anyone had flown that was the longest time that anyone had flown a single flight from those those destinations from the Red Sea. So she did tons of good stuff on this flight and still breaking records. Yeah, it should be interesting. I watched the other Cannonball run and it's you have to run a piece of software that monitors what you're doing. You have to keep saving a lot, because if the game crashes on you, you have to go back to the last place you took off from. You can touch and go on airports along the way, and that will create a save point for you. And if you do have to stop to refuel, you have to stay on the ground for 10 minutes. So it should be interesting. I don't think everybody's restricted to the same aircraft, so it may not be as close. But they are all stock aircraft in the standard edition. Oh, Brian, you forgot your flaps. Are you way back? What am I doing? I'm doing... Oh, I need to change my tanks because I was yakking away to you all. Need to change tanks. We're doing what? About 150, so we're good. 150 and indicated 164 ground. And I need to just lean my mixture a little bit. Too low. Get a cold shock on the engine. Okay, cool. Big Tone, you're flying the C-172. Yeah, I'd signed up with the 172. I know exactly how much range I can get out of that thing. I did a test flight to the hardest spot. If you can get to the point where you can get over the mountains without eating up too much fuel, you're good. But I ended up having to glide for a bit. You're doing the SR-22. Super. And here we go. Just for a bit of sleep, yeah. Get your alarm set to wake you 30 minutes before you run out of fuel, or 30 minutes before you're going to land. Oh, someone's done something. Who's done something? Kian Lafford, welcome, and thank you for the follow, Kian. Good to see you. Welcome along. Hey, Bosman, that's totally okay. You know, I'm glad you're following us along and learning stuff. I tell you what I haven't done. I've forgotten to do my fuel thing. I've got my image of the fuel chart. I must have the fuel chart, surely. I do. So let me, while I'm flying along and just watching my tanks and chatting to you guys, I'm going to quickly add a new image. Because I've forgotten to add it. Resource. Fuel chart. Found this on my journeys around the interwebs. Which I found fascinating. So browse that. The Amelia folder. Pictures. Amelia. And then it's image 05752. That one. So this is if you can see that, guys, this is the map that, or the chart that Fred used to work out all of the gasoline and oil that they needed for the entire journey from Dakar all the way through to Leh in Papua New Guinea. So obviously each of the lines is the places that they flew over. So this chart is as it was originally done, because they did not go to Bamako or Niamey. They were going there, but the weather with the tornadoes was actually going to take it there, so they didn't go there to there until they went to Gao and then to Lamy. So you can see at each stop how much gallons of fuels they put in and how much gallons of oil. So change oil at Dakar, 1,000 gallons of fuel. to get over to Lamy, and then all the way through to Khartoum, Massawa, Assab, Aden, Gwadar. Even Gwadar they didn't land at, so they actually flew from Assab all the way to Karachi. I found that very interesting. Thanks, Kingsman. I thought I'd put some African music in to sort of suit our journey. Yeah, you probably do, Kazaki. I can't tell now because I've turned off all of the all of my settings for my GPS. I'm just using stock now, so I don't have all the nice tools that you get out of the GNS 530 mod. So 2 gallons on the right to rechange tanks, and we are still following down the coast. About 19 minutes until we head out to sea a little bit. Ah. So I work for, obviously, I work for a gambling company. And we have the word Leo in our name. I won't give the name out. And our logo's a lion. So we have 2 sponsored lions that we are indeed stopping in Dakar, Big Tone. So it'll be a full stop landing in Dakar while I do a little bit of explanation of what happened in Dakar, and then while we're doing that, then we'll head straight out. They actually stopped in Dakar for a whole day, so they spent the whole of the 9th of June 1937 in Dakar whilst the aircraft got serviced from its trip across the Atlantic, because that's what they were meant to end up in Dakar in the first place. So yeah, we're going to stop there, do a quick turnaround if you like, and then we'll do a quick talk about what happened in Dakar, and then we'll shoot off out heading over the desert towards Gal. Leo the lion. So Leo, yeah. So we sponsored 2 lions, and up until the pandemic year, every year they did a raffle, put everybody's name in a hat, and if you got pulled out, you would spend 2 weeks in Africa looking after the lions at the reserve. And one of my colleagues I work with actually got picked, and she said it was fabulous. So you never know, lightning might strike twice after this horrible pandemic's going on. I might get to see the lions, but we spend a lot of money looking after the lions and doing lion preservation. So not all bad working in the gambling industry. No problem, Papa Joe B. Yeah, I thought I'd string them together because a stream for 163 miles seemed a little bit short, really. But it was a little bit too long to do in the week. So I thought we'd tie them together, especially as I've got some time off now until next Thursday. So. Pretty. Sun's pretty bright. The particulates in the air, as it would be from heat rising and dust rising. Very nice. Oh, I did some dodgy landings last night in that wind, crosswinds. got down okay, but it was my rudder dancing was not very good. Kian, I hope you're well, mate. It can't be long now to the Eurovision, can it? Look how sensitive these. I just have to touch them, and the yaw is there. It's incredible. "45 days. The time in the sim is 0748. So they would have started about 6 o'clock. I don't think my time's increasing. But anyway, I forgot to set June when I logged into the game. You're welcome, Kingsman. I haven't got the Corsair. I might wait for the first patch to come out on it. So runway is runway. There's a runway command as well. I pretty much do it in my free time, Kian, but every Saturday at 2 o'clock at the moment is my official stream time. Hey, Chilled Corky. We're heading 217 degrees. We're at 5,000 feet, and we're going approximately 150 indicated, 164 ground speed. Oh, I must change that as well. We're not going to Goy, we're going to Gooy. So, Brian, expect runway 18 at Goss, Dakar, and at Gao, expect runway 07 left. So yeah, I just do it in my spare time because obviously work Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday takes a lot of my my hours away from me, Kian. I hope you're having a good day, Chill Corky, and thank you for joining in and coming along and flying along with us today. Thanks everybody for taking time out of your very busy days to come and join us on these streams. I'm terribly humbled by you guys taking your time out to come and fly with me. I think it's fantastic. Makes me smile all the time. I thought I would be Mary No Mates, flying around the world. So 1 gallon on the right before we change to left. I see you now, Chill Corky. I'm going to try and be good and not do too much swapping in and out of my aircraft today, just because I had some problems yesterday. But who knows? I can't not do it. Rad Pilot Randy, good morning to you. No problem at all. We're tracking 217 degrees south towards Dakar from Goss, and we're doing about 150 indicated. Should be able to see us. There's a fair few. We've got Captain Butters, we've got Dangerous Brian, Danis, Big Tone, Papa Joe B, Kazaki Flyer, Tarnish, Chilled Corky, Torhack. So all flying down the coast of Senegal, which is a bit more interesting than looking at the sea all the time, but pretty much as barren. we're about 5,000 feet as well. So the runway elevation at Dakar for runway 18, which is 181.1 degrees. Airport run elevation is 85 feet, but the runway is 64 feet. So as we cut out over the sea, we'll cut down to 2,100 feet so that we're at the mandatory height to approach runway 18. Yep, I've got you on my right. That's fine. I'm taking a slightly little track. I wanted to follow a bit of the coast as well, so my route plan would probably take you straight there. But I'm taking a little detour to cut across some land, hit a DME, and then zoom out to the sea a little bit. And here we go. So now I'm tracking out to the sea. So I'm now turning. Should be about 267, 265, 267, 267-ish. A bit more. Alright, I completely screwed it up. 277 then. So yeah, we're going to fly out to sea, and down into runway 18. Gibbo afternoon, good afternoon to you. I hope you're having a great Saturday, and thank you for hopping in to see us. Hopping Orange, hey, how are you? And thank you so much for the follow the other day. I saw that you followed me sometime yesterday, so thank you so much. I really appreciate you doing that for me. Yeah, lots of beaches here in Senegal. Lots of internal beaches we'll be passing as well as we get off from Dakar. And thank you for joining us on leg 11 of the Amelia Earhart Memorial Flight as we're flying a short hop from St. Louis in Senegal down to Dakar, Senegal, where we'll do a little bit of a shakedown just for a few minutes. And then we'll get on our way for the main event, which is route leg 12 from Dakar to Gao. The total flight time or flight today is around 1,444 nautical miles. Before we took off at St. Louis today, we have approximately 17,668 miles to go. We have a few legs in Africa. So from Gao we go to Fort Lamy, from Fort Lamy to Khartoum, Khartoum to Massamara to Massawa to Assab, and then from Assab we fly all the way to Karachi, which is going to be a very long flight. It's around 2,400 miles, 2,240 miles. So that's going to take us around 15 hours. Okay, I'll do the left tank because I've jacked. Yakking away, not following myself. Right, so I'm just going to do a little bit of gentle descending now to around 2,100, so that we get ourselves nicely aligned. Oh, Liverpool playing tonight. Who are they playing? Oh, Arsenal. Should be a bit fun. Hope so. So just gently bringing it down to 500 feet per minute, so we're going to pop everybody's ears. Poor old Fred, you know, I popped his ears a few times with a quick drop here and there. And there's Hopping Orange on the ground down there. Good to see you. Or you're near the airport anyway. So, runway in sight. Sits right out on the spit at Dakar. When Fred and Amelia came this way, they couldn't see it. That low-level mist hid the airport completely, so they ended up going north and ending at St. Louis. So... slow my descent just a little bit. What's my favourite place I've ever flown over? That's a really good question. Well, I guess there are two areas of the world that I've flown in quite a bit because I love it there. So I'm going to pick two, and then I'll try and work out which one's my favourite. So I spent a lot of time in New Zealand in the 90s. So I loved South Island, although I spent most of my time in the North Island. So South Island, touring around the mountains there is pretty special because it's pretty accurate. And I've flown those routes as I would have driven around it at the time. The second place that I've done quite a bit of flying is the Bavarian Alps. So Salzburg, Munich, and the little airfields along the Alpine route, which is a famous road that goes along the Bavarian Alps that was built before the war. But it's beautiful around there. So you've got little towns like Ruhpolding, Traunstein, Bad Wittelsbach, and then you've got, places like Schwangau where you've got, of course, Neuschwanstein Castle. That looks really good in game. Neuschwanstein Castle is pretty special. And if you've ever been to Neuschwanstein Castle, it's the fairy tale castle that Walt Disney based the Magic Kingdom castle off of, and was featured as the city or the town in Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, where they flew and landed in. But obviously, it's a sort of model castle. Really, it looks like it's old and woldy, but it's actually built with modern building traditions. So it's got steel, bricks, and mortar. I do need to turn in, and I absolutely am. Don't you worry, Brian. I am perfectly aligned. I know where I'm going. Super Typhon, good afternoon to you, or good morning to you. Lovely to see you. Thank you for popping in. So let's get some web cabbage on. So I've moved around, so my window's now right in front of me. So so full tank, still largest tank I'm on at the moment. So bring that down there. 11 a.m. Cool. Yes, it would be, wouldn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Okay, so we can off that now. So be prepared for a bit of a dodgy landing. We've got new rudder pedals, and I'm not quite used to them yet. So we're looking for a runway elevation of around 64 feet. Yeah, boy, QB, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. And thank you for joining us as you catch us landing in at Dakar to finish leg 11 of the Amelia Earhart Memorial flight around the world. Thank you for taking the time to follow and come along. Thank you. Really appreciate it. I'm taking my time with the landing, guys, just because I don't want to lash it up too much with these new pedals. Look to be quite good. Yeah, so it's short. I don't know what Amelia did on the day, because as the crow flies, yeah, it's absolutely 90 miles. But they took 163 miles, so God knows where she went. Probably got off course again. The Mooney is a brilliant aircraft. She handles really well. She's very slippery as she is in real life. Responsive, probably a little bit too powerful on the climb out, probably. But she's a dream to control, a dream to fly. I've loved this aircraft ever since I got it. We did 10 hours across the Atlantic, no problem. Obviously, I can't carry the same amount of fuel that they did on the 80th anniversary flight, but they had 200 gallons on board that day for that flight, so we have to simulate that. So I do 95 gallons so 95 gallons down to 20, then I do up to 95, down to 20, and then I fill up again. It does climb pretty well at most altitudes. It can get a little bit sluggish the higher you get towards its ceiling height. And you do have to, obviously be careful with your climb rate there, and make sure that you're not trying to overdo because she will stall. So just trim down a little bit more. So I'm just a little bit higher than the glide slope than I need to be. So honest as a secure fuel tank is on the fullest tank. Doors are locked, passengers are briefed. Ashley, lovely to see you. It's not going to be a butter landing. I've just gone off course but let's get her back on now. So now I'm slightly too high. No panicking. I'll just bring her back. Okay, so obviously my flight instructor said never aim for the numbers, because if you aim for the numbers and you've got a very short grass runway, you can end up missing the end and over tipping. So I'm just going to sort of aim it down the runway a little bit, and as I cross the threshold, I'm going to level her out a little bit and pretend I'm trying to land on a moving bus roof that's flying along underneath me. Aim for the 1,000 yard marker. Get that nose up now. It starts to bleed off some speed. Bleed the speed off. Let's get a little bit of a float. Okay, float her down. Hold her up, and she's down. So, not too bad. Not too bad. A little bit of a float. A bit more of a float than I was expecting. Let's start going down here, and we'll start tidying ourselves up as we get to pull off the runway. Now I've got to be careful. New rudders. Get the strobes off, taxi's on, and pull her over into some parking. Thanks, Kingsman. So, the differential braking, though, is incredible. And thank you for the follow, Ashley. I did see you had followed in the week, so that's really kind of you. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Let's get that done there. And let's get outside. I still don't have my thingy set up. Red Pilot Randy's down. Tarnish is down. Dennis is down. Papa Joe B is down. Here comes Big Tone 66. Welcome to Dakar, guys. Captain Butters is down. Here comes Dangerous Brian. Oh, Big Tony's down already. And Kazaki's on his way in. We are going to do a quick refuel. Do a quick bit of a talk about what happened when Fred and Amelia came to Dakar. Have a nice quick cup of tea, coffee. And then we'll get ourselves underway again. Nice approach here, guys. Oh my word, Ashley. But did you walk away for it? Oh, you overran the runway. Oh no. Kazaki flying, nicely done, mate. Lovely landing. Nicely done, Brian. I don't know if you guys... we're going to be here for quite a while, your boy, QB. We're probably going to be on for another 6 or so hours now, because we've got a long leg for the next flight. As we fly all the way from Dakar in Senegal all the way over to Gao in Mali. Nicely done, Brian. No problem at all, Kian. You take care, and thank you so much for taking the time and effort to come and see us. Oh, crikey. I've been having not problems with the sim per se, but I keep getting lots of crashes, so That's a win, Dennis. Thank you, Papa Joe B. Thank you for flying along so far. I don't know if you guys, you know, if you use a Mooney, if you want, we have the livery available for download on twotonemurphy.com. We are not on any network today because we're potentially flying at, North Europe server, but we're not flying on networks like VATSIM or anything like that because we're trying to simulate 1937, where she only used UHF or UDF radios, so she couldn't even use telegrams or Morse code, so she could only use voice telephony, which was probably a significant factor into her not arriving at Howland Island. So we are down on the ground now here at Dakar, and no, definitely not. The closest you could get to ATC is people waving bonfire flares and stuff. So when Amelia got to Dakar, this is a picture of her, getting out of the aircraft. You can see it was a pretty sort of cloudy, sort of grainy day in terms of the weather there. And after she climbed out of the aircraft, she was greeted by the Air France management at Dakar. And you can see at the back of the plane, there's two windows. Well, one window is the navigator's window on each side, and the other one is the door. All the other windows had been marked out. Oh, thank you for the follow, Merwaz. Thank you so much for following us along today. And as a part of the greeting, they were invited to a formal dinner that evening. Draco is down. Welcome, Draco. And unusually, well, not unusually for Fred and Amelia, they had nothing but the slacks and shirts they were flying in. So they had five shirts, 5 trousers, a pair of shoes, and so they look a bit out of place, don't they, at this formal dinner that Air France threw on their behalf. So what we have, we've got Amelia here talking to Air France commissioners. We've got Fred over in the background, and then everyone around the table. So she said that she was often dressed, not even fit to meet beggars in her clothes, and didn't have any formal wear. But everywhere she went, they tried to do these formal dinners. So that was quite funny. And whilst they were having some dinner, the engineers were working heavily on the engines. They were giving it a 40-hour service. So they spent a whole full day here. And then after, obviously, the service was done, you have the aircraft had a good clean down top to bottom to take off the oil, the grime, the sand that they'd managed to amass since they took off from Natal. Had a good sleep, and then at 7 a.m. the next morning, they headed out towards Gao, which is the next part of our flight. So, you know, obviously, they wanted to get that Electra back into high pristine colour and shine, because it took a bit of a beating over the Atlantic. So let's get this moved over, parked up, and I will hop out. And what I will do is I will restart the sim, just because my sim has been a pain. So let's I'm just going to go and quickly park her up, and then I'll be right with you. I'll just jump out of the aircraft and so our next leg, we're going to be going from, doesn't it just, and if you want a copy of that livery, you can get a copy of that by typing in #livery, and it will tell you where to go and get the download, and you can get a free copy over on twotonemurphy.com/downloads. Let's dump her next here. Oh, it's not putting a link in. Let me do it. Oh my word, it's a silly bot. Oh, well, what is going wrong now? So over on Sillybot.com, yeah. There you go. That's the link. So that's really weird. I need to fix that then. But let's get this shut down now. We are going to need full tanks for this flight, guys. So make sure you've refueled enough. Okay, so back to main menu. The next destination is GAO, which is GAGO, Golf Alpha Golf Oscar, in Mali. Yeah, no, the Mooney is a very fast aircraft. And the reason I've flown it is that with its 200 gallons, its airspeed is very similar to the Electra 10E was back in the day. So she would do about 8,000 feet altitude at 150. The Mooney will absolutely do that. With a tailwind, it will go way over that. But in the 80th anniversary flight, they used the Mooney. It was an M20K. But I thought it was fitting as we can't use the Electra. So let's load my flight plan. So, Amelia. And we're going from GOY. So we have a nautical range of, it's 1,040. So let's make sure that we've got our fuel all the way to the top. So the aircraft is the Mooney. So we absolutely should get there, no problem. We're not going to start on the runway because that's bad parking. So and the time is going to be, actually, flight conditions. Change the flight conditions. We are changing this to June, and it's going to be June the 10th. And it's going to be, I think, about 6 o'clock in the morning. I think 6 a.m. will be good. So 6 a.m. It's a little bit dark where we are, but we're going to get a fantastic sunrise. So I've just bought some new rudder pedals, Muaz. My Trustmaster perpendicular rudders, or pendular rudders, whatever they call them, turned up today, and oh my god, they are amazing. I was saying earlier that they are not cheap, so they are expensive. But there's a difference between expensive and overpriced, and I think these are expensive but worth it. The build quality is just phenomenal. Took us about 20 minutes to put it all together. It's metal all the way. It uses magnets. Yeah, so I have the Logitech ones. I've got the Logitech. Absolutely have the Logitech ones, and they're absolutely fine. But I've spent quite a bit on my system now, so I thought, well, do you know what? I might just spend the money, and then it's done, and I won't need to buy some any more. So. Yeah, definitely not a must. If you're GA or you fly the Warbirds, I think they're pretty much a must. For the airliners, most of them if you're all airliners, then it's, you know, most of them are nose wheel controlled, and you know they're either a stick or have a nose wheel control. So yeah, it's really not the thing. No, chilled corky, my Bravo is still not here, so it's meant to be at Aerosoft right now, but I still haven't heard anything. But I haven't heard yet that it's been further delayed, so I'll believe it when it turns up. But it's meant to ship next week, so fingers crossed something will happen and I will get a good surprise next week when they turn up. So let's have a look at GWY and look at my taxi plates and whereabouts I am at the airport. So airport taxi. Right, so we're going to probably, depends where you guys are. You are probably over by 18 again, aren't you? Right, so I will come to you. And so let's get this puppy started. So let's get that into that. The big light can come on. We'll get that done. We can make sure everything's there, and we can pull her down just while can't see a thing. Right, so we can get some of that on. Let's get the transponder on. This flight, we are going to aim at 8,000 feet. That's the optimum height the Electra flew at. So that's what we're going to be doing. Okay, so let's poodle off to runway 18 to meet you guys. So we're going to take off runway 18. So we're gonna see if I can make sure I can get there. Let's get some landing lights on so I can see where I'm going. Actually, I forgot my recogs. Let's get my recogs on. Okay, so we'll head down Gulf till we get towards Delta, and we'll turn down Delta to Hotel. And oh crikey, there's a thing in the middle of the runway. And the other thing we need to do is get back onto the Weather Preset Pro and get us up to, must be better, slow down, shouldn't be doing more than 20. We'll get down over onto runway 18, we'll backtrack along it a little bit. Okay, so Delta is coming up on the left. Oh, stupid van. We need 1937 mode, don't we, for this sim? And then we'll turn right onto Hotel. Now we're going down Sierra. Sierra 2, and then we'll backtrack down the runway. Okay, there's Sierra. Still going too fast, Alison. Be good. A lot easier in Amelia's day. Literally just roll out and there she was. Runway is right in front of it. Okay, so it's a left turn here onto the runway, and then we'll backtrack. There is a turning circle, I think, on this runway, but apparently in current days you're not allowed to use it in the dark. Hey Kevin, welcome, good afternoon. Two-Tone Murphy, SJ Fly, good to see you guys. So the honeycomb stuff is really good. I use an alpha, Moaz. So again, I think the alpha is, it doesn't have a detente like the Cytec does. Two-Tone, these rudder pedals, mate, they are incredible. Okay, so taxi lights come off, strobe lights can come on, flaps can come down one notch. Let's check where we are. So, fullest tank is going to be the right tank for takeoff. Yeah, they absolutely arrived today, so they are superb. Just waiting for Kazaki, I think he was having a restart. And then we'll get away. So I'm just going to step away from my machine just one moment and grab a tea that someone's bought for me. Which apparently was brought to me ages ago because it's cold. So that's drunk. Yeah, oh, it has it underneath the bully. So you can see it's actually more yeah, I guess ended low tail. So Kingsman's up in the air. So I think guys are moving. Two Silver Moonies lined side by side. Lovely. Dangerous Brian's behind me. Draco, Chill Corky, Hopping Orange, Tarnish, Bowtip, Torhaki, Big Tone. And then we've got Kazaki Flyers on his way. Wait, I'm not sure Wayne Butler's with us, but if you are, welcome. No worries, Moaz. We're gonna be flying for a while. So let me tell us how long I think this one's going to take us. So, because I tell you what, that's fine. So if I take out that, scroll down all the way down, whoosh, and that one. So it's about 1,015 nautical miles, which is about 8 hours and 4 minutes, based on the Mooney M20R performance file that I've been working on. So I can't even begin to pronounce the airport we're aiming at, but it's Korogausu in Mali. Okay, so back inside, everything's done. Let's get underway. Okay, airspeed's alive. Feed in a bit more. Tap on the toe brakes. Positive rate. Gear can come up. Keep flying runway heading until there's no more runway left. And then we'll do a left traffic. And then we'll head out towards Mali. Flaps can come up. Trim now. I am looking forward to the sunrise today, guys. Let's have a look at the fireflies as they come up. Nice. Oh, I tell you what I didn't do. Oh, this could be dangerous. Here comes Kazaki. All the fireflies are in the air. Oh, except Boatit. Boatit's still down there, so we'll do another lap. So we trim out so we don't pop those eardrums. Pull back on the throttle a little bit now so we don't completely trash the engine. Trim her out. Try and stop her. So I'm so looking forward to the Bravo so I can use the proper trim wheel rather than the electronic ones. So okay, we'll do a left turn around. After this turnaround, we'll get back on track and we'll head off across the desert. When Amelia and everyone did this flight, it was really barren, so it'd be interesting again to see what it's like, because obviously when we flew across Brazil, which was predominantly rainforest back then, a lot of the deforestation of today is very, very evident in the game. So we'll see how the world looks when the sun comes up. See us back on the ground. So it looks like we're all pretty much there, so we can start moving on to track. Make sure I've got a nice coordinated turn. Yeah, the long easies are great. Oh, is your merchandise turned up, Annalisa? Hey, hey, Annalisa. Oh yeah, you have buttons. Oh, I see what you're doing. You are naughty, naughty. All right, so I now have the autopilot bug. Okay. You have shoved something all the way forward, haven't you? Whoa. Excuse my... I've got to slow down. What has gone wrong here? Something horrible has gone wrong. Again. Something horrible has gone wrong. Something horrible is wrong. Something's not right. Well broken. All right. Okay. Take you off of that. Rudder flaps are fine. Sorry about that, guys. There is something not right with the AP again. Alright, well, I'll have to just try it the hard way. Jay Winoker, hey, how are you doing? I've got the Weather Preset Pro Desert something or other. Desert Conditions. Draco. Yeah, it did sort itself out, so I'll just have to hand flyer for a bit. I shall have to look what you must have posted something, so I shall have a go and look in a bit once I've got my aircraft on course. After that craziness. All right, so looks like a nice sunset is going to come up and greet us, though, right? Look at that. Landing lights can come off. As we leave Dakar, where I nearly stayed in Dakar after my appalling autopilot problem. Yeah, so the Mooney, you fly it by the numbers. So obviously on the you've got RPMs. It's actually blue when you look at it, but you keep it in the blue. So you try and keep the manifold. You want a cruising manifold pressure about 20 inches. The RPM around 2,200, and you want to keep the ETT around 1,400. And you should then get a nice cruising speed then. No, I'm just going to have to keep it going and hand fly her for a bit. But once we get up and sorted, she should be fine. Unless there was something really crazy on the feet per minute. No, it's 500, it's fine. Don't they just? So 45 on the right, changing to 47 on the left. 2 gallons till change tank. Beautiful, isn't it? Welcome to Senegal. As we head out across the deserts. And we're heading to Mali. Yeah, I know I give it a bit of a rough go at times. But I do love this sim, but it does make me want to pull my hair out. At times. At times. Because it shouldn't do the things it does. The crashes are particularly annoying. So I'm trying some things today. I can't guarantee I will not crash today. I have had some really bad CTDs lately. But I've cleared out my community folder, so the only thing I'm really running is this livery. John Wren, hey, how are you doing? Lovely to see you. And thank you for popping in to join us today as we're heading out on now leg 12 of the Amelia Earhart memorial flight. And we're heading from Dakar now in Senegal and heading out to Gao in Mali, and we'll be crossing the desert. And we started at 6 a.m. We've got about 1,000 nautical miles to go, and yeah, we are heading out across Africa now after our epic flight across the Atlantic last week. God, it feels like yesterday, right? Where we crossed the Atlantic in 10 hours 28 minutes, which I was really pleased with. I am escorted today by the Fireflies. We've got Draco, Kingsman, and behind us we've got Botip, Hopping Orange, Delta, Torhaki, Dangerous Brian, Shield Corky. Oh, Murphy's here with us. Hello. Kazaki Flyer, Tarnish, Rad Pilot Randy, Shield Corky, and someone else who's airplane pay I can't read. Yeah, no, I've got 64 gig of RAM. I'm running on 3 M2 drives. I've got a Radeon 6800 XT with 16 gig of RAM. I have a Ryzen 7 3700X processor, so it should be more than capable of running this sim. However, every now and again, she misbehaves quite badly. Shall I see if it's going to kill me again? Looks like she sorted herself out. Do you know what? It might even be too powerful, mightn't it? Really? For flights. But I had a very old 7-year-old i7 5820, and it was starting to it was really quite laggy. whereas it doesn't now. And yes, I did throw a hardware at it. I absolutely did, but at least it'll solve. This should last me a good few years now as well. So should see me through quite some flying. Well, I also have a laptop that could fly it. I've got a Razer Blade 15 Mercury that's got a 2070 in it and an i7. Is it 7th gen or 8th gen? 7th. Oh, it might be 7th gen. I can't remember. Anyway, it's got a nice. Also got an i7 in it with 32 gig of RAM. So, but when I fly this, my RAM's not really that over grunted. My CPU is not over grunted. And even the GPU is not that over grunted. Right, so let's make sure I'm keeping this going where I want it to. Yeah, absolutely. Oh man, look at those colours. Oh, that is fantastic. WPP Desert Conditions, Murph. Game day and time is June 2021, and time is around 6:27 a.m. Oh, this is incredibly lovely. Isn't it insanely good, Murph? Beautiful, huh? As I say, it's this type of stuff that makes you forget how naughty the sim can be on me. Yeah, do you know what? So, once upon a time, I would have been all over Cyberpunk. But, I'm getting on. I'm not as fast as I used to be. And certainly shooters and things like that, I am absolutely dreadful now. 30 years ago, I'd have been okay. But I tell you, when you're in your 50s, like me, then, yeah. Then you're Draco, do you know what? That's really quite a good analogy. Ooh, nice, Moaz. Do you know what? Getting older is not as bad as it is. I'm 53, going on 12. You know what? Those people that say that age is just a number, yeah, they're right. But in my case, it's a darn big number. So I always relate to my child age that lives inside my head. I will always be young at brain, I think, rather than young at heart. And it's really crazy when you think about it. You think, oh, your next big birthday, in Moaz's case, your next big one's 40. And 40 is fantastic. My next one's 60. I'll be a granny. Okay, so now we're out and we're leveled and we're 45 on the right and 46 on the left. 1 gallon till change. Oh, you say it's a few years off, but it don't catch up with you. Right, so let's make sure that we get that RPM down to about 220, and we'll get the manifold pressure up to about 20, and we'll just bring the engine temperature down just a little bit. And then we'll keep everything in the green now. Well, once upon a time, there was a very big fat Ali who got so ill her doctor told her that she'd be dead in a couple of years if she didn't do something about it. So I went strength training, weightlifting, and I lost 42 kilos in a year. I went from like size 23 to a 14. Now, pandemic has not been kind, and I am a little bit overweight again. But I'm just hoping the gyms will open up soon, and I can have my second injection, and then I can get back to weightlifting, and then I can get it off. Because I've done it once, so I'll do it again. But I used to be huge, and I got very ill because of it. Thank you. So it was hard work, because I think deep down I'm a sloth. So I work hard, and finding time was always hard. But basically, I said to my employer, I need to do this. Can you give me time to leave early on 3 days a week? And they let me go early 3 days a week. And for an hour each week, I worked my heart out. And yeah, I spelt pub wrong. Yeah. So, but no, I was in a really, really bad shape. So I did not know that that you could get a really bad liver condition from just being fat. And I managed to get myself, yeah, that's the word. Let me allow that. So yeah, I got fatty liver. Now there are two forms of fatty liver. There's fatty liver disease, which is okay. 80% of the population have it now. But there's another form where the fat makes the liver swell, and that swelling then makes it scar. And if you don't do anything about it, that scarring goes to cirrhosis and eventually liver transplants. So I got that. I got the worst version. It's progressive, and if you don't do anything about it, it gets worse and worse. By the time they found it, it was already at stage 3 or 4. So I was one stage away from having a cirrhosis liver. Spent a bit of time in denial, didn't do anything about it, and then I got told I would be dead in 2 years. So that sort of gave me a kick up the backside I needed. My last liver scan had a result that was lower on average than anyone who's not had a liver disease. So luckily, the liver is, if you can catch it early enough, that's the trick, you can undo it. The liver will recover, but once it gets to cirrhosis, it can't. So I was lucky that it wasn't something nasty. Something that wouldn't, if it was a heart condition or anything like that, you can't roll it back. And I didn't realize that what I was doing. I knew it was unhealthy to be overweight, but I didn't realize how badly it would make me ill. And it did. So 45 and 45, let's change the tanks. So well, the thing with, if you want to lose weight and you want to do strength training, so the cure, the magic cure, Murph, was move more, eat less. So basically, yeah, move more and eat less. So who'd have thunk it, right? Who would have thought it? So yeah, that's what I did. I did weight training because I can't run for toffee. My knees are knackered. My first personal trainer didn't think he'd even be able to train me, and then it turned out I was one of his best clients. So really put myself into it. But I do need to get back into it. But I need to do more than I've got. So I've got weight benches here, but I can only do arms. But I need to do legs. That's where the real burn is. So yeah, I calorie controlled and turned it all around. So my diabetes went into remission and my fatty liver disease turned around. Sadly, the pandemic has brought the diabetes back out a little bit, but that's never going to go away. So again, need to do something about that. Well, I didn't see the danger, Murph. That's the scary thing. I didn't see the danger until my doctor told me it was almost too late. that was a shocker that day. Yeah, I've got type 2 as well. Yeah. So again, you can control it. You can put it back into remission. But you just shift. You only have to be a little bit like pandemic-sized like I was and not going out everywhere. Originally, I got, what's the word they use? Sheltered. So I had to be basically not going anywhere. Oh, picture time. Picture time, ladies and gents. Look at that. It's amazing what happens when you cut stuff out. That's for sure. Oh, I keep pressing the wrong button. Take pictures of the guys as we're flying along. Sunrise is bright. Yeah, type 1 you can't do anything about. You know, it's type 2. Nasty. A lot of people say that it doesn't make you know, if you're type 2, you can't feel how bad it is. Do you know what? I know when my sugars are gone. Oh, Colonel Falk, you legend. Thank you so much. Yeah, I found my buttons. He is a legend. He's a legend in his own lifetime. Oh! More! It's woken you up now, Colonel Falk. So, Colonel Falk, thank you so... Oh, my word, here we go. I will say thank you when the rocking has stopped. Thank you, Colonel Falk, for your generosity, mate. I really appreciate you. No, Draco, no. So we're very close to a hype train, apparently. Oh, God. Okay, I will do. No worries. So we have Colonel Falk gifting to... Oh. So, Colonel Falk has gifted some tier 1 subscriptions to Draco Sensei, Gian Lu, Nighty Night Owl, and Two-Tone Murphy. The other legend has also gifted 5 tier 1 subs to Goldian77, Chilled Corky, Espin74, Old Veteran 965, also known as Scott Voigt, and Jay Winokur. Thank you so much, guys, for all your very generous subscriptions to my channel. I'm really honoured and humbled by that. Thank you. Welcome back, Ian. That was very quick. Can we get some subs and hypes in the chat? So there's a new emote now for sub and hype. So we can do sub hype, sub hype, sub hype, and we can get some sub hypes for the generous guys. Oh God! And we guys, thanks so much. We managed to get a level 3 straight away. Thank you, guys. That's really kind of you. Oh, Bit Monsters dropped in now with 100 bits to make sure the train is going on. So can we have some hypes for Bit Monster? As I'm going to lose track of where my fling is. 44 on the right, 45 on the left. 954.7 miles to go. 5.3 hours. Great. Wrangler Girl, thank you so much for coming along today and cheering 100 bitties. Thank you so much, and great to see you in chat again. Well, what do we have here? Arctic Turn, hello to you. We're here on a hype train as we're heading out from Dakar in Senegal, and we're heading over to Gao in Mali. We've got about just 950 odd nautical miles to go, about 5.5 hours in it for us. So everyone's been really generous and thrown out some subs for everybody and some bits, and that's really lovely. Thank you. I couldn't ask for better people. Thank you, guys. So we're 8,000 feet above the desert. Last week we had nothing but sea. I think we're going to have a lot of desert today. Got a beautiful sunrise coming up. We took off from Dakar at 6 a.m. Sim time. Sim month is June, and it's obviously the 10th of June, so we're imitating 10th of June 1937. And after arriving at Dakar, the aircraft was serviced. Thank you for the follow. Context switch. That's really kind of you. Thank you. Welcome to our historical flights and leg 12 of the Amelia Earhart memorial flight. Isn't the sunrise beautiful? Absolutely beautiful. And with the Mooney, with the Electra livery on, it's absolutely just bouncing into my eyes. So there's not much for me to see out of the front. I'm a bit with no sunglasses on, but it's beautiful, isn't it? And then we've got the Fireflies behind us. A couple of Fireflies in the front. We've got Two-Tone Murphy and Delta and Big Tone 66 slightly ahead of me. As always on all the flights, I'm trying to fly it. Oh, Bit Monster, that's really kind of you. Thank you. Bit Monster is continuing the gift sub he got from Catbat. The view right now is blinding. It is, yeah. I guess I could. It's not even going to. Yeah, it's not even going to think. So no, that'll have to stay down. I'll have to pretend I've got some aviators on. That is really blinding. But here we go. That's what we get, right? Flying straight into it. Oh, we've got some more happening. Oh my word, Kingsman. Thank you very much, Kingsman. Kingsman has gifted 5 tier 1 subs to the community, and Big Tone 66, Dan SG, SJ Fly 2, Kate 691, and Tigger 65. Congratulations on your gift subs from Kingsman, who's now doing legendary stuff. I think oh, that's really kind of you, Kingsman. We'll definitely have that beer when I can get down to the pool. The giftage is definitely real. Thank you so much, guys. That's lovely. I need Murph's hair now that he had on the other night to do some rocking. So I had some real problems trying to get the... And now they just won't shut up, will they? Oh, the Embraer. Lovely. Yeah, I'm trying to be good. I'm trying to keep my IAS nice and even. We're doing about just shy of 150. Ground speed 173. Look at that. And all the guys flying along behind me. Try and keep a view of you all. stunning. And the ground's pretty barren, just as it was back in 1937. Don't know. It's a very strange big cube, isn't it? So when Amelia was little, she used to, you know, she grew up in Kansas with her sister, and like lots of children, she was a very vivid imagination when she was younger, and they had a barn behind the house that she and her sister used to do all their make-believe in, and when they were younger they discovered the joys of geography a lot, and their barn had maps of the world and places on it, and she said that, you know, that they would, you know, traverse their imagination across the world, you know, and that the map of Africa was one of her favorites. So having spent a lot of time, she would say that you know, places such as Timbuktu, Ngami, El Fasher, Khartoum would trip easily off of her lips when she was explaining where she wanted to go. You know, looked at how hard it would be to cross the Niger and Nile on foot, and how to deal with the active and ferocious of Tuaregs and deal with Swahili. She said that, you know, we would never be any sort of Rhodes or Stanley, but we would explore with much enthusiasm. And as she grew older, that inclination never ever waned. So, and more than once on this part of the journey. There we go, guys. Thank you so much. We hit a level 4 choo-choo, and so there's some nice hype trains in there. She would, you know, draw her mind back to when she was sat in the barn and the carriages that they had in there, which they used the carriage as like an aircraft to fly across Africa. And she wrote that down in her diaries, that she recalled her days as a youngster thinking about traversing Africa one day in the future, and here she was in 1937 flying at 8,000 feet across the ground. So what was the weather like back in 1937? Well, it's quite hot. On the 10th of June 1937, it was really quite difficult to find much information out for this flight, guys. Apparently the weather reports at Dakar were slightly barometrically low, and that there were threats of tornadoes, or whatever the equivalent would be in Sudan. So they were going to head for Niamey, but they decided to change course and go north instead. So they would head to Gao in Mali, which is up on the upper reaches of the River Niger. So we should be crossing that today as well. Maybe dust devils a bit, yeah, but by the sounds of it, they were more violent than just normal dust devils. To use the actual words tornadoes in her notes, suggests that it was significantly violent to avoid it. Dust devils, I don't know, you know, I guess I'm not that educated on them. I don't know how big a dust devil can get. But a dust devil, to me, is something that you see whipping around a prairie, or a savanna, I guess. But I don't know whether they're quite as big or as violent as a tornado. I will hold my hands up and be open to be wrong. So they took the advice of General Tabara, who told them not to go to Niamey. And this is why we're tracking the course we are today. Thank you for following Panzer 8018. Lovely to have you along, and thank you for taking the time to follow us and join us today on our Amelia Earhart leg 12 of the memorial flight as we are heading from Dakar in Senegal over to Gao in Mali. Sounds like a Hoover. Well, now we're starting to see a bit more of the ground now that the sun's a little bit higher up. No, that's lovely. Yeah. I'm one of those people, so I know quite a lot. In my brain, I have a lot of useless information all stored in there. I can't often remember why I've gone to the kitchen, but I can remember things of, you know, I learned when I was younger or stuff that I read, and I've got quite good recall on it. But one thing I'll never have is the knowledge of everything. So, you know, if I think I know something, I'll say it, but I am always open to being wrong. And, you know, we all learn from mistakes, and that's how we learn. So 41 on the right, 45 on the left. Yeah, I took part on CDL's What the Flock quiz show a few weeks ago. I was the second guest to take part, and I was going to be glad if I got one question right, and I managed to get 9 out of 10 in the first round. So, and currently, apparently, until last week, I don't know if I've been beaten yet, but I was still the leading external contestant in the first round. I got mullered in the second round and only scored 5 out of 10. And the reigning champion Hapes absolutely scorched off the line. He was so fast, but well. Do you know what? You can always learn from them. You can't write them, but you can always learn them. So if you don't know, guys, you know, CDL runs a quiz show Saturday nights at 2000 Zulu. Probably won't be on today because he's going to, well, he might be on, but he's going to be, I think he's going to be getting ready for the endurance race across Australia tonight, which I think starts at 1 AM UK time. Rad Pilot Randy, you take care. And lovely of you to have joined us today. I will catch you later. Have a great rest of your day. John Levy, my brain is the same. Yeah, a dedicated generalist, I think my brain is. It depends what trivia. So, if it's like general knowledge, science, aviation, maybe music, I might I might have a chance. But if it was things like music, if it was older music from like the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s and earlier, maybe. Current music, couldn't tell you anything. I listen to very little radio now, so I don't know who's who. Oh, do you want face cam? I can put face cam on. Hey guys, face camage. It's just that at the moment I'm looking into the sun, so you can't see me very well. So I pulled my blind down right in front of me. So, so face camage is on. So, yeah. But if you put things like television, older television, probably good at. But if I was trying to do, if it was questions about reality TV, not a chance. Wouldn't know what they were talking about. Documentaries, I might have a better chance. Crime, I'd be good at. So, yeah, very much the opening scene of the Lion King, isn't it? Very much. So. Oh, wrong button. That one. Wrong button. I don't have the Lion King, but this is quite tribal, right? So, in between her time with flying, she obviously, Sperry did a lot of it for her, and she would be writing her diary, which you can see at the Purdue University archives, or navigating, checking on the aircraft, flying it basically. She didn't write much about what they could do because there wasn't a lot of room in the aircraft. I mean, she literally called it her cubbyhole. Because, you know, the little door behind Amelia in this picture is the cabin. And it really was very small, and she used to call it a cubbyhole. All of these are extra tanks that you had to crawl across on your belly to get behind. The little area behind this in the fuselage is where Fred Noonan sat with his navigation tables, because he used to laying sextants out of them to do celestial navigation. So they couldn't actually talk to each other very much because there was quite a distance. Fred would spend quite a bit of the time doing biological collection. So they would put little metal tubes outside of the aircraft that would take air in, and on slides placed in, they would capture microscopic organisms in the air, and then they would seal it and send them back to be investigated. And on the previous leg, as they took off and they were going along, Fred coughed and splattered onto one of them, and he was going to throw it away, but Amelia said, no, don't keep it, because it will give those at the university something to think about when they try and see what the heck they have on this slide. I fixed it, sorry, you should be able to be seen then. So yeah, also, the word AIDS. I can get it, I can get why you might do that, but I've allowed that, so. Context is important, guys, right? Oh, we're getting to see much more now. Oh, 45 and 40. Right, so time to change to left tank. Hello, Goblin. How are you doing? Thanks for joining us this afternoon. You've caught us in a sunrise. It's very bright. So as we know, ladies and gentlemen, long flights mean taking a break. I think my bot has crashed itself now. It was saying Sperry earlier, but it's not now. So poor bot. Yeah, I shall have to beat him with a stick. Now here you go. So Lewis and Clark. Are they the ones that found the oasis at Las Vegas? Because I know someone did go that way on a study. Oh, right, okay. Lois and Clark, the Superman show. Yeah, so the Electra was called her flying. Oh, I damn take the picture either. I'll find them. More buttons. The Electra. I've completely lost my. Yeah, they called it the Flying Laboratory. which really was part of why they agreed to do it, because of the Purdue University having spent $80,000 on providing the aircraft, really, for Amelia. Amelia was basically their advisor on women's issues and rights, and often gave lectures at Purdue University. Aerobatics in a Mooney. Oh, the Electra. Crikey. Now, there is someone that flies... I do know that there is someone who flies the Electra. I have watched it on YouTube. I've watched them take trips in them. What a beautiful sunrise, as we get to see the ground below us. Ah, Beach 18. All right, that would make more sense, because the Electra's a big old bird. I really hope one day they'll bring one out into the sim, and then I get to experience this all again. But in the real thing, and managing an Electra is a completely different kettle of pitch to managing this Mooney. What a bright morning. Wow. You know, last week when we said we didn't see very much, I can't see very much because of the sun. Let's have a look backwards. Brilliant Super Typhoon. Yeah. Well, I think we'll be waiting a little while for it. The import of the one from FSX, whilst it looks okay, the engine, the propellers don't spin and the wheels don't spin. So the propellers would at least have to spin for me to fly it. So 44, 40, let's check everything. 220, 20 on the nose, CHT is good. Can I tweak you a little bit? Yeah, 1401. Oil pressure, a little bit on the warm side. Oil temperature, pressure is a little bit high. Temperature's fine. So we're doing about 158, indicated 173 ground. Yeah, do you know, I watched that cardboard Spitfire yesterday when B Mint was flying it. That was, do you know what? It was really cool, actually. Everyone was going, oh, great April Fool, great April Fool. Do you know what? It actually looked really funny, and it looked like quite a bit of fun to fly. So bravo to whoever got that into the sim. That was really good. It just looked good. Well, I should. I wonder if it's as skittish to land as the real thing. Absolutely, it's fun to nice to be silly. Yeah. Up here in the northeast, we're not far from the metro centre, which, well, before pre-pandemic, often has lots of people, especially around Christmas time, and they have a little train, and you can take your nippers on it. I want to go there in my onesie, because I've got several onesies. Yeah, I've got a cow onesie, I've got a cat onesie, and a couple of others, and I want to wear my onesie and go on the train and wave at the kids. And be a little bit cray-cray. So today we've got a couple of good streamers with us. Yeah, we've got the mighty Two Tone Murphy, and if you're not aware of Two Tone Murphy, you really ought to be. Streams every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Over on Mondays on Twitch, YouTube, where he's currently live train stream. Well, you talk about live train stream, but Murphy's doing following the Orient Express, and then we have Colonel Falk, who I love to fly with. He flies every Tuesday, Thursday, and Sunday, and is a great wealth of knowledge, and is doing an epic flight on Sundays with more rigid flight procedures as he goes from one side of the country to the other and back. Tonight we've got CDL, who's hopefully, if he's not doing his snow tonight, he'll be streaming the endurance race. We have Arctic Turn. Arctic Turn has a wonderful charity that he runs and supports the children in Venezuela. Streams at some odd times for the UK, but you can catch him early mornings. Definitely worth watching and giving this little charity a bit of support if you can. I certainly hop in and support as much as I can. Absolutely, there's only one Colonel Falk. I can't get it wrong this week, guys. I really put my foot in it last week. I got the rank wrong. Sorry, Colonel Falk, please forgive me. I won't do it again. No, Colonel Falk's lovely. Very supportive. We're all very proud of the community we belong with. It's amazing. It is just absolutely amazing what we've managed to do together in the last 8 months. Incredible. I mean, I certainly wouldn't have saw myself flying along, streaming to you guys, streaming to the world in flight sim. I mean, I flight sim solo many years. You may be the unique one, Colonel. It's not. You're absolutely right, Super Typhon and Kazaki. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't going to, but I had some gentle nudges from the community. To do these flights and stream them. I was originally going to just stream them on Discord, but since I've been doing it, I spent a fortune. I've got my stream deck, I've got my mic on a stand. Got some nice emotes that I bought. Oh, yeah. Coming down to you then, Brian. Because I'm yakking away, I'm not keeping track of my barometer. Ooh, an R, secret one. Secrets, super secret. Thank you for pointing that out, Brian. I was happily yakking away, reading chat, and not really watching where I was going. 43 on the left, 40 on the right. We have 4.43 hours to go. We are about 867 nautical to go. Well, I'm off this week, so... well, I'm off until Thursday. Back at work on Thursday. I should be a little bit lower now. Yeah. So streaming. It was funny at first. You know, when you start a stream and there's no one in, and you start talking and say there are people there, that's funny. Not as in a funny ha-ha, but it's strange that you just chat away. And the other thing that I find odd is I talk. Oh my word! Captain Arash, my man, my captain. Welcome. Get some hype in the chat, guys, for Captain Arash, who's raiding with a party of 27. Thank you very much, my friend. How was your stream? I hope you had a good flight. I think you're in Africa too now, right? Captain Arash, you guys were starting to become familiar with Captain Arash. We see him on quite a few of our flights now. Based in Canada, is doing a super flight of his own around the world in a 172, flying real weather, real navigation, no AP. It's doing a fantastic job, and I normally watch Captain Arash while I'm at work. I'm really working, boss. But you can Captain Arash over on Twitch TV. Oh, Ethiopia. Do you know what? You're absolutely right. Ethiopia is incredible. We flew over that very early on and went on one of Murph's streams. We went through Ethiopia, Eritrea and Ethiopia, and I was absolutely gobsmacked at the scenery in those two places. Incredible. The landing was night and it wasn't pretty, but it was beautiful until then. Yeah, well, you know, I've been watching Captain Arash now for quite some time. I think it was early last year I started watching Captain Arash because I saw that he was flying in a C-172, and I'm a Cessna girl at heart, having learned to fly in Cessnas. Diedrich RS, hey, welcome and good afternoon to you, and thank you for popping along and saying hi. I really appreciate it. And thank you for the raid, Captain Arash. That's really kind of you. That's the second time you've done that to me. One day I'll be able to do it to you. Socks and Rocks, thank you so much for the follow. Scotty Dotty Gaming, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream, guys. Where you join me, Alison, flying along with the Fireflies, 8,000 feet above the African sands as we head. Oh, my engine sound's gone wrong. I think someone's flying by it. It's the Mooney bug. Today we are flying from Dakar in Senegal, and we're flying 1,000 odd miles to Gao in Mali. So yeah, so this is a bug. It will go in a bit. Basically it picks up an aircraft sound around it. Eventually I will either crash or it will just disappear and go back to the Mooney. But it's almost picking up someone nearby. Sounds a mix of a TBM and something else. Yeah, so whoever's flying nearby, if they fly off a little bit, it will change. It can often turn into the C-182 sound as well. But yeah, the Mooney has it's a lovely plane, but every now the sound really does go weird. I wish it would make it faster, but no, has no impact whatsoever. I'm definitely not doing TBM speed in the Mooney. It's a bug, yeah. It's been around for a while now. I can't remember what else. There's another plane that does the same. So the Corsair, if you're flying with other Corsairs, you can't hear anyone around you at all. And I think there's a couple of other planes where they leech the engine sounds off others. It's really annoying, but it's not a CTD yet, so that'll keep me going. So let's have a. .41 on the left, 40 on the right. Getting ready to change to right tank. We are 851 nautical till Well, I definitely have the Spitfire. If I'm in the air with the Spitfire, I'm as graceful as a butterfly. I'm as graceful as a brick sliding on ice when I try to land it. There we go, back to normal. Sharp as a donut, I love it. Talking of donuts, did you guys get up to donuts yesterday on Murph's? I imagine there must have been some donutage. Definitely have the. I have the Spit. It's good. The Spitfire is great, and it's really good in VR. Haven't got the Corsair yet. I might wait for a while on that one. I've been very naughty of late, buying lots of stuff for my sim. Thankfully, I have a very supportive other half who, when I said, "Oh, look at these lovely rudder pedals," she went, "Why don't you just get yourself some?" So I did. Oh, the Spitfire, it takes some time to get off. Yeah, and that's why I haven't got the Corsair yet, Colonel Fort, just because I'm not very good on the ground in the Spitfire. I am going to later on perhaps give it a quick go with my new rudder pedals and wonder if I was a bit clumsy. Perhaps these ones with the extra sensitivity will be better. Spitfire beer on Monday. Oh, that sun is bright. Look at the ground. Having a little look on the map, see how we're doing. Doing good. Spitfire probably would be better with a locked tail wheel for takeoff, wouldn't it? She did fly this leg, Diedrich. So she flew this leg on the 10th of June 1937. Started at 6 a.m. like we did. And she was originally going to be flying south to Niamey. But Niamey had very low barometric pressures, and the weather indicated that they would have tornadoes. So they changed, at advice of the Air France Colonel Gabara, they decided to change plans and head to Gao in Mali. So they flew north instead of going south and across. And yes, they absolutely did this leg. So every leg I am doing is based on Amelia's routes, not necessarily on the routes that the other memorial flights have flown. So my flight plan that's up on the Two-Tone Murphy website in my Discord channel, which is pinned there now, is actually all of the airports as close as I could get them to the real ones. So, you know, even when we get down to, you know, to do the long leg from the Red Sea over to Karachi, which is going to take us about 15 hours. Back in 1937, the Saudi Arabia government didn't like foreigners even flying over the country, let alone land in it. So their route took them down to Eden and then across the coast of Saudi Arabia and then out over to Karachi. So they flew along the coast along the way, rather than going direct navigation with Grand Circle. I am going to continue the flight to complete it, because it's a memorial flight. However, on the Howland Island leg, which is our longest flight in the whole journey, we will be landing on Howland Island just to see how hard it was to see in the middle of the Pacific, how small it was. But we have some commemorative scenery available, which I will also pin in my Discord stream channel, which has cleared out some of the trees on the atoll that aren't there, but the sim would have in naturally. It has added a point of interest, so you can actually see it in and direct the aircraft to it. But it also has the Earhart light, and the Earhart light was placed there in 1937 as a little lighthouse in honour of the memory of Fred and Amelia. And these days it's a little bit more decrepit. It got bombed in Second World War because Howland Island is United States overseas territory, and there was a town on it called Itasca Town, which was named after the US Coast Guard cutter Itasca that was there to see her in. So what do I think that happened? I know of a lot of the conspiracy theories, Dietrich. I literally believe that they missed the island. They were off course. I believe they ran out of fuel and that they ended up in the sea. Lots of things conspired against them. It was the longest single flight that anyone had ever tried across the Pacific ever, to a place that no one had ever landed to before. They were using a form of communication that was still relatively new, radio telephony. Most of the communications was done by Morse code. The receiving ship, Coast Guard ship, let the battery run out on the UHF radio. They could hear her, she couldn't hear them. They could communicate, she couldn't hear them. Based on their estimates, they were close, but they could have been at least 100 miles north. I also think that they spent more fuel on the flight than they intended. So normally, as you've heard me on all this flight, she flies around about 8,000 feet, flying around with, not really taxing the engines, trying to eke out as much fuel as she possibly could. 40 on the right, so changing to left. No, I've just changed. So we go down to 5. They climbed to avoid, or tried to avoid some weather. Climbed and were flying up at 10,000 feet, which would have burnt a significant amount of fuel that they hadn't planned on. The headwind was stronger than they anticipated, and I literally think that because it is such a slither of land, I mean, it was quite a clear day, but even in the sim it's hard to see when I've gone out there to see what was out there. What do you think happened, Diedrich? And Lisa thinks the same as me. Yeah, it's really sad. No, we can't, Draco. But there were a couple of things that, they were... Yeah, never had windy website. The other thing that they were relying on was celestial navigation. And celestial navigation is great on clear days. I don't know. And there were rumours, and I can only say it's rumours because she didn't write it in her diary, that Fred Noonan, who was quite a heavy drinker, had started drinking heavily through the Asian part of the trip. They were purported to have had a row on the day before they left Leh, but no one knows what that's over. We can people say, it's because he was drunk, and well, maybe he was, maybe he wasn't. I don't think we'll ever know. Yeah, wind is a very good tool. Great if you're flying real world, real weather. Which I'm not. I'm trying. As long as I can. What I'm trying to do is simulate the weather where she wrote about how the weather was. So you know, when we get to, you know, Siam, we'll be able to have monsoons because she wrote in her diary that they took off in monsoons. So you know, like we took off from Tucson in a sandstorm because she wrote about it. She literally just said, you know, barometric pressure was low on this leg. Weather reports at Dakar airfield were not altogether encouraging. There were barometric lows threatening tornadoes or their local equivalent in the Sudan region, through which our route would fly. So instead of going to Niamey as first planned, we took the advice of Colonel Tabera and shifted our course slightly to the north, making our objective Gao. Just before 6 o'clock we were in the air, and 7 hours 58 minutes later we landed in Gao. And that's it. That's all she really said about the weather. Yeah, pretty much. That's all she said. Hey Seamus, welcome. Good morning to you. Lovely to see you and thank you. Yeah, you found us 8,000 feet above the barrenness of North Africa as we fly from Dakar in Senegal off to Gao in Mali. We watched a beautiful sunrise. The sun is very bright ahead of us today and it's like crazy. So we've got a good few of the fireflies with us. We have Hopping Orange, Big Tone, Two-Tone Murphy, Kingsman, Dan SG, Chilled Corky, Sydney Maro, Tarnish, Delta, Botip, Dangerous Brian, Kazaki Flyer, Big Tone 66, Dangerous Brian. Oh, thank you for the follow, STE Smig. I don't know if that's Stee or Stee Smig. Welcome and thank you for following and joining us on our wacky adventure around the world. Thank you. Diedrich. Moose Knuckle Life, thank you for the follow. Lovely to see you. Yeah, oh, Dangerous Brian's out there on my right. He's always my wingman out there. Thank you for the follow, Moose Knuckle Life. I hope you're having a great day. Hope you're having a good day too, Steve Smig. Yeah, I mean, she did have a lot of debt. There is that, but she never let debt worry her. And she still had quite a lot of interest in, you know, she still had shares in airlines. She had her own clothing company. She had her own baggage company. She would have made a fortune out of the book that would have finished this journey. That was already pretty much sold up. You know, George Putnam would just finish it off when she got back. So it's hard to say. Zephyr Wave, lovely to see you. Hello. Where are we? We are on leg 12 of the journey. We are in Northern Africa and we are flying from Dakar in Senegal and we're heading to Gao in Mali and we're flying across the desert at 8,000 feet. Instead of lots of blue sea that we saw last week, we're seeing lots of barren desert, which compared to the notes that Amelia wrote in her diary of this particular flight, she said it was pretty desolate. So oh, your Amelia t-shirt turned up. Oh, I must go and have a look at that. So Zephyr, we're on leg 12 now. And we are, when we had wheels up at St. Louis in Senegal this morning, we had 17,668 miles to go. So we are making inroads now into our 28,800 mile journey. We have a few legs across Africa, which is going to take us a while. The route today takes us from as I said, St. Louis in Senegal, all the way down to Dakar, and then from Dakar all the way out, all across to Gao. Interestingly, Gao, back in 1937, was a terminus for the road transit routes of the Trans-Sahara roadways, and was quite a nexus. So it was quite the place back in 1937. I don't know. I mean, if they could find the plane, we would have the answers. I mean, they certainly didn't leap. They didn't jump out of the airplane because they had no parachutes. They had no life raft. They ditched all of those at Leh. I mean, I can understand jettisoning the parachutes because parachuting over the sea, not so great. But the life raft could have... I don't know. You just don't know. If they ditched in the sea at speed, you know, could they have even got it out? Probably not. So it was probably dead weight given the journeys that they had to travel. Splasher6, good morning to you. Thank you very much. So far so good. Touching lots of wood on my desk. We're doing good at the moment. We have 4 hours 37 to go, and we are approximately 803 miles from our destination. I have seen the episode of Voyage over the Amelia. I don't know if her plane will ever be found. There is still several expeditions trying to use AI to work out where the plane could be. I think the biggest chance of finding it is AI. Personally, you know, as a technologist, I think that, you know, give it enough parameters, it could hone in on where it was. Well, I hope you enjoy your Easter with your family and have a great time. But thank you for popping in and joining us as we're zooming across Africa in this brilliantly bright sunrise. Well, I mean, what time are we now in Sim? About 7-ish? 7:30. Very bright indeed. Do you know what? I would be absolutely enthralled if they found it. I mean, we'll never know about Nakamura Island, where everyone reckons she landed, where they found bits of an engine or a fuselage sticking out of the sea. They did find some bones, originally written off as not being European enough, but they didn't take certain things into account. But we'll never know because they destroyed them. So, you know, Amelia has some living relatives surviving today that they could have been used for DNA. They could have used for very, very, very loose mitochondrial DNA testing that might have said whether it was definitively not her or could be. But we'll never know because they had them destroyed back in when they found them, which is a great shame because we'll never know about those. But yeah, AI. I've done a lot of work with AI in the past, and it's incredible what you can achieve with it. It's quite scary too, but it's very, very good. Used for good things. It's very clever. Yeah, and I mean, you got to remember the Pacific is pretty darn deep. Where she crashed. Silver Pear, hello to you. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for joining us today. Let's see you give some Captain Arash salutes. So I shall salute you back. Thank you. Hope you're having a great day, or morning, evening, wherever you are today. We are streaming across Africa. We've gone from all the way from so we are traversing the route. We started up in Oakland in California down to Burbank. Burbank is where the Electra was built by Lockheed. Then we flew from Burbank to Tucson, where the engine caught fire and was quickly put out. We stayed an extra night that we hadn't planned on and flew on the next day from Tucson to New Orleans. From New Orleans, we flew across the sea for the first time, traversed across the Gulf of Mexico to Miami. From Miami, where the attempt took off proper, we flew from Miami down to San Juan in Puerto Rico. From San Juan in Puerto Rico, we flew down to Maturan in Venezuela. She originally flew to Carapito, but Carapito no longer has any form of runway that we could use. So we landed in the next town. From Carapito, we flew to Paramaribo in Dutch Guyana. And then from Dutch Guyana, we flew from Paramaribo to Fortaleza in Brazil. From Brazil, Fortaleza, we flew to Natal, which was the main crossing hub of the Atlantic that Air France and other airlines used at the time, mainly to bring goods and mail. But there were a few passenger planes, but not as regular as they are today. We crossed over the Atlantic in a 10 hours, 28-minute flight and landed at St. Louis in Senegal. Then we flew down from Senegal to Dakar, where we took off a little bit earlier today, and we're now heading out across Africa to Gao. We will continue several legs across Africa until we get to Massawa, and then we'll fly from Massawa on the Red Sea all the way across the coast of Saudi Arabia, up and over and into Karachi. That's going to be a 15-hour leg right there. So that's going to be cool. Yep, 39. She was nearly 40. She had intended to arrive back in America in San Francisco on the 4th of July, 1937. Yeah, we turn around and come back then, Colonel Falk. Or we go through a portal and then magically appear with magic. Because after all, you know that's how planes fly, right? Magic at the front, magic at the sides, magic underneath, magic above, and magic at the back. There are, those four physical aspects of flight don't exist. Pure magic. Yes, John AV. John AVI, yeah, AVL. Yes, I am planning to finish that. We are going to land at Howland Island because we've had some scenery made that has the Earhart light on it. There's a sign on the beach what says, it's now a maritime animal reserve, and we're going to land there. We're all going to line up around the Earhart light and pay homage in memory to them. All of the memorial flights that have taken place since since she never arrived, they've only ever dropped wreaths and flowers. But we will simulate landing, just to show that we've got there. It is very, very hard to see. So, and we are going to be running on fumes when we get there ourselves. And then from Howland Island, we'll fly out from Howland Island to Honolulu, and then Honolulu all the way back to San Fran, where she was due to finish on the 4th of July, 1937. Portal-based recreation. Drink intravenous coffee and Red Bull. We're definitely going to need those for the SAB. Do you know what, John? I've not actually worked out all of the dates yet, but I will. So I'm doing one mainly every week. Yeah, she'd done 22,000 miles when she got to Leh. Oh, I've still got my map up. Sorry, guys, you should shout at me. Say, it was silly girl. That's my round the world one, that one. So that's the original Electra. And that's what it would have looked like. It's shiny silver with red. Yeah, 778 miles to go. 36 on the right, 40 on the left. Getting ready to change tanks in 1 gallon. Yeah, very sad. Yeah, she was young, really. And this was going to be her swan song. She wasn't going to do any more expeditions after this. I don't know how long you've been here, John Levy, but here's a quick picture for you. This is her arriving at Dakar, where she climbed in and out of the cubby hole, which is her cockpit, through a hatch over the top of the cockpit. And then she was greeted by the Air France. Had a dinner at Dakar, but she really didn't dress because she didn't bring enough clothes, so she only brought slacks and shirts. So stood out like a sore thumb at a lot of these official dinners they put for her. Plane got a good clean at Dakar and had a 40-hour service on its engine. Yeah, she was a rebel, and I don't think she would have been satisfied. I think she would have definitely wanted to go. I mean, yeah, I think she definitely would have carried on. Even her letter that, which we'll read out, that she gave to her husband to be opened should she not arrive home, which we'll read on when we land at San Francisco. Even that basically said, she was going to do it, risk or not, and even if the risks were higher, she would have still done it. So I think she would have carried on. I think she would have found something new to do. Even on this flight, she broke history. No, I don't think there was anything stopping her. No, she had such good publicity because of her husband. George Putnam was incredible, as a publicist. He's very much like, people now that turn, people into super groups. She had great advertising. There were some great pilots around of her age that were much more capable and flew better, but she had the publicity to drive her forward. Yeah, a bit like Justin Bieber. Yeah, a bit like the Spice Girls. Publicity is everything. It's like squirrels, right? What do they say about squirrels? A squirrel is just a rat with good publicity and a furry tail. Well, the Spice Girls were manufactured. And in a way, Amelia Earhart was manufactured. So yes, she was an aviator. She was a pilot. But her first flight across the Atlantic as a woman, she wasn't even meant to be the first person. The lady that paid for her to do it, in the end, was meant to be there first. The lady just couldn't, she didn't want to risk it in the end. So she paid George Putnam to find someone to do it. And that person was Amelia. And Amelia was the first woman to fly across the Atlantic, but not as a pilot originally. She flew as a passenger, and when she landed, she said, I didn't do very much. I was very much a bag of potatoes, which is where the inspiration came of, I am going to do it myself. And which is why she did. And she then did become the first lady to fly across the Atlantic. She got the Distinguished Flying Cross for that. A ticker tape parade in New York, just like Colonel Lindbergh had when he came back. 35 on the right, 40 on the left, change tanks. Exactly, Johnny. So what they did then was they were trying to navigate to that using celestial navigation, so sextants and compasses and protractors and rulers and maps. Even this part of the journey that we have across Africa, the maps that they had back in 1937 didn't really have very much for them to use. They were just aiming the gyro pilot in a direction that Fred said that's where it should be. but they had real the maps were really not very good at all. You know, I showed earlier some of the stuff that the guys are, you know, that Fred had to rely on in terms of working out the fuel with Amelia. As you can see here, this is a chart that they used to work out the fuel across Africa. Each of the places is marked. They didn't always land at any of these. This was the plan when they landed at Dakar, but I don't know what happened to the amended one. But each area, each column here is one for fuel and one for oil, and it would say how much oil and how much fuel they used at each airport. And it had each one going across all the way through Africa, Asia, the Middle East, Asia, and Australia, all the way up to Leh. I don't know where anything else was. I don't have another chart, but this one I found. And it's incredible to think that, you know, literally they planned as much as they could. Thank you very much, Splash. That's really cool. Because obviously her home, a maternal home at, or grandmaternal home in Atchison, Kansas, is now the Amelia Earhart Museum, which is run by the 99s. The 99s, you'll remember, or should remember, is the group of female aviators that was formed by the first 99 female airline pilots in America. Who made Amelia Earhart their first president, and she was the sitting president for 2 terms. Yep, the monkeys, they were another group. Yeah, they were totally manufactured. Yeah, so yeah, Johnny, the Howland was almost an impossible task, I think. And Dietrich, I think that's why they missed it. You know, it is a sliver. If you go and look for it on Google Maps, even now it's tiny. Well, you know, some people don't know what floppy disks are. So, you know, things have changed so much, you know. Within 20 years of her flying, you know, World War One. Sorry, the birth of the heavier than air flight. First World War, the 20s, and early 30s. There is indeed a big river, and I'm trying to get my map. Let's have a look at my map. Where are we? Will you tell me which river we are? Big river. Interestingly, the border of Senegal goes right through the middle of it. My map has got Arabic on it. See if I can find a town. Aberdare, Aberdare River. Should have taken a note, really, shouldn't I? What was that town again? Dembaki. Dembacane. So, Dembacane. So that is the, I can't pronounce this, Faleme, Faleme, Faleme River, which comes out of the uplands of Guinea, the Dajon Massif, flowing roughly northeastwards to enter Mali. It's around 650 kilometres in length, drains into a basin of 28,900 square kilometres. Its source is in Fouta Darion. Most of the rainfall on this in Highlands is in May and October. Flows a long way, that river. Oh, someone has done something. There is noisage. Nasty Newbie, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. I hope you're having a great day. Oh, I don't have so my Discord is actually, I put all my stuff on Two Tone Murphy's Discord. I'm a very proud member of the Two Tone Murphy Flying Circus. So Two Tone Murphy's Discord is here. There's a lot of us. Most of the people flying with us today are a member of Two Tone's Flying Circus. And there's a load of us who share our knowledge, information, help, of everything sim, aviational life, and lots of buttonage. Oh no, Chilled Corky, are you all right? Was it the autopilot dying? So we are surrounded by fireflies. Hopping Orange, Big Tone 66, Two Tone Murphy, the legend himself, Kingsman, Delta HPI, Tarnish 42, Botip P, Dangerous Brian, Kazaki Flyer, oh, another one, Undisclosed, Danis GD, and we've got Kazaki Flyer, Dangerous Brian, Big Tone 66. So you heard they had 7 G1000 screens when they did flight. Well, not a single one. The cockpit, very much of the Electra back then, was very similar to today's general aviation aircraft without the screens. So yeah, join us over on Two Tone Murphy's Discord. That's where I announce my streams. That's where I put all my flight plans, all the plans for all the routes. And that's where I hang out every day of the week. I see you, Dangerous Brian, you're out there. So there's a lot. Oh, and Dennis is just above me. So there is. So I do have one. So while we're flying, let me see if I can find one for you, SJ Fly, because I do have a picture of the original cockpit. I did remove it from my my system for a bit, but let me, because I was having lots of pictures, let me see if I can find it for you, because it's very interesting to see how not different it is. So let's put cockpit. And we know it's the picture of it because you've got the Sperry Auto Gyro Pilot in there. So let's see if I can find this. That one. So Amelia Earhart in the cockpit. So pictures, Amelia. So there you go. I hope you can see that now. That's a picture of Amelia in the Electra 10 special, Electra Lockheed 10E Special. And you know, one of the big, Captain Arash, you take care. You've got to get some sleep for tonight's race. I will see you there. So yeah, I'm hoping to join it. I'll see how I get on. I will probably be dead, but here we go. We'll see how I do. So yeah, so you can see you've got your 6-packs, you've got your compass. The big item that looks like, obviously, the turn coordinator is actually the Sperry Auto Gyro Autopilot. You take care, Captain. See you soon. And that was the device that you could pick a heading, an altitude, and keep your wings level. Famously engineered and designed by the inventor Lawrence Sperry. I think I've told this story several times, but the Auto Gyro Autopilot was taken up by the French military when he showed it off in France. Lawrence Sperry flew an aircraft with his... Hold up, there was an autopilot. It was known as the Sperry Auto Gyro Pilot. And the device, basically, when it was shown off in Paris, Lawrence Sperry flew an aircraft down the length of the Seine with pavilions alongside the aircraft, where honourables were watching it. And the first leg, he flew along that with his hands in the air and his assistant in the aircraft with him. On the second leg, he flew along back with his hands in the air, but his assistant, Emile Cachan, walked out onto the left wing. The aircraft went off balance and then levelled and flew past the crowds of people watching. On the third and final one, the aircraft came back with Cachan on the left wing, Sperry on the right wing, and no one at the controls. And the French bought up as many auto gyro pilots as they could. Absolutely right. How to sell a product. And the Americans didn't really want to be interested in it until later. And the Sperry Auto Gyro Pilot is here. It's this big dial here. And you will read in a lot of her diary entries that she will say Sperry did the flying. So I'm using the autopilot because she used that autopilot pretty much all of the time. So I don't feel like I'm cheating using the autopilot because her diaries tell me she did. Exactly right. And who wouldn't buy it? So yeah, if you go onto Wikipedia and have a look up of the Sperry Auto Gyro Pilot. Sometimes it's Auto Gyro or Auto Gyro or Auto Gyro Pilot, depending on what they have. That is definitely 21 PRS Waggy P. Nice to see you. Thank you for coming along and joining us. But yeah, so yeah, there are lots of things about this flight and what she had in her aircraft that people find staggering today. Yeah, it's staggering that they had all of this stuff. Oh, another follow. Dr. No Thumb, welcome. How good to see you. Thank you for following. Then you flying around with Fabio and CD. Thank you for joining. The Legend of the Pits. When was it? So it was, I think it was, so let's have a quick look. Sperry Auto Gyro Pilot. So Sperry Auto Gyro Autopilot. Yeah, so here you go. So 18th of June 1914. Sperry was participating in an exhibition in which 57 planes were fitted with new improvements and innovations Sperry's aircraft, a Curtiss C-2, was the only one equipped with a gyroscopic stabilizer. Sperry, and along with his assistant Emile Cachin, made 3 passes in front of a grandstand full of spectators and military observers. On his first pass, he engaged the autopilot and flew past with his hands high off the controls. On the second pass, Cachin climbed out the starboard wing 7 feet away from the fuselage, with Sperry's hands still off of the controls, which, when the aircraft banked to shift the weight, the autopilot immediately stabilized the wings. On his final pass, he climbed out onto the opposite wing, leaving the pilot seat empty. The observers were amazed with the aircraft's ability to maintain level flight without a pilot manually control it. Sperry also gave Joseph Barre, the commandant of the French Air Army Corps, a ride to demonstrate the ability of unassisted takeoff and landing. So basically, he took off and landed, letting the autopilot do it. Back in 1914, ladies and gentlemen. How incredible is history? Yeah, it was 1914. Yep. Isn't that incredible? The other thing, of course, about the Electra, so the Electra we're flying in, autopilot. Lots of people know this already, but originally the Electra 10 had a single tail with a standard stabilizer. The student who worked on the aerodynamics of this aircraft at the time was Clarence Johnson. So Kelly Johnson. And here's Kelly Johnson here. Oh, John AVI. Oh, subscribed. Oh, my word. Thank you so much. That's really, really kind of you. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Enjoy your new little emotes. You can join in with the hypes and scrubs. Thank you so much. And Clarence Johnson, of course. So if you look here, you can see this aircraft has a single tail. But the Electra that she flew in had a twin rudders and a cross tail. So as you can see here, it's not a single tail. It's got a cross tail and 2 rudders. But Kelly Johnson found that the twin rudders and cross tail was inherently more stable, and he then came on to become eventually a chief engineer at Lockheed, and went on to form the Skunk Works division and worked on such fantastic aircraft as the Blackbird. So, and he was involved in this flight. He basically was the engineer that worked out all of the altitudes, fuel usage, manifold pressures, RPMs for the entire journey that we are following along with. So, you know, we're flying at 8,000 feet. We're flying approximately 150, which is what the Electra did. Obviously, she had a lot more fuel, around 1,150 gallons of fuel she could carry. We're carrying 200 gallons. Let's get outside and looking around at the surroundings. I've done a lot of flying inside. There's a reason I've been doing a lot of flying inside, is I've been having a lot of CTDs. So I'm trying not to do too much outside the aircraft, just in case. But here we are, you know, flying over Africa. A lot of difference to sights this week. Dr. No Thumb is flying. Woohoo! Welcome. Look at that, though. Isn't that lovely? Even though it's desolate, it's lovely. So 36 on the left, 35 on the right. We're doing 12.1 gallons per hour, which is okay. Getting ready to change tanks. We are 4 hours out now, and we are 708.7 nautical to destination. No, they're not ailerons. So I have had them on Colonel Fawkes, and I have had them when I'm on my own. We have had them on these streams as well. It's I'm trying everything to try and work out what it is. But it's the visual. It's the C++ runtime version 14, and you can't just replace it for another one because someone wants it. Something needs to use it. Look, so is there anything else I could say about this today? So my Xbox username is AliCats. If you do #gamertag, it should tell you. So there we go. It's actually Ali Space Cats. Or did I say hashtag? I meant exclamation mark. I am my brain, I tell you. But yeah, if you want to give me a follow, you'll see me in game. If you want to come flying with us, everyone's welcome. The only thing I would say is please no airliners and no helicopters for now, please. I do get some terrible stutters when I have helicopters around. Oh, I don't know why I'm saying hashtags MOWAS, but I think you're right. I'm getting old. I think it's that 54th birthday that's coming up in December. I did have an A330 and I didn't crash. I don't mind being corrected. Like I say, I can't get everything right. I even got the darn airport wrong. The second one, didn't I? I had G-O-Y-Y instead of G-O-O-Y. Oy vey, no wonder people couldn't find it. I'm going to ask my flight crew, Bork Panda, ding dong. Could I have a drink, darling? I am getting old, Bork. I absolutely am. Could I have an orange squash, please? Ding dong. Do you know Captain Arash has one of those. I must set my soundboard up on and set it up on my stream deck and do the bingles. 54 years young, 54 or 53 going on 12. 22, you've got your whole life ahead of you, Super Typhon, and I'm really looking forward to you streaming one day. I can act old when my back goes. I'm very, very old when my back goes. Yeah, so Bork Panda is my housemate. She also works with me for her sins. She's worked with me at 2 companies now for her sins. And yeah, she's one of the crazy gang. So there's me, my other half Laura, Bork Panda, and then we've got Valksy, who comes in from time to time. We do have another housemate, but we don't talk about them. How's the weather where you are today? In the UK, it is very, very bright at the moment, and there is enough blue in the sky to make a pair of sailor's trousers. So I'm in Newcastle upon Tyne in the northeast, and it's really nice. It's really nice. It's a really lovely day out. Well, Super Typhon, the subs and the bits and everything are really lovely, and I really appreciate them. I really do. But obviously, do you know what? The company is as good. So, you know, it's what people can afford. If you can afford to sub, that's great. And if you can't, that's also great. And it's not required in any shape, way, manner or form. I will still natter on about Amelia Earhart for a further 17,000 miles. Well, I do feel bad, but I can't go flying for real. So this is as good as it gets. 35 and 35, changing tanks to the right tank. Okay, we are 692 nautical hour and just under 4 hours now. Oh, I'm sorry, Johnny. Just don't ask me any maths questions. So Malin has to put up with all my madness. Yeah, it is. So flying is incredibly expensive, but you may find, obviously now, coming out of a pandemic, you might be able to get some good deals because, pilots and schools have been sat around for a long time not earning money. Certainly some of the ones near us are certainly a little bit cheaper than when I started. I did pay as you go basically. I never did bulk buying. Again, I worked, so I couldn't afford it when I was younger. And to be honest, I didn't really think about flying when I was younger. Everyone says don't regret, don't look back in sadness. But one of the things I am sad about is that I didn't learn to fly earlier. I couldn't have done it, by the way, because I didn't have the money. But I started it when I was, older, and now because of my medical conditions, I can't do it. But hey ho. But yeah, you've got Aileron says, apprenticeships, sponsorships, and even go to university and fly with university. Some great universities in the States and Canada that have air training as part of their curriculums. Hey. Oh, can you put them with the others? I haven't got round to those yet. Thank you. So make sure, guys, long flight, stretch those legs, stretch those arms. Obviously, if you've got your Amelia Earhart mug, which you're going to buy with a shameless plug from the merchandise store, you can commemorate the memorial flight, get yourself a nice mug and have some hot chocolate, as Amelia did. Amelia pretty much had hot chocolate in her flask all the time. She wasn't really a coffee gal. Yeah, that's one of the problems with flying is the medicals. I mean, LAPLs have a less stringent condition. Then obviously your PPL's got you can still get past with a lot of conditions. Once upon a time, being a diabetic, you couldn't fly. Now you can. Obviously, medicine and science has moved on. But there are even organisations out there inspired to people learning to fly where things aren't as straightforward for them. Certainly I shall go hunting and having a look around. But Flight Sim is now my baby. Flight Sim gets me out and about and flying with all you guys. Yeah. Very much in the vein of Amelia Earhart. I did it because I could. It was very much learning to fly was a bucket list item for me. And wow, incredible. If you've never done it, I know a lot of people here fly sim and have got flight experience, but even if you haven't, go and take a trial flight with your local air school. Even if it's like a half-hour flight or an hour's flight, sitting in the front of an aircraft and getting that view and then the 3D sense of movement that you can only get in an aircraft, in a little aircraft flying at several thousand feet above the ground, it's mind-blowing. The only downside to this is, again, I'm not sponsored by any flying companies, but if you do it, you will probably get hooked big, because the sense of freedom, the sense of view, the sense of amazement, and the want to just get up and do it is just so overwhelming. once I'd had, you know, my original trial flight, there was nothing stopping me. Boom, straight in with lessons. So, but obviously not cheap, and that's a shame, but understandable. So we're still flying across Africa. Still got some ground below us. There's really not very much around, is there? Haven't seen very many settlements at all. Yeah, exactly, Stu. So the LAPL might be okay. Probably still need an airman's medical, you know. Probably it's something that the doctor couldn't do, but certainly an air medic could do. Oh, it's a shame, Bosman. I'm not very good with heights, would you believe? Absolutely dreadful with heights. But in an airplane, perfectly fine. I don't know why. Perhaps it's the element of control. Don't know. I don't know. Do you know? Because I'm terrible. I can't even. Yeah. Went to the Hoover Dam, and there's, you know, the big bridge that they've got across it. I literally couldn't walk across that bridge to have a look at the dam, to look back at the dam, because it was too high. I literally was shaking. That's a fear of mountains. Well. Oh wow, really? Even that bad? So you get the vertigo from VR too? Wow. Zephyr Wave, hey, good afternoon to you. I'm not too bad in buildings. Not good if I have to go out on a viewing platform or anything, but miles and miles of Africa. I mean, last week it was miles and miles of Atlantic. Well, that's the thing about irrational fears, Bosman, is that they're irrational and there's no accounting for it. Yeah. Still flying along loads of the Fireflies across Africa's desert. I always come across as someone who's really, really confident. I suffer terrible anxiety. Terrible anxiety, yeah. I've known to actually make myself ill before meetings because I'm so anxious about them, even though I know I'm well prepared and I've got everything covered. I've been up a few mountains, never climbed the mountains, but I have been up a few. The highest I've ever been, I think, is the Zugspitze in just outside of Garmisch-Partenkirchen, which is the highest mountain in Germany. The view from up there is phenomenal. Interestingly, it has a cog railway that takes you up a lot of the way to one of the big cable cars. You can go cable car all the way to all the different cable car stations, but we went through the cog railway and it's really steep. Trits4, good afternoon to you and welcome for your first time here. Thank you for coming along. You caught us on leg 12 of the Amelia Earhart Memorial Flight, where we're flying around the world following the 1937 route that Amelia Earhart and Fred Noonan flew in the Electra 10E Special. We're flying in a Mooney. A Mooney was used on the 80th anniversary flight, and that Mooney had a 200-gallon tank capacity, so could fly roughly 3,003 nautical miles, and not quite as far as the Electra that had 1,101-gallon tanks. No, I didn't say Berchtesgaden. I said Garmisch-Partenkirchen. So Berchtesgaden is part of the Bavarian Alps, but it's at the other end. So Zugspitze is the mountain, and it's just outside of Garmisch-Partenkirchen, where they do lots of the the downhill racing. In the Gesundheit is what they would say in Germany, Drake. Eh? But that was incredible. The view up there was amazing, and it's huge. It's good. Yeah, and Berchtesgaden, I don't know if you've ever been to Berchtesgaden. Berchtesgaden is incredible. Certainly around Königssee, which is a natural lake that you can go across on a steam cruiser, and the guys play the hornets as they go across because the echoes are incredible. You can get to the other end and there's a big old hike, and you can go all the way down to see a big waterfall. In the 2 times I've tried it, I've never got to that waterfall. One day, Bort Panda, Laura and I will get to that waterfall, but it's not for the faint-hearted. There's a cliff stairs where basically the steps are literally etched into the cliff, and you have to go up and down, but they're very, very, very high. Quite, it's, if you've got dodgy backs, it's not very good. You can see 14. You can see peaks in all of the countries around. I can't remember how many countries you can see from it, but it's a lot. Germany. Yeah, so Germany. Yeah. So I spent a bit of time in North Germany, in Schleswig-Holstein, in a place called Tarp, which was the home of the. It's not there anymore, but it's the. What's it with a? Is it the 22nd? Is it 25? Oh, crikey. But anyway, it was the Marine Flying Squadron, as based at Tarp. They used to fly the Starfighter, the Widowmaker. So that was quite cool. Oh, that's good to hear, Stu. So you only need a psychological assessment. And then pass the medical in other grounds, right? Yep, the missile with the pilot in it. Spent some time at the airbase, which was great. Used to walk around with all the aircraft and everything. And my friend's dad was the commandant at that airbase. And we spent some time in the control tower, and we also spent some time in the radar tower, which was actually below the radar center. And I remember it really, really well because it was the time that the Russian submarine got stuck in Sweden, and they were following it up the fjord, and they were saying, if this guy doesn't turn back swords, there's going to be trouble. And the next morning, everyone woke up to the outrage that a Russian submarine had got beached up a fjord in Sweden. That was quite cool. So that's a little bit of an anecdote of my history. I've sat watching this submarine, on a radar screen with the radar operator telling me what was always going on. That was quite cool. Quite cool for a youngish Alison. All right, standard license crime. So yeah, like diabetics, your doctor can't sign you off, but you can get all your information. All right. So Johnny AVL, what you need to do is there's a welcome channel. I think it was Start Here channel. Is it? What is it called? It's called a something channel. Start Here. If you go to the Start Here channel, you'll see that there's a shamrock with 669 people having clicked on it. Click on the shamrock, and that will give you access to all the other channels. And there you'll see all the streams that Two-Tone Murphy puts together, all the streams that Colonel Fort puts together, my streams, Aileron Into the Winds, and other community members who put streams on that you can join in with, fly along with, take part with. Oh, Annalisa, look at you wearing that t-shirt. That looks great. Oh, fantastic. While I'm there, I thought I'd have a quick look. No, it's brilliant. Thank you, Annalisa. PO Boss 98, thank you for the follow. That's really kind. Yeah, so we have a bar with the Propeller Club. If you say hi to people in there, if you've got any questions about the sim, you've got any questions about real world flying, there's a flight school. You know, people will help you if you need to learn to fly in a sim. If you need help with the computer equipment, there's more than many of us there that will happily help out. If you need help with streaming, with Twitch, with YouTube, yeah, plenty of us now have experience in that. So I think I'm going to help out. I think it's Colonel Forks kindly helping Viper out later on. I think I've got a session probably tomorrow. So 32 and 35, so we are 2 gallons from right change tank. We are 647 miles, 3 hours 43 out. We are tracking 90. Are we really? Are we really? Alright. Oh well, it's closest down it, I guess. I was expecting to be at about 85. Okay. We'll see how she goes. It's in the merch channel, Seamus. Beer Boss, that doesn't matter. No, you're very welcome. No, Captain Arash, I've been a follower of Captain Arash for quite a while now. And, excuse my Siri. I like supporting what he's doing, so you're very welcome. It doesn't matter. No one's required to sub. No one's required to follow. But it's nice that you have. Just having someone come along and join up with us is great. As we fly along this journey, we've done a little bit of history as we go, and we've shown a little bit of some of the photos. So for those that are new, quickly while we're here, we're showing along. So we flew from St. Louis in Senegal to Dakar in Senegal this morning, a short 163 miles. Back in 1937, Amelia did this on the 8th of June 1937. There's a picture of her getting out of the aircraft. And she was greeted by Air France. Air France had a huge presence in Senegal, and they were her entertainers. And Air France and Standard Oil Company were responsible for maintaining and refueling the aircraft. She went to dinner on the evening, very formal, but as you can see, Amelia's just in a pair of slacks and a shirt, as is Fred, and that's all they flew with. So they didn't have any hats or wear for dinners. And the aircraft was dirty from its flight across the Atlantic. There was lots of rain and oil smeared everywhere, so they needed that done. And then they also got an engine service whilst they were there. Isn't it a great t-shirt? It's fabulous. The John E design. So I was kindly had that design done for me by John E, and he's also done me a black copy. So that's now available in black. I'm not going to be able to do it in any other colours. It's really hard to get the design to match all colours. And John E has done so much for me for absolutely nothing. That I'm just going to have white and black, but the black looks nice. And you know, if anyone ever wants to get a copy, you can get it at the merch store, available now. We gave 2 mugs as a giveaway last week on my historical Atlantic flight. That was run by Viper Strike and Big Tone, and theirs arrived this week. I'm really pleased with how that worked out. Goblin Zeus, hey, welcome again. You're flying with us. Lovely to see you. Yeah, she is a fascinating lady, and did so much. You know, all of the records that she broke in those, you know, early years. And even on this flight, you know, she would have been the first woman to circumnavigate the world. But she would have been, you know, she even broke in a couple of legs the first longest solo flight from the Red Sea to Karachi. So even on this flight, she was still breaking records at the age of 39. And so we are joined with the Fireflies. So we have Hopping Orange 36, Big Tone 66, Undisclosed, Tor Hack 01, Kingsman 965, Shield Corky, Boatit, Draco, Kozaki Flyer 55, Tarnish 42, Goblin or Druid Zeus. I think we've got Big Tone as well. And out there on the left or the right is Dangerous Brian and Dan SG. Adventure 494, hello. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are today. But hey, how are you doing, Adventure? I was glad to be able to hop in and pop on one of your streams the other day. Thank you for joining me today here in Africa as we cross the desert. So we went from one desert, a very wet, very blue desert, to a very barren desert. We've got about 4 hours ago, about 3.5 hours to go to not to Dakar, to Gao in Mali. We're flying at 8,000 feet and approximately 150 knots. A very black and brown desert, which pretty much was, and it still is. And unsurprisingly, it's because it's a desert, it's not really changed that much. Unlike Brazil, when we flew across Brazil, where Amelia had said that, literally there were very few places that she could stop to land because of the jungle. Lots of the deforestation that we saw on that flight was quite incredible. And you would have had a much better chance to land than she had in her day. Okay, Chilled Corky, enjoy your dinner, and I will see you later. Oh, crikey, that's right, 1 a.m. Crikey, that is very late. You need to get some sleep, Adventure. But yeah, we're here. We're flying along. We've got about another 3.5 hours to go. Making good progress. Yeah, I'm good. I'm getting a bit of, because the sun is blinding me here. So normally you can see me in quite bright light, but I've got my blinds down today too, and I've moved my desk, so I've moved from looking that way to looking this way, so I've got a lot more room, and I've spread out my desk a lot more. My landing might be a bit weird because I've got new rudder pedals today. I've got the Thrustmaster perpendicular rudders. Thank you very much, Adventure 494. Yeah, it should be good. So, yeah, I have. I've moved it around, so it's a little bit. Yeah, we'll see. I'll give it a week. Pendular. Yeah, I can never. It's like, well, what are they? They're the TPRs, but they are very sensitive. They way more sensitive than my Cytex were. But I'm going to keep them. I might persuade Bort Panda or Laura to have a fly. Colonel Fork's been a legend. Two-Toe Murphy's been a legend. Lots of other legendaries earlier with lots of gift subs. And Kingsman was a legend. And we've had lots of bitsies. So that's really kind. So another great day. And very huge amounts of generosity from the guys. We've learned a little bit more about Amelia. I did say legendage. I can't make it plural. I can say legendage. So I'll have a quick look at my map and see where we're at. So we are. I wish my map wasn't in Arabic. But we will be crossing the Niger later, which will be cool. Hey Gibbo, welcome back. Yeah, it's going good. Yeah, we're still going. We've got another 3 hours 34 minutes to go. 621 nautical, 30 on the right, 35 on the left. Change tank. So we're now on the left tank. 5 more gallons to that. We are on our way to Gao in Mali. So Gibbo Ireland is the kind soul who generously donated his time to make the Electra livery that I'm flying in today, which you can download for free at twotonemurphy.com/downloads and apply it to your Mooney M20, and you can pay honour to Amelia as well. It's a lovely design, very shiny, shows off the lights, and I am absolutely over the moon with it. So if you'd like a copy and you fly the Mooney in sim and you would like a copy, you can go and grab a copy. So 2 hours to the big match then, Gibbo. Time for an orange. Oh. Oh, that is an incredible question. What's the weirdest airplane encounter out in the real world? Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Alien Z-Bob, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome along. You join us on leg 12. Thank you so much. Oh, crikey. That's a really good question. Weirdest airplane encounter? Experience or... that's a really good question. I haven't had really that sort of... Some of the weirdest things is things that happen on a plane. Ooh, I might have to have a think of that. Dan S, you take care, and I'll see you soon. Thanks very much. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I will probably wobble all over the place. Interesting. The weirdest experience I've ever had was flying to Vegas. There was a whole group of people who thought that the flight was a party. Basically, drank the aircraft dry of gin and God knows what else within an hour of takeoff. And it was the most noisy experience I've ever had. And I've never experienced anything like that. That was weird because the crew didn't do anything to stop it. And they were like basically in the aisles partying. They were in the back of the plane partying. Any area they could get to, they were partying. That was really bizarre. I guess I wouldn't say it was the weirdest encounter, but the most frightening encounter I've ever, or experience I've ever had on an aircraft was probably taking off at Heathrow the day that they'd had a warning that an attack on the airport was going to take place back in the 80s, 90s. I remember arriving, and at the terminal they had tanks outside it. And when I was flying to Edinburgh, so it wasn't a very long flight, but I remember the pilot saying, "This takeoff is going to be somewhat different. We will need to get as high as we can, as quick as we can." And I have never felt so. It was such a literally they tore down the runway, tore into the air, and it was the steepest climb I've ever had on a commercial airline. And we later found out that there had been a threat against aircraft at Heathrow Airport to do with firing mortars at the runways and the aircraft. So they literally, and the other thing was that they thought that there might be some handheld ground-to-air missiles. But they didn't tell us until the day later. So that's probably the most extreme thing I've had on a plane. I've travelled a long way in aircraft. I've been as far as New Zealand, Shanghai, Melbourne, obviously West Coast America, Los Angeles, San Diego, Santa Clara, been to Vegas, been to the East Coast, been to lots of places in Europe, but they've all been really routine. I've never met anyone famous on an aircraft. Never seen anyone famous getting onto the aircraft. I've only ever flown business class once. But that was amazing. And I don't know if I'll ever get that experience again, because it was on an A380 from Paris to JFK. Normally, I would upgrade, because my employer at the time would only pay for economy wherever you went. And I tell you what, if you fly from Shanghai to Melbourne on Air China in economy, don't ever do it. It's I literally, my back locked up and I couldn't get out of the chair at the other end. Literally, so if you can imagine, that was upright, that was recline. There was literally nowhere to recline, so my back just locked solid, and they had to lift me out of my seat. It was very embarrassing. Yeah. Tarnish, you take care. Thank you so much, and have a good rest of your day. Ah, yeah. The A380 was a lovely aircraft. Obviously I was in business class, so I really, really enjoyed it. But it was a lovely flight. I don't. That's another good question. So, my favourite real-world aircraft that I've flown is the Cessna 172. I've flown 152s, 172s, and a Piper, PA-28. But I preferred the high wings. I just felt more comfortable in them. Real-world commercial aviation aircraft, my favourite. That's a hard one as well. I think for its time, the 747 is probably the 747, just because it was the first of its type and its kind. Concorde was great. 747 or Concorde? Well, Concorde. Oh, that's a good one. Concorde might be one. Yeah, absolutely. So, would I fly a Mooney in real life? If I got the chance to fly a Mooney in real life, I would be all over it. In a heartbeat. I've been watching some great videos about people flying around in Moonies. You know, I will sit and watch them forever. The Mooney engine sound is just lovely. You'd never go in a real one. Why not? JK, why wouldn't you fly one? So yeah, the Piper I found a little bit more difficult because you couldn't see below yourself so easy and had to do a lot of S-turns and everything. But you could see everything above you, which was hard to see in a Cessna. So obviously you have a different type of turning to make sure you haven't got someone above you from the VFR flight. So 33, we are still good. Everything's still in the green. I can actually, when I pull that down a little bit, we're all good. Come on, JK, I want to know, why don't you want to fly a Mooney in real life? I get that. Yep, I can see that. Same with anything, though, right? Experience is everything in aviation. And even if you think you've got all the experience in the world, you still haven't got enough. That's when the complacency drops in. Yeah, I guess. I love the Mooney tail, though. It's amazing. Yeah, it's very true. Yeah, just having getting the license is just a start. I have been on a 767. Yeah, I flew 767s from Paris to Cincinnati quite a lot. That was Delta, but done a lot of flying with Air France. Air France do a lot of flying out of Newcastle. Haven't flown with that many airlines. KLM, Air France, British Airways, EasyJet, Ryanair, Delta, Air New Zealand, Cathay Pacific, and some little regional ones like IHOP, but they're part of Air France. Did we fly? I don't even think I flew Lufthansa. But yeah. Ryanair, yeah. They're not always quite as crazy as they sound, yeah. But the Ryanair landing is quite famous. I did a Ryanair landing a few weeks ago into Paramaribo. That was very much a Ryanair landing. I had a CTD about 11 miles out, and I got all flustered. And then when I got all my I got my landing. I should have done a gun around. I should have gone around, but nice Kazaki. Oh, that's another good question, Kivo. God, you're throwing questions at me today. Oh my word. So most positive experience that people actually want to watch me is probably the most positive thing. As I said, I suffer from anxiety, so to actually come out and put myself out here and stream was actually a bigger step than people might appreciate. Even though I might come across as confident and knowledgeable and everything, I'm still very much, I once drove 90 miles to go to a party and then went home again because I couldn't bear the thought of going in and meeting people. So I've done some crazy things like that. Yeah, so the most positive thing is that is all the love I've actually got from people. I've had a great welcoming from the flight sim community on what we're trying to do here, and I'm really pleased that it people are finding it interesting. So I've done a lot of research into it, and I hope people like it. And obviously, some of it's long flights, and we're not seeing very much like today. It's pretty, until we get to the Niger, it's going to be pretty much like this. But the most negative thing about streaming is the worry of interruption by trolls. Yeah. Over on Twitch, we don't get so many. YouTube, I wouldn't stream on YouTube for a million years. Seeing the hell that Murph had at times, the work that we had to do to try and keep the channel safe for people watching, the F-bombs and all of that stuff. So that's probably the most. So I've only had to ban one person so far. This is what, my 11th week of streaming, so I haven't been streaming very long. Gaming NFL. If there was a spider on my shoulder, you wouldn't see me for dust. Honestly, doesn't matter how big. I say it doesn't matter how big or small. I'm just not really good at spiders. Although I have stroked a tarantula, and I was surprised that the hair on a tarantula, it was kitten soft. I wouldn't hold one. The zookeeper held it while I stroked it. Well, Seamus has been watching train sims, and they're causing all sorts of trouble on those. I don't get it. Alien Z Bob or Z Bob. When I was in Australia once, I threw a hiking boot at one, and it literally stayed there on the wall after being hit by my hiking boot, and almost went, "Come on then, if you think you're hard enough." At which point I ran out of the room and legged it, and had to go and get someone to go and do it. Ooh, that's one question I could ask her. I think it would have to be something around, because she didn't do everything. So I think it would absolutely be around about What is it that you haven't done that you still want to do? What flight haven't you done that you want to do? I think that's probably the only thing I would ask her, because she was such a pioneer of her time. And, you know, even though she saw this as a swan song, she was not going to stop flying. So she might not have done expeditions, but she might have done something different. What resolution am I running at? I am running at 1440p, so that's 3440 by 1440. That's a really good question. Yeah, you're welcome. It's very hard to know what, because she did so much for women. I mean, obviously at the time, women's rights were still really bad. You know, yeah, I've got an ultra-wide Crompton 33. Welcome, by the way. Nope. I fly at full resolution, Draco. So what you're seeing on my screen at the moment is pretty much what I see on my monitor. So I get that amount of view. So it's great. Historically, caused some games to run a bit slow, but with this rig, no, it's fine. Pate, hey, how are you doing? Pate, we are in Africa. We are 572 nautical miles from Gao in Mali. We are flying from Dakar in Senegal to Gao, and we've got about 3 hours 17 minutes to go. Estimated time en route. Nearly halfway, yeah. Yeah. And I'm in Crompton. At some point I may scale it down a little bit, but I quite like it. It's sort of, it has quite a cinematic feel. But I guess it really depends what you guys think. I mean, how does it look your end? Because it's very hard for me to see what it looks my end. I've just got an understanding of what it looks like. Oh no, a gouty knee. Oh, I am sorry to hear that. No, gout is not a nice thing to have. I hope you get some relief for that. Yeah, we're doing good. So, so far so good. 61.5 gallons in the tank. Got about 5 hours of flight time and 3 hours and 16 to go. So we should be good on this leg. We have, in about 3 legs, we have a big one. We have a 15-hour monster, which is going to take some time. Yeah, gout. Not very nice. I had it many, 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 many years ago. And when I went to the doctor and said, I've got a bad toe, he went, it's gout. I was like, what? I'm in my 20s. What do you mean it's gout? But how can it be gout? Apparently it was. It's a bit like when I had my liver disease. They went, oh, you're too young to have that. It's like, okay. Oh, you've got it. Sorry, of course I have. You've asked me loads of questions. Thank you, Gibbo. That was thank you for your encouragement. Thank you. Yeah, I didn't know how I was going to take to streaming. I think it's lucky. I've been lucky because I picked somebody that not a lot of people these days know about, and she did something that not a lot of people also know about. So I think that's been useful. So another good thing, what has pleasantly surprised me, is that how much people are still willing to want to learn about history. You know, we watched you know, Colonel Fawkes streams, and when he has his great friend on to talk about naval history, they are incredible. I am all ears when Azimuth comes on to talk about naval history. You know, Murph talks about history on his flights. You know, talks about the places, the lands, the areas, the how long the airports have been there, and so on. It's all really interesting. And so I just like learning. You know, learning is good. One tank, 31. Oh. Ah, yeah, yeah. Diclofenac's quite good for anti-inflammatory. Slightly easier on the tummy than ibuprofen, right? So 31 and 30 nearly trying to change. We are 560 miles out, 3 hours 13 minutes. I do often sit here wondering what Amelia was thinking when she was doing these flights. She didn't write a lot of it down on this particular part of the journey, other than sort of reminiscing of how she would want to do the flights of fancy she had when she sort of, as a kid and a child, used to view maps in her barn and wonder where she could go to. She talked a little bit about the Niger, and what else does she talk about? Yeah, so when we get to Niger, she writes a bit about that. So we'll be able to talk a bit about that when we get there. And then she's written some stuff about Gao, which I've mentioned already, was the terminus of the trans-Saharan motor traffic from north, a transport increasing importance. So it's interesting, 1937, the car's still not as used for transportation as the aircraft were. Stu, take care. I will see you later. Take care. By the way, guys, Ailerons Into the Wind will be streaming tomorrow, I hope. Normally streams on a Sunday at midday. Ice packs. I used to use ice packs on my toe when it was swollen with gout all those years ago, and I'm a great fan of ice packs now. So once upon a time, Gao had a population of 5,000. It's 5,000 people. How many people do we think Gao in Mali has population today? Should we have a look? So back in 1937, one of the most important cities, political centre of Western Sudan, and was the centre for the French, who'd occupied it since 1900. There's apparently a truncated pyramid nearby, which had the tomb of Muhammad Askia, and a great mosque dating back to the 7th century. So 5,000 back in 1937. There are now 82,000 more people living in Gao today than there were back then. That's a lot more. So 87,000 people, population of Gao, where we're headed to today. Let's have a look outside. It's a bit misty now. Not quite as terribly bright. Still got the guys ahead. Dr. No Thumbs above us. Dangerous Brian's still out on my wing. And we've still got Undisclosed, Goblin Zeus behind us, Bow Tip, Draco, Gazaki Flyer, Big Tone. It's Big Tone and Torhaki at front. So, yeah. Don't have a lot more pictures. I do have a few. There's not many at Gao, but we will talk about Gao when we get there. But we will cross the Niger, or the upper reaches of it, And so we should have the hilly areas of Mali to our right, and even within sight, if they'd looked up a few 400 miles from Gao, would have been the fabled Timbuktu that Amelia and her sister would ramble off of their tongues when they were imagining travelling across Africa as great explorers when they were younger. Remember to keep hydrated, ladies and gentlemen. Especially the right drink, absolutely. So 546 miles to go, coming up to 3 hours on the clock to go, and we are 30-30, so time to change to right tank. Make sure you're changing your tanks regularly, guys. Don't want to go lopsided. We are going back on south of Gogol, but we are coming up on the border now to Mali. In about 3.7 miles, we should cross the border into Mali. So we are now over halfway. The airport at Gao is about 870 feet above sea level. And we are prepared for runway entrances. Got to find the right one when we get there, but we are due to come in on 36, I think. 36? It's 07. There we go. Completely wrong. So 36 was what we took off this morning. So runway 07 left is where we'll be aiming for. Any of the 07s will be good for me. And I don't know what's happened to my Sperry. Sperry was working perfectly this morning, and now not so much. So 4 hours 24 down, and 3 hours and 5 minutes to go. So we're going to do it in about 7 hours or so. That's not bad, you know, not bad at all. Get a nice view as we're flying across the ground. Oh, there's a nice wing wave from Twahagi. Wing wave. Give a wing wave to our viewers. That's as aerobatic as I'm going to get today. I need to be very careful with my buttons. Quite surprised at how flat it's been on this part of the journey, because it has been particularly flat. I did expect to see a bit more hillage. You know, the edge has really got its way into our vocab, right? I haven't figured out what's causing my problems, no, Gibbo. No, I just don't know what's doing it. So I've tried everything. I'm running vanilla community folder right now. The only thing that's really in it is this livery. But the error I get is the VC runtime 140.dll, which could be anything. It's a dynamic link library after all, so it's used by many programs. But it's not a continuous C. I mean, literally, the map. I mean, actually, even if I press the map, it's just green. So we've gone from blue to green. But let's put the ISO line in, because even the ISO line doesn't. Oh, we'll do it like that. So it's not just blue. It's not just one color. It's a few colors. But if I scroll, I can't scroll out too much more. But it's not a continuous error of just blue. But no, I don't know what's causing it, Gibbo. I'm running in administrator mode now, both this and my streaming stuff. I've turned a lot of things off. But it's weird. I am about to eat a TBM's tail, so I'm just going to dab that a second. If not, I'll fly around him and go. Yeah, Goblin. It's well, obviously the. Oh, someone's just overtaking me because I slowed down. Have I still got my things out? No. Yeah, obviously. France owned a lot of this country back in the day. Still do. The spice must flow. Yeah. June quote. So, it's because I slowed down. I've got less. I've got more to do than I did a few minutes ago. Wayland, hey, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. Yeah, the trouble we get is that same old, well, you've got to do all of this stuff, and then if all that else fails, reinstall your computer. It's like, well, it is relatively new. You know, it's less than 3 months old. I rarely use it for anything other than flight simming. I have no other errors in the system apart from that one. Gom Jabbar. Madge C888, good afternoon. Hop in and join along, Madge C888. You're very welcome. Everyone's welcome. As long as you're not in a helicopter or an aircraft, an airliner. War Hamster. Good evening to you. I've spent the afternoon now cooking an early Easter lunch and having some beer. Well, you enjoy. So this time last week we were getting ready to drink our beer that we'd brewed, which was very nice. We have some cider brewing right now, and it should be ready to Monday. So it should all be conditioned by Monday. So looking forward to having some ciderage for Easter Monday. And because I don't have work on Easter Tuesday, it might be several ciderages. So 30 and 28, we are still tracking all in the green. So, but these Thrustmaster pedals, they are lush. But what I do need to do is I need to get a board. I think I need. I've got it currently on a rubber mat. It was too slippy on my carpet, and I probably need to get a nice big board under here and screw it down. Oh, it's so good. You've been brewing gin. Oh. So it's still tracking around 150, 174 ground speed. 28 to 30, everything's in the green or blue, depending on what colour you use. Starting to see a bit more colourage in the ground, it's not just brown. Well, I know the Dune references, obviously, to the book and the sandworms and everything, and the spice mining. A cham cham with no label. That'd be funny. I'm afraid I can't drink gin. I've tried it, tried to like it, don't like it. I do, however, like whiskies. I do like beers. I do like the odd vodka. I am rather partial to some cocktails. And my favourite cocktail is a Bloody Mary, which are lethal because they don't taste like a cocktail. Hey Scott, welcome, welcome, good afternoon. Yes, I have moved my desk. I've moved my desk, so I'm now in a cubby hole. So rather than facing I wanted to see if I could get my... I've got more usage of my desk now. I've got quite a big desk. But because I was in the sloping roof was cutting down over me, I wanted to see if I could get a bit more room. And now I can sort of wave at Laura when she's in the room and stuff. And she could probably come into the room and sit and be quiet when I'm streaming. Whereas before, we looked back roughly where her bed was. So she was asleep on the sofa last week. Nicest whiskey I've ever had was a Glenturret, which I got from the distillery in Perthshire in Scotland, and it was casked in the year of my birth, and it was 27 years old when I got it, and it was the smoothest whiskey ever. Cost me a fortune, and I drank the lot because it's there to be drank, not looked at. And no, you can't get it. It's so rare. But it was lovely. Apple pie. Oh, apple pie moonshine. Oh. No, I thought you were talking. Apple pie. Apple pie, interestingly, was served for the dinner pudding of Amelia Earhart and Fred Noonan when they were at Natal. And they had corn on the cob as well, which was a very unusual dinner. She was expecting sort of local food, and they cooked a load of American food for her. Yeah, I do. I need to put my maps up, don't I? I need to put my aviation maps up on the wall and things like that. Sugary stuffs. Apple pie. Yeah, that was pretty good. So Macmira is a Swedish whiskey. I know. They do make it, and it's actually really quite nice. We've had Hibiki, which is a Japanese whiskey, and this is going to start. So it's a shame that Stu's not here because we've got into whiskies now. But it's actually a really nice Welsh whiskey that was really pleasantly surprising. But we don't talk about those because we may have had a few drinkies one night and said, shall we go for it? And we did. And I don't think Bork Panda's truly recovered from that whiskey night. How are you doing, Scott? I hope you're having a great day. We are 507 miles out from Gao in Mali. But it was Penderyn. That's it. Penderyn was the Welsh whiskey. Very nice. She and Laura were both very green the next day. And me, I was probably still very, very well hungover. And I cooked a lovely big fry-up. And I felt wonderful afterwards. Marlene, or Football Panda, had plain toast. That was her breakfast. Yeah, so I've got some double oaked Woodford Reserve, and she just can't face it because that's what we started off on. Hey, Waylon. So no, we have gone through. We didn't quite get to St. Louis, Missouri, but we flew from California, so Oakland in California, to Burbank, then from Burbank to Tucson in Arizona, Tucson, Arizona to New Orleans in oh, there we go, Louisiana, then from New Orleans down to Miami in Florida, then to San Juan in Puerto Rico, San Juan, Puerto Rico to Maturin in Venezuela, Maturin in Venezuela to Paramaribo in Suriname, and then from Paramaribo to Fortaleza, and from Fortaleza to Natal, and then we flew from Natal all the way over to St. Louis in Senegal by flying across the Atlantic, which we did last week in 10 hours, 28 minutes. Pretty good. It was. I was tired, but not as tired as I thought I was. So in three, I think we've got 3 more legs. In 3 more legs' time, we have 15 hours. So just over 2,200 miles, or 2,140 miles, I think. So that's going to be a long one. 15 hours. It's not the longest. The longest one will be from Leh in Papua New Guinea to Howland Island, somewhere in the Pacific. So as of this morning, or this afternoon, we had 17,668 miles to go out of 28,800. So we've still got some time to go. Yeah, well, the thing with whiskey is not to drink it after a load of beer. That's the problem. I will one day post my post-Oktoberfest picture. We went to Oktoberfest locally here. It's not real Oktober, but it was proper German beer. Laura Mallon and I went, and we spent most of the afternoon drinking very heavy steins. And then we got so far through the beer, and we were like, oh, do you know what? We're hungry now. Let's go into town. So we decided to walk from the brewery we were in. The air hit us. At some point, Laura fell over, and I went in to lean. I went down to help pick her up, and what I hadn't spotted was that there was a big granite statue, and I face planted my head right into the corner of it, knacked my glasses, and whacked my head with such force that I knocked myself on the ground. The shiner I had the next day, or even by the time I got home, was pretty bad. Yeah, but we were having it in the great big steins as well, so we didn't really think about it. So I broke my glasses. I'd only had them a week, so I had to get a new lens for that. But the shiner I had, it lasted for weeks. Yeah. God. The things we do with alcohol, right? I mean, I was trying to be helpful, but I just literally hadn't worked out that there was this thing in the way, and just put my head down and smack. I tell you what, I was really lucky to have my glasses on. Yeah, I can even show you on a map the statue my head hit. It was Ma Ben. Oh, Marsen, because that's obviously an S-set, right? Marsen. Yeah. So they were the Hofbrau beers, the Hofbrau Steins, or HB Steins. The statue started it. So I can say I had a fight with Rocky and lost. I certainly lost, that was for sure. Binopolis. Oh my word. Yeah, see, we hadn't eaten either. We hadn't eaten, and we were going to go and eat. What we should have done was got a taxi into town rather than walk, because the air hit us, and that was it. Well, I mean, we had eaten. We had bratwurst, but we'd had lots of beer before we had the bratwurst. That was the mistake. 30 and 26, 1 gallon on the right, and then we can change. We are still in the green. 2 hours, 48 minutes, 489.4 miles to go. Yeah. So we went to the Time Break Brewery tap, not sponsored. That place was great. They're a local craft brewery. They make the beer in the same place. And but they brought some, obviously had German beers brought in. But we went to another Oktoberfest. Now Newcastle is known for its partying. It's known for its students going out on the lash. It's known for its football supporters going out on the lash. It's known for people going out on the lash. So they had an Oktoberfest where, you know, it was meant to have Umpar bands. It was meant to have, you know, traditional food and beer tankered in from Germany. They ran out within 3 hours. Literally ran out. Did they not know about Newcastle and Geordies and their love of beer? I can't say on stream what we labelled it. But it ends in fest. But it wasn't Oktoberfest. You can probably guess what it is. I'm not saying it. But yeah, so that's what we, even at the beginning of lockdown at Warhamster, we had I bought beers from Time Break Brewery to have delivered. Yeah, 1 hour in, they had, so they had 4 types of beers. When we got into the tent, already 1 beer had gone, so we couldn't even have the Oktoberfest special. So they had a Weiss beer, they had a Dunkel, and they had a normal one, but they had a special, and that was all gone. And then the food. Don't get me started on the food. Oh my word, it was horrible. So yeah, they had, so given this festival was going on for several days over a weekend, they had to get emergency shipments of the beer in because there wasn't any left, and almost caused a riot. I think we finished our first stein, took a look around and legged it. So we couldn't get drunk on that one. It was pretty dreadful. Never again. Not that one, but the Time Break Brewery one was great. Really good. Proper band, proper beer, really fun, really nice. And then a pandemic came and ruined it. So it's now a bit misty as we cross, oh, we must be in Mali now. Completely missed the Mali crossing, but we're now, I think we're in Mali. We are in Mali. Quite away in Mali now. And we're heading towards the Niger. So the Niger's not that far away either. The Niger's around 90, about 90 nautical miles away. No, that's wrong. Hang on. About 200 miles away. So it's still a way to go, but not too far. My brain's going. XBMF Smurfy, hello, how are you doing? Whoa! Thank you for the follow. Do you know what? I've turned these right down and there's still enough to make me jump. Thank you for following XBMF Smurfy. I hope you found a copy of my flight plan on Discord. I do need to make a tweak of the around Saudi Arabia. I need to follow the coast a bit more. German football, German metal. Well, metal in Germany it's like second nature, right? I was really surprised when I was in Germany, living in Germany, how prevalent heavy rock was. German hipsters and spooks. Rammstein, yeah. Oh, the Scorpion, right? I think Scorpion was big when I was younger. Fell down the beer and didn't even spill his beer. How fabulous. Right. Well, whilst I need to crawl over the fuel tanks into the back of the aircraft, and I need to quickly visit the commode. I will be back in a few moments. So while we're doing that, webcam image can go off and we can explore some of the outside. I'll be right back. Take care, Genre, and thank you very much for coming along. Had a quick munch on some crisps. I'm starving. I did have some lunch as well. No. The second longest leg, Diedrich, is from Masawara to Karachi. So from the coast of the Red Sea all the way to Karachi in Pakistan. So yeah, so the longest leg is obviously from Leh to Howland Island. Let me open my map and tell you. Open. No. Metropolitan Oak, that one. So, obviously the longest leg we've got is Where's my remaining? Remaining. So that's remaining and distance per leg. So the longest one is the 2,240. When I say that, that's a direct line. But the one from the one to Karachi is still a couple of thousand miles or so. 1,200. So 2,300 miles is the second longest. 2,300. This is the fourth longest. No problem, Kingsman. That's absolutely fine. You know, obviously I'm flying a long way, doing a long flight over a long period of time, so, you know, not everyone can do it to what I can, so that's fine. Yeah, so this one, if you take the journey from Senegal to here, it's 1,444. The one across the Atlantic was 1,700. So yeah, some real big legs. She flew some big journeys, and there was a lot of talk. Oh Christ! Look at me yakking and going to the climbing out the back. I forgot to change my tank. Change tank. You see from her pictures that she was quite fresh faced a lot of the time, but as she got around down through Indonesia, she certainly looked tired. Something that people might not know, although you might know if you've been listening to my streams, is that she caught the Spanish flu around the end of the First World War, when she was a nurse, and it caused her terrible sinus problem. So she often flew with a drain in her cheek when it got really, really bad. And I know she suffered badly on this trip, certainly towards the end, with sinus problems. So I think that was probably her biggest challenge, was the sinus. And she caught dysentery once in Indonesia, and so there's a journey we have to do. It's about 360 miles, and then we have to turn around and fly back again. 360 miles because she got unwell, and then there was another flight that's around the same sort of length where they flew out and the plane needed to turn around, so they went back and fixed it. But yeah, sinus problems in a plane. Yeah, so my most horrible experience on a plane was a sinus. I flew out to Sweden in 2019, and I had a terrible cold, and I'm pretty much convinced that it was COVID-esque back then. I was rough as anything, and I had terrible sinuses. But on the plane, when we were coming into land and descending, the pain I got in my forehead was incredible. I literally thought I was dying. The pain was horrendous. I thought I was having a stroke or something. But yeah, and I still actually, now I think about it, it was over my right eye, which is the one that I smacked on that pillar. And even now, I get a lot of pain just above my right eye. So I wonder whether I did something really naughty to myself, because I didn't go to the hospital. I didn't get checked out. It was like, okay, yeah, I'm bruised. That's fine. I can say my name. I can say what date it is. I'm not getting in no ambulance. So yeah, sinus problems are horrible. So yeah, she suffered badly, and that's probably one of the biggest things that she had going was the fact that so she was very tired, and I reckon that was a big contributing factor. But she looked pretty fresh for most of these journeys. Even at Karachi, which was on the a long flight, and it was the longest solo flight anyone had done at the time, from that place to Karachi. Yeah, so Amelia was, once upon a time, she was talked about quite a lot. And there still are children's book even to this day about her achievements and everything. But people don't talk about them anymore, do they? Not really. We talk about them, and we try to relive their historic achievements. That's what we're trying to do. And certainly, I want to do some of the stuff that Amy Johnson did. I think that's the next big one after we've done this one, until we can get our grubby little mitts on the Vega 5B. Oh, when I get that Vega 5B, I am going places. That Vega 5B is going places. It's going to be an absolute handful to fly. Yeah, well, I learned about Amelia Earhart when I was at school. We learned about a lot of historical, Charles Lindbergh and all the pioneers of flight. Blériot, we learned about. Obviously the space missions. I do recall very, very briefly in my memory. I remember watching some of it on telly. Watching the yeah. I did tons of history when I was younger. History was my thing, although I didn't major in it or anything like that. I went and did law and politics, and ended up in software development. So there you go. I loved history, and then when I went to do my A-levels, it was Industrial Revolution history. And I didn't find that as interesting. Even though it was an incredible time of our history in our country, I didn't really find it that interesting. If you know what I mean. Whereas put me, pre-World Wars, post-World Wars, modern history, absolutely love it. Ancient history, I spent a lot I will do Kazaki. Obviously, Amelia Earhart's nickname was Lady Lindy. Apparently, they looked alike. I've never really seen it, but she was called Lady Lindy, and she used to call him the Colonel. And here's that lady flying it, actually making history in an aircraft. Geological history's good. Oh, there's someone that's actually flying around, streaming now. Has got a small channel, and it's all about learning about the worldwide community of people in Sims, but also as they fly, talking about the geology of the world as they fly over it. That's fascinating. I must find out. His name's David. I'll have to find out and post up a link at some point. But his stuff's really interesting. He was on this morning as well. Oh, crikey. Natural history, science, yeah, absolutely. Evolution and all that good stuff. And I often spend hours pondering about the fate of the universe. I worry about things that I can't control in a gazillion years. And it worries me that one day there'll be no remnants of any of us around. That makes me really sad, given what we've done, achieved. The good and the bad as a species. The music we've made, the films we've made, the pioneering efforts we've made. All that good stuff. Potentially, and it's so mind-boggling for me to not grasp it. It's like, well. No, Gibbo. No barrel rolls. Just in case I crash my aircraft. Amelia didn't do any barrel rolls, but I sort of nearly did a crash against. So there is something not right. There's not something quite right with the Mooney autopilot, but it tried to kill me again. There is a comet heading towards Earth, but will not hit us. Maybe 100 years from now. Yeah, not doing any today. No barrel rolls. I'm trying to avoid a CTD as much as possible, which is crazy, right? Because I think it's volume of people. I'm almost convinced it's volume of people on the server, and the server can't cope. Because how long have I been going now? 5 hours. Nothing. Not a single dicky bird. Touching wood. Whereas 20 minutes into a flight with Murph in Italy, crash. But then the second flight, nothing. I don't know, Moas. How many people do you fly with? Because if you fly with Murphy, whoa, Larty Bart, thank you so much for the follow. Hey, I recognise your name. Thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, we were in a group of about 54. Boom. The other day, I loaded in. Boom. Then last night, flew for what, 3 hours? And then just as we're coming up to the last airport, boom. I don't get it. How are you doing, Slatty Bart? I hope you're doing well. Welcome. Don't panic. Yeah. Of course, Slatty Bart Fast signed his name on the Norwegian fields. I have had 4 CTDs this week. Thank you. You joined us on leg 12 of the Amelia Earhart Memorial Flight, and we are about 428 miles now from Gao in Mali. And we took off this morning in St. Louis in Senegal down to Dakar, and then across from Dakar, and we're flying to Gao in Mali. I've had generic models on forever as well. It's really weird. You know, 5 hours now, nothing. Yeah, I'll probably get one now because I keep going about it. But I've got 64 gig of RAM. I've got 4.5 terabytes of M2 NVMe board drives, a 37X Ryzen 7, and a 16 gigabyte Radeon 6800 XT. I've set the virtual RAM on all my drives to at least 1.5 times my RAM. So I've got everything set. You know, sounds weird, right? It's either server related or AMD CPU GPU related. But the VC runtime 140 DLL issue that we get a lot, people get on NVIDIA. I don't know. I'm at a loss. But we did 10 hours, 28 minutes last week. No problem. Yeah, Draco and I, we have tried seriously tried to figure this out. We've gone through our log files. We've investigated the error codes. The correlation tokens I've all looked at. Oh, I just don't know. Oh, you'll be fine. You'll be grand. You're grand, Annalisa. You've got to come and join us. We've got to have the ladies' air arm. You know, we need Mrs. Two-Tone up flying, you flying, me flying. You know, all the ladies that we see come across, we should be encouraging to fly. Get in the game. Enjoy it. Come and fly the world with us. Yeah, well, the thing is that the DLLs are shared libraries, and if you replace them with a DLL that is not expected, it will crash. You can't use the 140. You can't use a 130 for a 140, and even if you use the 140 for a 130, it might not be compatible. So it's really strange. Well, you say that, right? It's streaming in addition. I don't stream on Murph's flights. I don't stream on Colonel Fort streams. I just fly. There may also be something when you come into a new airport, but some of the airports that we've loaded into recently has been really small. You know, so it's not, you know, if you come into a big airport and it's got lots of traffic and all that stuff, yeah, you might expect it to choke a little bit perhaps. But the last runway yesterday wasn't a major metropolitan huge airport. Well, you know, so Majesty, there are times when this air, you know, it's great. I mean, I keep saying to everyone, expect one, expect one, expect one. Perhaps that's what I need to keep saying, but you know, I just have to be really careful with it because, you know, I've run stress tests, I've run mem tests. The memory's fine. The laptop, sorry, the GPU doesn't overheat. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 fans in this thing. I've got an AIO. It's got plenty of ventilation. It's a very white sky, right? Oh, I'm going to press the button. Yeah, it's very white and very low level mist as we fly over Africa. And we're approaching the Niger in less than a couple of hundred miles. So I shall do some stuff over here and have a quick see where we are. Still a way to go to the Niger. But once we cross the Niger, we're not too far away from, because the Niger basin is quite big where we cross it. So oh, what did I hit then? What did I hit? That's okay. Yeah, the AMD, my AMD runs cool. I have it water cooled just in case, but it's fine. Whereas, you know, some of the Intel processors run like radiators. Yeah, very hot. If I slew into the scenery, I lose internet. Really? Wow. That's really strange, Merv. Wow. Well, so I've got AMD GPUs and CPUs, and I do run a second screen, and I do have browsers, and I do have lots of things in it, but did 10 hours last week and it was fine. So I've got a 3700X, and other games I get, you know, very high gameplay out of it. So I bought a 5700 first, then it had a black screen issue. Yeah, the 5700s did, didn't they? Then you got a 2060 Super. Yeah, so I had a 2080, but I had a 7-year-old CPU. So I had a 5820K Haswell E i7 6-core. I'm hoping that when DX12 comes out, because MSFS is very, very CPU intensive, so I'm hoping that it will stabilize a bit. Yeah, very much so. Yeah, it was in the day. Yeah, very, 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 very overclockable CPU, that 5820K, and it was great bang for buck too. Yeah, the humans. What have we done? I mean, you know, some of the great films we've done, the music we've done, the achievements we've done. You know, think back in history and you look at things like the pyramids and you think, wow. I was very lucky, Smurfy. I got a 6800. So my other half and I had a bit of a deal, which was if you see a decent graphics card, pull the trigger. Doesn't matter whether it's AMD or Nvidia. If you see at least this one or this one, pull the trigger. She got there first, went and bought it. So I then gave her some Spondulix for it. So 26, 24, nearly time to change to the right again. Oh no, Big Tone. No. Oh, Big Tone, what are you running? Sorry, I'll shut up now. Well, yeah, it's always that concern, isn't it? They are very busy trying to find life on other planets, but it would be nice if they would start thinking about getting our life off this planet to another one. Yes, wherever you go in the universe, it's finite. Whatever world you go to, right? So 26, 24, just making sure I don't undercook this. We are still all in the green. So 22,220, manifold pressure still 20, CHT 309 degrees Fahrenheit. Engine temperature is 1409, oil pressure 55 psi, and 200 on the oil temperature. That's pretty good. Yeah, it might be a little bit safer on Mars, but even that might get gobbled up when the sun does its thing. Yeah, that's the next big thing, right? It's going to be the first human on another planet is got to be the next big thing in terms of pioneering. You know, we'll have pioneers in technology, we'll have pioneers in other things, but the real next big step, as Goblin is rightly said, I think is another planet. And Mars is, as you say, is not the right one. Yeah, technology has come an incredible way. So, you know, we've often asked what, there we go, 25 and 24, changing to right tank. Be very careful, Alison. The leaps and bounds that technology has done, you know, I never thought that you'd be able to play a computer game like this. I never thought you'd be able to do VR, you know, 3D and things like that. It's really quite incredible. You know, the things we do, you know, the fact that we have in our hands a computer, actually a calculator probably had more computing power than the Apollo computers had at those days in the landing craft. And now we walk around with computers in our hands that are more powerful than PCs we had back in the 80s. Yeah, the fact that some of them ran on tapes or paper and cards. You know, the great Honeywell ones where, you know, you had your mainframes with your wheels of tape and travelator paper. Yeah, I think a lot of my family, my grandmother, my grandfather would have been the same. I'm still amazed, you know. If someone can invent the Matrix, though, so that I can plug in when I'm a little bit decrepit and I can just carry on exploring through the power of my brain, that would be fantastic. Uh-oh. There is a door. There's a door. Thank you. We probably already are. And if I was in there, I would say that is not a hamburger. But there is a hamburger that had been delivered by... It smells lovely, and it's got onion rings and everything. Teleportation. Yeah, like... The fact that you have to kill the matter you have to kill the matter to transport it, or destroy the matter, means that it'd be very, very hard for it to reconstitute at the other side, right? Oh, computers. The ZX80. I had an Auric, which was a ZX80 knockoff, a Dragon 32, Commodore 64. I never had a Spectrum. Oh, XBM Smurfy, on Two Tone Murphy's Discord, in my channel, Alison Johnson livestream channel, if you go to the pins, it should be up there. So if you click the pin, once you get to my channel and press pin, it's a pinned download. So yeah, you're very welcome. Smurfy, just to let you know, I do need to tweak it a little bit just to bring the Saudi Arabia leg up to scratch with what she wrote in her diaries. I was making some tweaks and I messed it up, so I do need to change it, but that's roughly what you need. Oh dear, we've gone from crazy stuff. So I definitely don't run mine at 1080p. Perhaps I should, but it would look really weird on my monitor because it's 1440. And I'd have lots of black space. Welcome back, Chilled Corky. We're now 383 miles from Gao. Just over 2 hours, 11 minutes to go. So welcome back. We are trundling along. Gently trundling along through the Mali wilderness, which has been pretty flat and pretty brown and pretty barren for several hours now. So over 5 hours of pretty much barrenness. It's not quite as boring as the sea, but it's much flatter than I thought it was going to be. Had the piggy. Did you have a roast pig dinner? Or... I might just go outside, show the fireflies, and have a quick bite of my hamburger. Because it smells lovely. Oh, lamb. MMBA. Ah. I don't have a 4K monitor, so... Easter Sunday lamb. What am I... So... I am actually having turkey, but only because we had a turkey spare. So we didn't know what was going to happen at Christmas, so I had ordered a fresh one. But just in case we couldn't get a fresh one, we got a frozen one as well. So it's not as nice, frozen turkey, but it'll be all right. The gravy will be as good. I do make a rather good turkey gravy. It comes out absolutely delicious. There's just something about making your own triveted gravy. Oh. He has risen like chips and salsa, then he rises. You all rise at night. Oh, yeah. Sorry, guys. Let's keep talking about food. I shall probably jump over there in a second and grab some, have a quick bite, and come back. Oh, yeah. Can't beat a good gravy. I still must post that recipe. for the seafood linguine. That was really nice. And didn't take very long to cook. Oh, it's really quite grotty out there, isn't it? Still got people flying along. We've got Dangerous Brian. We have Kazaki Flyer, Torhak, Goblin Zeus, Chilled Corky, Draco, Botip. Can't see who. There's quite a few people back there, but can't quite see all the names. But we're doing good. Just over 2 hours to go. I wonder what difference the Niger will make the area. I wonder if it will still be just... Because when you fly around the Nile, you have desert, 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 and then it gets really quite lush as it gets towards the Nile Delta. And then it stays really green. There's a trick to making something pink. Just use a thermometer, meat thermometer. Trust the meat thermometer, it will be pink every time. Viper Strike, hey, how you doing? Oh, champagne. Do you like a glass of fizz? I honestly did have non-alcoholic steatohepatitis. I didn't get it from drinking. Despite all I've talked about all afternoon is beer, cider, whiskies, getting drunk at Oktoberfest, smashing my face in on a you know, on a statue, leading a fight with Rocky. And now we're talking about bottles of fizz. Well, good red wine, good white wine. And my most embarrassing French story ever. In Paris. About 2005, so quite some time ago. French is not my best spoken European language. Much better at German, very good at Swedish. And Laura and I were in France, and we were trying our best. We were trying to speak French as much as we could. And we stopped at a cafe for lunch, and we were doing really, really well. And the waitress comes out and looks at us both and goes, "Dessert?" And my brain thought, 10 o'clock? What is she asking? And I looked at Laura and said, and she looked at me and I looked at her and I thought, why is she asking me 10 o'clock? And then, so I said, en anglais, s'il vous plaît? And she went, dessert? It's like, oh God, dessert. No, not the same, is it? And so, language fail right there. Oh dear, dessert. I will never live that down. Dessert. Oh God. If you ever want to go to France and Paris, don't go in August. They all go on holiday and nearly everything's shut. So we also went in August, so it was really quite... It was lovely, beautiful weather and everything, and we got out and about and did loads of great stuff, but lots of the shops were shut because they'd all gone on holiday. There we go. Bort Panda is Swedish. When we go to Sweden, if anyone knows that you speak English, they will switch on you instantly and talk English to you. And Marlin now speaks, or Bort Panda speaks, Swedish like an English person. So they instantly turn to English on her, but they stay in Swedish for me. Sorry, Bork. What plane? I am in a Mooney Ovation M20R. Hey, Mavaz. Hur du? Vad bor du? Bort Panda föddes i Halmstad. Ah. Automat. Efterrätt. Never going to let you down. Never going to let you live that down, Bort. Because I thought it was so funny. But you do. You speak Swedish now as you would speak English. I mean, the way that she switches from English to Swedish is incredible. You know, chicken meatballs and macaroni. Wow, smells lovely. Calm down, calm down. She also speaks Geordie. 25 and 21, 1 gallon on the right. We are 358 miles to go, 2 hours and 3 minutes. So yeah, we're flying the M20 Ovation, the Mooney. We're flying it in the Amelia Earhart livery, which was wonderfully done by Gibbo Ireland. And if you would like a copy for your Mooney, you can go over to twotonemurphy.com and download the livery on the downloads page. Old Veteran 965, take care, and I hope you have a great afternoon, great evening. I will catch you on the next stream. $25 and $21, so we will be good. Yeah, absolutely. My brain just heard dis as in 10 o'clock. Rather than dessert. It's a bit. So a friend of mine once went on holiday to Provence, and she's Geordie, her husband's Geordie, her friend's Geordie, and her friend's husband is also Geordie, but his Geordie accent was really, 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 really broad. There are some people up here I can't understand, and he's one of them. And so they go down to Provence, and they're in a restaurant, very fine dining, and they get there, and he can't really speak French, and so he starting to get a little bit Junie. Yeah, it is that you can see the waves, right? And so he leans over to Susie and goes, "How do you say duck in French?" And she says, "You know, canard." So he's like, "All right." The waitress comes out, and unlike many places, French is not French in all places. And Provence is one of those places, like Bavaria, where German isn't German. And so he proceeds to try and tell this poor waitress that he wants a duck. So he's like, "La canard." And she goes, "Eh? De canard? Eh? La canard? Eh?" And at which point, he shoved his chair back, stood up, bolt upright in the middle of the restaurant and went, "You know, like a duck, whack, whack." At which point, everyone started buried their heads in their hand. "You know, like a duck, quack, quack." Can you imagine it? It's like Geordies going on hiking in the Bavarian Alps and filling their water bottle with beer and then moaning about it's gone flat. Yeah, we've met Geordies that do that. Yeah, nah. Because Yana is Yeknae. Yana. Oh, Montreal in the French. I made a mistake once of asking for directions in Montreal in a tube station at one of the newspaper vendors. I still don't know what she said. She's talked to me so fast, so quick. No chance. You were just going to talk about the Geordies and their beer and their... Yeah, also, it's looking a bit junior. Let's have a look. Yeah. Sort of a little bit more, less flat. The Swedish also like ducks. Other than Daffy Duck or Daffy le Canard, they have Kalle Anka. And Kalle Anka is watched every Christmas Eve, which is their Christmas. And Murfaz will tell us about Kalle Anka. But Kalle Anka is Donald Duck. I do like Quebec, though. Quebec as a city, especially the old town, is really lovely. I liked it. Got some great pictures of Quebec. When I was there, many, many years ago. Bog on the Tyne is all mine, all mine. Yep, it certainly is. It is not a Christmas Eve without Calais Anchor. Anchor is duck. Calais, uncle. I love languages. Not very good at all of them, but I do like languages. So we are 25 and 20. It's time to change to the left tank. We should have about 3 hours 44 fuel left. We've got 1 hour 52, so we should be good. Canard is called Coin. I think that there are people that act good and bad in most places. Yeah, attitude. I wouldn't say that they necessarily act bad, but they have an attitude. Spent some time at the Montreal Jazz Festival one year. That was great. You know, my language teachers there wouldn't say that they were on the scale of beautiful. I think perhaps I'm being a bit harsh. My German teacher wasn't too bad. My second German teacher. My first one, she was a bit highly strung. Just a tad highly strung. So how are we doing on the mappage? We are... Oh, looking at the wrong map now. It's like we've got 16,877 miles to go. Well, there we know. We've got 16,877 miles to go to the top of descent. 16,913 nautical miles to San Fran. That might take a while, right? Let's open the right plan then. I've opened the full plan. Open plan. So we've got 321 miles till top of descent, and top of descent is 15.9 nautical miles outside of Gao. Approximately northeast of our location right now is Tombouctou, or Timbuktu. Can't really see it, but it's in the distance. Timbuktu, a place that Amelia wanted to go to once upon a time. Didn't quite make it. Oh, there's a pesky TPM nose right up my bottom. Hey, how you doing? Captain Jack Lyle is with us again. Hey, how are you doing? I'm sorry I'm not looking outside my aircraft as much as I normally do. I'm really trying to not CTD. Yeah, I fly a lot inside the aircraft because you fly inside the aircraft, right? I don't mind looking outside because obviously we've got people flying with us, and it's nice that they've flown all this way. You know, some of them last week flew all the way across, you know, the Atlantic with me for hours and hours, and it's nice to show. I mean, we didn't see very much, did we? We saw lots of blue skies and not a lot. So, and even this one, you know, 1,400 miles today. It's nice to, you know, that people take their time to share it with us on the journey, and I like to show people that they're here and flying around with us. So, but yeah, I'm Dangerous Brian's still out there as my wingman. Hopefully, we've got no sharks. I mean, the stuff that Bort Panda works like, watches, I guess that we could have sharks even here, right? Oh, the catacombs. Yeah, have you not been there? I did a tour of that when I went over to France. Where are the others we saw? Oh, so yeah, so Gothenburg have also got some like hidden catacombs that you can go down and watch. Uh-oh, Kingsman, there's a big no. Is that about sharks or or is it worse than sharks? Oh, the catacombs. You wouldn't want to go and see them? Oh, you would love to go and see them. Ah. I did know Piper Strait. And I mention it because it's one of the places that Amelia wanted to go to as an explorer when she was younger. So she used to play explorer with her sister in a barn, and they had an old sort of horse-drawn carriage that they used to use as a travelling vehicle. And they would used to be able to rattle off lots of names in Africa, and Timbuktu is one that would trip off the tongue apparently. So yeah, and she mentioned it in her logbook of this particular part of the flight, where she said, yeah, so we discovered joys of places, maps that we could clutch onto. Map travelling took place. The map of Africa was our favourite. The very word meant mystery. Names would roll off our tongues such as Senegal, Timbuktu, Ngami, El Fasher and Khartoum. And we also thought about how the advantages of the River Niger and Nile were, and how they would get across them. So she used to think about that a lot. But she used to say that more than once, as the Electra pilot who had been that little girl, once saw on the early flights of Fancy in the old carriage as she flew herself across straight Central Africa from the Atlantic to the Red Sea. For me, the dreams of long ago had come true. However, only back in the day, in Atchison, our imaginal African treks were on the back of camels or elephants. These aeroplanes were of another day. So, she thought that she would be going across the Africa and camels and elephants, but here she ended up flying it across Africa in an aircraft. 6 knots, good evening to you. Yeah, we're good. We've got another 1 hour, 50 minutes of flying time to go, estimated, and 321.2 nautical to go. I have done a bit of travelling, Bosman, yeah. A lot of it I've done with work, I must say. A lot of it I've done with work, or have done it to get work. So, I spent a lot of time in New Zealand for a bit when I was teaching them how to deal with gross sales tax, or GST as they call it. I've travelled. El Puro, welcome. Good of you to join us. Thank you for joining us on our 12th leg of Amelia's memorial flight as we head from Dakar to Gao in Mali. We're about 1 hour, 50 minutes out, and so I've been to China, Japan, New Zealand. Whoa, El Puru, thank you for the follow. Thank you so much. Canada, obviously, North America. Never been to South America. Enjoy your din-dins, Annalisa. Take care, darling. See you soon. I've been to several places in the States, obviously East Coast, Central and West. Spent a lot of time in the sort of West in Cincinnati. Met quite a few times, but I've spent out there. France, Germany, Italy, Sweden, Denmark. I'm trying to think. Oh, Hong Kong. That's still China these days, right? Still quite a few places I've never been, and I'd love to go. I'd love to go and see the pyramids, but I just don't know if I'll ever get there, and whether it's safe to go now, which is a shame because I was very, very much into my prehistorical history when I was younger. Yeah. What I couldn't tell you about Silbury Hill or Avebury or any of the grand circles, Woodhenge, Stonehenge, the Ridgeway, and all the Iron Age forts all along that, which I've traipsed all over. I've literally walked the entire length of the Ridgeway looking for all the different Iron Age forts and history along the way. Yeah, so I like travelling. I think that travelling expands the mind. Experiencing other people's cultures and civilizations and is amazing. Oh, Spain. I've been to Spain. Barcelona. That was incredible. I enjoyed Barcelona very much. Yeah, I've been to Holland, France. Do you know what? I've never been to Belgium. Been to East and West Germany. When East Germany was East Germany. It was actually easier to get into China than it was to get into Vegas last time I went. The TSA really, really make life difficult for travellers. But I was welcomed into China with open arms. The border guard was like saying, "Your first time, welcome, welcome, welcome." It's like, literally every other border guard just stares at you, but no. Getting out of China was harder, but not for me, but for the traveller I was travelling with. They had batteries in their suitcase. You're not allowed batteries. Okay, so I'm going back to weirdest experience. I'm not going to say weirdest experiences on an airline, but I'm going to say weirdest experience at an airport. So at Pudong Airport in Shanghai, which is really quite modern. It's got the maglev outside. It absolutely tears into Shanghai city. You get to Shanghai Airport and you've just gone through your passport control and you're going up to security to have your bags checked. And the signs, so it's like, you're not allowed this, you're not allowed that. So battery, cameras, you're not allowed to have all these things in your thing. What do you think they had on their "you must not have in your luggage" signs at Pudong Airport? Name one thing that I don't think you'd ever expect to see on a "do not have this in your luggage" sign. Have a good guess. Nope. I mean, this is going to be a really strange one. No, well, there were chickens, yeah, but that's not the strangest one. Food, no. Hens, no. Livestocks are on there, but they're still not the strangest one I've ever seen. No. Bought Panda hits it with lawnmower. A petrol-driven lawnmower. You can't have petrol-driven lawnmowers in your luggage from China. Not an electric one, a petrol-driven one. I wonder if an electric one would have been allowed. But no, they really went to town on this bag. It was like, because they were all armed and everything and shouting at him in Chinese, which none of us understood. And yeah, obviously, Pilatus, obviously all the big things, the explosives, aerosols, they were all on there. They had goats, pigs, chickens, and lawnmowers. And I mean, but it was like a proper, like a Honda engine lawnmower with the pull, and they literally had a picture of someone pulling the starter cord as on the picture. Well, see, in America you can do that, right? Whereas obviously in the UK we don't have that sort of stuff. I can never go anywhere without your lawnmower, right? Oi, oi, oi. I say that China flight from Shanghai to Melbourne was the longest 12-hour flight I've ever had. It was the most. It was overnighter for a start, so it was a late one. I guess weird. All the kids went to sleep on the trays. So the kids did, they were out. They were literally, the food trays. They had kids in. They made beds for the kids on the food trays. That was pretty strange. Actually, do you know what? That is pretty weird. So whoever asked me your weirdest experience, that's probably pretty weird that they put the kids to bed out of food trays on an aircraft. But it's clever, but not so clever if there was turbulence, right? Johnny, I don't know. I don't know the answer. I mean, it's been one of those things I've always wondered about. It's like someone must have tried it, right? And perhaps they tried, because lots of people travel from from one place to another, and a lot of people travel with the great big luggage boxes, don't they? Perhaps that someone's tried to put petrol-driven motors in those, rather than so it goes in the hold rather than But how bizarre! So that's a pretty weird experience of mine. Yeah, it goes from the clever to hilarious. It's like when you watch those programs, isn't it, on the telly? It's like they come back from somewhere, and it's like, what do you mean this stun gun's not allowed? What do you mean my samurai sword's not allowed? Like, as someone who as a diabetic and everything, when I travel, I have letters saying what all my medication are, because sometimes you go to a country, your medication actually might be banned there, and I feel guilty having my prescription medication on me. Can you imagine what some of these people? I mean, I can't imagine how they do the things they do to bring in illicit materials, but I feel guilty just having prescription medication sometimes. 22 and 20, we are. Oh yes, So New Zealand are really, 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 really strict about bringing food into their country, especially fresh food. And my uncle that lived in New Zealand at the time that I was with, he wanted always, if I was in the UK, to bring over stuff like Robinson's jams, stuff that you can get these days in Australia, no problem. Not New Zealand, no problem. But back then you couldn't. And so I used to have to come with like sealed bags of food stuffs, but cooked food stuff. And I remember coming in once and having to get there. Obviously, you get your bag and they go through the bag and everything. You show all the stuff you've got, and they sort of did a quick look through my bag, and they went fine. I get all the way home, and I get a pair of my hiking boots out, and a bloody apple rolls out. God, that would have cost me several $100s if they'd have found that. I don't even know how the apple got into my hiking boot, let alone anything else. I had to throw it in the incinerator, just in case. So Eve online. L737RS. Yeah, some of the stuff they miss. It's like they check things, and then it's like, how did that get on my back? How did that get through? And how didn't I get told off for not having that? Oh, yeah. So many moons ago, we played Star Wars Galaxies, and we had an outpost on Locke, one of the planets, near Tatooine, and you could only get there really by either travelling across the entire planet or taking a shuttle. Well, if you were the wrong faction and you came to our place in Locke and you got off of it, you'd walk into the minefield and it would all blow up. So you'd get off and blow up. So yeah, we go, oh yeah. The minefield is dinged. Played that for ages until they ruined it with Jedi. Oh yeah, the New Zealand Ah, Six Women. Oh, Women's Six Nations. Is that on now? Ooh. Oh, and it's nearly football time for the Liverpool fans. Oh, the MD-11. Now I'm going to get this wrong. Is the MD-11 that's the one that's not got a straight? Oh, crikey! What's the piece of space between seats? The aisle. Is the MD-11 the one that's got a like a dog leg halfway down it? Yeah, so it's got two on and one in the tail. If you, I don't know if you've ever watched the YouTube series with the female pilots and the female pilots that fly Lufthansa in the MD-11, and they fly all across the world. They've got some incredible YouTubes. I'll put them up on Discord because they're really good to watch. Female captain and first co-pilot. So yeah, I flew an MD-11 from. Where did I fly that from? Toronto to Cincinnati, I think. But it was weird because you walk up the aisle and then it sort of like turns left, and then so on. So you've got like two on this side and one on that side, and then you've got two seats on that side and then one on that side. Anime Birder, hey, how are you doing? Lovely to see you. I hope you're having a great day. Yeah, they are apparently notoriously hard to fly. Lazy days are great. Yeah, muddy boots, muddy hiking boots into Australia or New Zealand are really, 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 really naughty things to do. So if you're into sport, rugby boots, football boots, cricket boots, golf shoes, hiking boots, if they're dirty or have grass, you can spend a long time cleaning them if you arrive at Sydney, Melbourne, Auckland or Christchurch. ABC, always be cleaning. Right, 21 and 20, getting ready to change tanks. We are 279 miles out of Gao. And we are 1 hour 36 to go. And so far so good. I'm being a bit good today and not jumping out of the aircraft too much. Trying to avoid a CTD. So I can't show off all the fireflies that are flying along. Yeah, I know. Yes, of course you can buy boots. But you know what? When you've got a good, sturdy pair of well-fitting hiking boots, sometimes that's hard to find. You just have to wash them. Scrub them before you go. I still think that the TSA ask anyone from Europe if they've been on a farm in so many days, just a cattle farm. A319s, A320s, 737s, 757s, yeah. Yeah, we don't see them much over here, so obviously A319s, A320s, the Neos, 737s, 757s, 767s. Used to get the 747s, 777s. Quite common from Heathrow. The odd A380. But up here in Newcastle, it's the biggest plane that will fly out of here, I think, is this. I have flown 767 to Heathrow from Newcastle, but I don't think it flies anymore. Yeah, 767. I used to fly a lot when I went to Cincinnati. I was a regular on the flight from Cincinnati to Paris and Paris to Cincinnati. The The closest I get to the Queen City at the moment is the MLB app. I used to fly S747 to New Zealand quite a bit, so the route's changed somewhat since when I flew in the 90s. So you'd fly from Heathrow to LA, LA to Auckland. Now it seems to go the other way around through Hong Kong. It goes to Sydney first and then across to Auckland. And then from Auckland to Sydney, Sydney to Hong Kong. So it's changed quite somewhat now. 20 and 20, time to change tanks. Changing to the right. 271.3, 1 hour 33 to go. Gulfstream 5s, yeah. We get quite a few cargo planes coming in here, but not massive ones. I guess the biggest ones are the Air Force ones that come in to refuel. Yeah. Yeah, all the flights that were stopped because of what happened. It's a shame. Check my mappage. We are coming up on the Nile. Sorry, the Niger. So we're going to fly outside for a little bit because we are coming up on the Niger. Don't know how much of it we're going to see, mind, with this desert conditions today, but I'm not touching I'm not touching weather settings now. So we can see in some of the tributaries already. Quite marshy around here. One of the towns slightly to north as we cross the Niger is called Tonka. If you, you know, I think Tonka's one of the great, best known toy companies around. Not named after Tonka, but I just thought it was an interesting name to see. So in the British Airways have now stopped all of their 747. They haven't got a 747 fleet anymore. So many of them are closing them off. Ah, the A330-300. I wonder how long that will fly with the cases in France. Always interested trying to buy a Shannon to visit family in Galway. There's always something odd on the field with big service and military stopovers. We have military jets come in every now and again and to Newcastle to refuel and then zoom off for their flights around the north and the Lake District for their training, where they do quite a bit of their low-level stuff across from the northeast to the northwest. Can scare the living bejesus out of you when you're flying from or driving from one side of the country to the other. So yeah, 6 hours. 6 hours into the flight with 1 hour 29 to go. So we're pretty much good on track. Remember, guys, to stretch, to have a drink, take a break, have some hot chocolate, have a sandwich. Nice, Kazaki. Yes, Austin is a National Guard base, isn't it? So yeah, one of the obviously we landed in Tucson on this particular flight at the airport next to the airport, which is now home of the airplane graveyard. And I think actually Amelia landed at the airbase next door. But I may have got that wrong. But they're right so close, right next door to each other. It wasn't too bad. Will just give the webcam image some offage for a moment and just mute my microphone because I desperately need to crawl back to the airplane and use the ladies. I will be right back. In the meantime, let's enjoy some music as we get towards the Niger. Oh, do you know what? I'm going to miss the Niger. I'm not going to go. I've got to sit here and watch the Niger. Ah, Loring Air Force Base. Nice. And here we're coming across part of the Niger. What did Amelia say about the Niger? Did she say anything about the Niger? So the upper reaches of the Niger with the hilly country to our right. Very hard to see in the fog. With the hilly country to our right, north perhaps within sight. Where and when to look was fabled Timbuktu, 400 miles up the river from Gao. So she didn't say much about it as she crossed it. But she did note that 400 miles north of Timbuktu. But we're starting to, so this is the first water that we've seen for 6 hours, right? Other than the sea. About 5 hours. The odd dry river. So it's going to be sort of snaking out around us. I wish I had some chocolate eggs. I don't think we have any. I've got chocolate, but no chocolate eggs. It's quite cool. Never flown across the Niger in any flight simulator before. This is a first. So, as I mentioned earlier, we're heading towards Gao, which at this time in 1937 had a population of a mere 5,000 people. In 2021, it has a population of 87,000. So, population growth in Gao is somewhat bigger now. It used to be an outpost at the edge of the Sahara. It was a very important city, a political centre for the French, which they'd ruled in this area since the 1900s. It was the terminus for the Trans-Sahara motor traffic coming from the north, and was noted to be of increasing importance. So I will allow that. That's a real word, Niger. I don't know why that did that to you, Kazaki, because I added that. So please ignore my bot telling you off. Because obviously it is the Niger. Yeah, so the film Sahara, yeah. Because obviously we're on the edges of. But it's interesting to see. Take care, SJ Fly. Have a great evening. And we're going to cross some water. It's a bit more lakey, this part, but... Oof. Thank you. I thought the landscape might be a bit more green around the water. But I guess this bit's a bit sort of marshy here. The actual main river Niger is quite thin at this point. So some people still haven't been here, so we're flying across we flew from St. Louis in Senegal to Dakar, Senegal, and now we're flying from Senegal all the way to Gao in Mali. They did this on 2 separate days. That was Amelia arriving at Dakar, climbing out of the top of the aircraft. They were greeted by Air France. Amelia in her traditional slacks and checkerboard shot. They had dinner in slacks and shirts. Everyone else is nicely dressed. They had the plane cleaned and the engine serviced. So and then flew on this leg of the journey to Gao. Originally they were going to head for further south, but the weather was bad and was threatening tornadoes, so they flew north at advice of the Air France commander back in Dakar. Yeah, she's I mean, her slacks were pretty cool. Yeah. But she said she felt like a vagabond because she said she didn't think her shoes would ever recover. She only had 1 pair of shoes, 5 pair of shirts, and 5 pairs of trousers. 1 coverall that she used when maintaining the aircraft. No coat and a 1 sun hat. A toothbrush, and that was pretty much it. Oh, wrong button. Oh my word, I am terrible today. Keep hitting that button. I think that's my up button, but it's not. Small Town Token Brown, thank you for following. It's really kind of you. We're out here now in heading towards Gao in Mali. We have 1 hour 20 minutes to go. We've been on the go for 6 hours 10 minutes. Yeah, buttonage. I'm terrible. Or buttonage. Because apparently I don't say buttons properly. It's button. Doesn't it look like? It does look like a different planet, right? You know, we've seen some extremes, haven't we? This is quite incredible. I didn't realise it was quite so flat. I've never flown over this part of Africa in the sim before, or any sim. I've flown about some of the south, and I've done a bit of Egypt and Tunisia. But I was quite surprised at how flat this was. I guess I was surprised at how flat a lot of China is. Around the Shanghai region, Beijing, everything. That's really, really flat. And I guess you forget how vast this planet actually is, right? You know, when it takes 10 hours to cross a very narrow part of the Atlantic, as we did last week, which was really incredible. And this week we're flying over lots of barrenness. I think, you know, Amelia did say that she was, you know, it was as barren as anything that she'd ever flown over. It reminds me of some of the pictures you've seen of Venus. The colours, right? Very Venusian. $17 on the right, 20 on the left. Should still have about 3 hours of fuel left with 1 hour 18 to go. Obviously, we're only flying 95 gallons. The Mooney that flew this trip back in 2017 flew with 200 gallons of fuel. So if it does get a little bit tight, we'll always pump it up a little bit because we're not flying with full that we should have been. And we still have Fireflies with us. We've got Sydney, Myro, Botip. We've got Dangerous Brian, Rad Pilot Randy, Goblin, Druid Zeus, Thorhack, who's flown all the way, Kazaki Flyer, Chilled Corky, Madge C888. Thank you for flying along as we cross more of the Niger Basin. Well, it's a bit greener, I guess, here. Well, perhaps not. Oh, Captain Jack Lyle is below us. Doesn't quite get as green as green as the Nile Delta gets and the Nile Basin. You have indeed, Super Fyphon. Welcome back, Red Pilot Randley. Yeah, Johnny, absolutely, right? You get to learn so much. I've never flown over the Middle East. We'll be doing that for the first time. I have done some India with Two-Tone Murphy and the Flying Circus. That was incredible. So we will land at 2 airports that we have landed with Murphy. So we will land at... or did we land at Karachi? No, perhaps we didn't. So we'll land at Karachi and we will land at Calcutta. Or Kolkata. Oh wow! On Bush League Legends, really? And Bro Pilots, wow! Crikey! Thank you, Small Town Token Brown. Welcome. We're on leg 12 of the Amelia Earhart round the world flight, and we are about an hour and 30 odd minutes outside of, well, an hour and a quarter now to Gao in Mali. Today's 2 legs will be around about 1,440 nautical miles. And we're just flying over the Niger. And it really is snaking around like she said it was going to be. Do you know what, Goblin? I was just thinking this would be a brilliant place to come and star watch. So we have a dark sky zone not too far from where I live in Newcastle. It's out near Kielder Water, and it's a dark sky area. I still haven't been. I must go out there and on a good clear night, because you can see the entire Milky Way, which I don't think I've seen. Certainly Laura's never seen it, and I think she'd like to see it. So that's a bucket list item. Get out and camp in a dark skies area on a clear night to see the Milky Way. That's our route today around the world. Absolutely. Well, that's a nice piece of ground out there. That's lovely. Got some nice colours around this basin. Yeah, how insignificant we really are. It's like that picture, isn't it, from one of the probes that we sent out, the blue dot, and it's just like this tiny blue speck in the blackness of space. Yeah, so where I live, no chance. You'll see some stars, but you won't see it like you will in a dark skies place. So literally, yeah, there's nothing nearby. So 15 or 16 on the right, 20 on this. We should be nearly changing tanks to the left, as we are 213 nautical now. Ah, the view of that, was it the view of Earth? Yeah, it's a little blue dot. It was incredible when you think about it. And that's some of the stuff that, you know, I sit and ponder. It's like how big it is. You know, you just can't. You just can't. It just is too massive for the human brain to comprehend how massive it all is. Please excuse my voice. It's really starting to croak up and crack up. So everything's still all in the green blue. Well under our fuel usage. Too big. I'll stay around my home base. Yeah, I've never played Elite Dangerous. One of my former colleagues at my last company used to play it a lot in VR. I used to love it. He and another colleague used to play all the time. You're very much astronomy is your thing, though, isn't it, Goblin? Isn't that what you've mastered in? I have a sneaking suspicion I remember you saying that you are a doctorate in astronomy. Yeah, I knew you were a clever man. Very clever, very nice. Oh, is it really that bad, Muaz? Nice, Super Typhon. Yeah, Goblin. Goblins are crazy intelligent. That's impressive. It is impressive. Yeah, there was, yeah. I might be clever at words, might be clever at law, but maths is not my thing. So when I was, doing my pilot stuff, oh, that was hard work. This is quite incredible. This place. It's I don't know whether it's I don't know quite what I was expecting from the Niger. It may not be a very wide river like like some places the Mississippi can be and things like that, or the Yellow River, but it's the delta of it is massive, isn't it? It's actually really quite a wide area it spreads over. Klingon counts. Anyone that does, people that do languages is all good. It definitely counts. It's definitely one I don't know. I'm quite pleased I know several, but I did try learning Mandarin. It's just too hard. Too hard for me. I think you'd need someone who could speak it to help you. A bit like when I learned. Oh, small time token brown. Oh, there are so many good ones. Which one would I recommend? Oh, that's a good one. There's some really good ones on YouTube. The non-conspiracy theory ones. I saw a great one on the History Channel. Smithsonian Channel had some on her, but it was okay. Do you know what, that one on the YouTube, was it National Geographic? Let me find it, because it is really good. Let's go. Oh, I'm pressing buttons. Wish me luck. Wish me luck. Amelia. Earhart. Documentary. Gotta be careful because some of these are based on the, you know, the. Oh, I can't find it now. The National Geographic one, Expedition Amelia, is really good. Yeah, I'm just trying to find the one. I can't find the one because a lot of these are conspiracy-led now. So you have to be a little bit careful because they're not as they go into the obscure theories of what happened to her. The Nat Geographic one is pretty good. Oh, thank you so much. I will eat my dinner in a minute. I've just been given a hot chocolate with cream and marshmallows. So, Expedition Amelia is quite good because it talks about how they try to find her. And that was some special. That was Noisage. Valor Brandex, thank you so much for the follow. The movie is not too bad. Is the film any good? The film's okay. All right, so it focuses a bit too much on her affair with Gore Vidal, which detracts a little bit. But it was a thing. She got married, but she said she was never going to honour her vows and that her husband never needed to do that. But, you know, she did a lot and they didn't really need to focus on that. But hey-ho, they did. The flights are good. It shows all of her flights, pretty much. Christopher Eccleston plays Fred Noonan. Hilary Swank plays Amelia. Richard Gere plays George Putnam. Ewan McGregor plays Gore Vidal. So, and of course the colour Electra in colour that is now at the Seattle Museum of Flight is the aircraft that they actually used in the film. You're welcome. The History Channel Amelia Earhart documentary is very, very good. The Nat Geographic Expedition Amelia talks about how they tried to use AI to find her. So, a lot of the theories do tie around the fact that she might have been captured by the Japanese. Wasn't necessarily shot down, but that she was executed by the Japanese after landing at Nikanamoro Island, which was several hours to the south. Did she land at Nikanamoro? Don't know. I still hold that they misnavigated, spent fuel that they didn't need to by climbing too high, and just ran out of fuel and crashed in the sea. So I quite liked the film Amelia, but if there is a bit that if you're not into the lovey-dovey stuff, then that's probably not going to catch your attention. But the fact that they fly a proper, Freedom, the aircraft that obviously it was a float plane, that's all in there, and they landed in the wrong country. They thought they were ending up in Ireland and ended up in Wales. And then when she flew flew the Atlantic, she was expecting to be in one place and ended up in Ireland, just outside of Derry. And but yeah, some people have suggested that she landed on an island, got captured, and was later executed as being a spy. I don't know. It's just a theory. Given that she was communicating with the Itasca and said that she was running low on fuel, suggests to me that she ditched in the sea and went to the bottom of the ocean. But no one's found the aircraft. I mean, the sea around. I mean, let's not forget, she had the biggest search, biggest maritime search in history at the time that the America put out for her, and put a lot of effort into trying to find her, but there was nothing. But of course, the islands and the atolls and everything out there, they are quite remote. They are quite hard to see land on. Certainly during the Second World War, some of the Japanese still didn't know the war had ended and things like that. So you would have thought so. So there was an investigation where some bones were found on that atoll. They suggested there was a bit of a fuselage in the sea, but it was ruled out at the time as not being of a European lady. But she was very tall for a European lady, so could well been. But they destroyed the bones, so they can't even do the DNA stuff, because even today there is a living relative of Amelia Earhart. Oops, I'm yakking again. Change tanks. Live today, and if those bones are still been around, then perhaps they could have absolutely done some DNA testing. However slim, it might have said that there was a chance or not a chance that she was the bones were hers, but we'll never know because they destroyed them. Well, yeah, very much so. Flight MH370. No, bits of it apparently have washed up, right? But again, no one knows what happened to that really, other than we all can think it's ditched in the sea. I'd say the technology in future may be able to find it. I'm holding out a lot of hope for AI, artificial intelligence, to root out all the possibilities of where the plane could have got, speed, height, all of that good stuff, and work out all of the points that potentially it could have gone, and then they can perhaps scour the ocean for it. But they've sent many things out there trying to find it. I mean, there's even videos on YouTube. It's like, we found the plane, and it's like a picture, of a plane at the bottom of the ocean. But it's like, it's very, very unlikely. There are some things out there on the net that it's all very, very strange. It's like we found her, and then there was a picture that was circulated where there was a lady sat on a dock with her back it looked like a European lady, but it was disproved to be her. So thank you, Majesty. Take care. I hope you have a great rest of your day. Occam's razor, yeah, I think so. War hamster. So 20 and 14. And we're seeing the Niger disappear from behind us. So we've got Rad Pilot Randy, Captain Jack Lyle, Dangerous Brian, Druid, Goblin Druid, Torhaki, Chilled Corky, Sydney Myro, Kozaki Flyer. Some people behind, I can't quite see who you are, but you're still there. Thank you, Botip. And nice. Yeah. Yeah, there's just, sometimes the world is so big, it's not easy to find everything. If she'd have been overland, probably, but at that time it was the longest single attempt across the Pacific. Yeah. And it was untested. She was landing on an atoll that no one had ever tried to land at before. Famous mainly for its seabirds and its guano mining. Because guano is very good in fertilizer. So it's... Hey, Countryman 551. No. No, my Bravo still isn't here. Still not here after all these weeks. Or months even. God, I mean, poor old Ailerons Into the Wind. He ordered his back in February 2020. And he still hasn't had his. I ordered mine a bit later than him, but I still haven't had it. I think I've been told mine's due to ship now, based on the last email I had from Aerosoft. But poor Stuart, who ordered at roughly the same time. Yeah, I've ordered one. I've ordered two now. I ordered one with Amazon back in April. And I've ordered another one just before, or just after the new year, with Aerosoft. Amazon don't know when they're going to get their copy. But apparently they're sourced by Aerosoft. And there's loads of people in the UK that haven't been able to get one. So I'm hoping it ships. So last email I had said it was due to arrive with them around the 1st of April. So I'm hoping it will ship any day now. Perhaps next week might be the good week. Who knows? Right, now that I've passed the Niger and I've got a few miles ahead of me, I am going to turn the camage off. Let's enjoy the sound of the music while I crawl over the fuel tanks and now dive into the little cubby hole of a loo that is in the back of the Electra. I will be right back. I actually use my my throttle for quite a bit, so every button on my SciTech throttle does something. So obviously I've got the three mixtures, so mixture, propeller, RPM, and throttle, and then I have my speed brake, my landing gear, my flaps, up and down, and then I also have in and out of VR, because I find it easier from a muscle memory to actually press the button than I do finding it on the keyboard, especially when I'm in VR. So we are 19 and 14. We have 54 minutes and 157 miles to go. No, it's definitely not worth paying over the odds for, you know, what is what, £229 throttle. Yeah, people gouging. No, I won't pay gouging. You can pretty much get nearly 2 Bravos for the price of that on eBay. Yeah, definitely not in stock here in the UK, and a lot of this may be the UK's own doing by doing what they did and left Europe. So who knows? Sweden's actually really quite expensive for electronics, isn't it? Used to be really quite expensive for games and importing games and stuff. Ah, okay. That's cool. That's good to know. Sorry for the quiet. I'm just having a little bit of a drink and a little bit of food. So we found out there was someone else from Sweden in here last week, and they were actually from Halmstad, which is where Bort Panda comes from, and we spent a bit of time out there as well. Six knots. Whereabouts are you? Are you? How did you get one from Amazon before? What country are you in? Wow. Well, I think Stuart and I have been really unlucky then, because we can't get hold of one for Toffee. Look at the colours out here now. It's really changed again. I'm still surprised at how flat it is. Oh, God, the alpha. All right, okay, yeah, I'll let you off with the alpha. I won't go into alley rage for the for the Bravo. Yeah, Bravo is, yeah, no problem. Again. Oh, God. Darn Siri, I tell you. Oh, crikey, that's not good news. Yeah, so that's the thing, Johnny. You've got to really like it to want to invest in it. Oh, I actually really like Malmö. I was really pleasantly surprised at how nice Malmö city centre is. I understand it's got issues in some parts of the city, but then every city does. But it was way nicer than I thought it was going to be. I had a nice time in Malmö. Yeah, I've got mine on order from Aerosoft, and I do have an email from them that says you're going to get it soon. TM. I was hoping, well, half hoping that was one of the emails there. So Aerosoft. I want my Bravos. Yeah, it's really odd. But it had a couple of delays, and they were like, "Oh, it's going to be here on the 1st to the 2nd of April." Yeah, so again, 6 knots. I will believe it when I see it. When it's in my house, I'll believe it. Not until the moment it comes over my door will I be surprised. Will I? Chilled Corky, I'll ping you a DM later after the flight with a working email address and a telephone number that works if you want to shout at them. They don't give it to everybody. I managed to grab one. Johnny ABI, absolutely. So one of the, even with a yoke that's got trim buttons, it's really tricky to trim. The 152, the trims are a little bit too flighty. I have an original. Now, it doesn't currently work, but I can share what I've got. When I say it doesn't currently work, in that for some unknown reason, Microsoft will not understand this USB device. It works in X-Plane absolutely fine, but it's an original Cessna trim wheel from Cytec, which you can't get. This is rarer than Rocking Horse Hoodoo. So, and it's just literally is an up, nose down wheel, and that gives me a really good feel. But I can't get it working in the aircraft. It won't. It just won't work. It works if I use SPAD Next. It works with the SPAD Next drivers. But of all the things I have now that uses the SPAD Next drivers, I'm not using it. So I'm not using the yoke. Oh, Dave Hagen, thank you for the follow. So yeah, it's an original Cytec with the Cessna branding and everything. It's really, really good. Works fantastically and is much more controllable because again, you can literally sit there, one hand on the yoke, one hand on the trim wheel, and it's really nice to use. But I just can't get it working for Toffee. Works in X-Plane, no problem. Works for SPAD Next drivers, no problem. Hello from a party. Well, I hope you're having a great party, Dave. Thank you for popping over and having to watch some Twitch. We're here flying the 12th leg of the Amelia Earhart around the world flight. It's a 28,800 mile journey. We're on leg 12, flying from Dakar to Gao in Mali. And we're about 130 miles out now. We've been going for about 6 hours, 45 minutes so far. There must be a way, Johnny, absolutely, but I just can't get it to work for Toffee in Microsoft Flight Sim. So, Windows sees it moving. It knows the axis is there. The Windows USB controller knows it's there, knows it works. But there's no real driver for it either. But it knows it's there. It works. X-Plane, straight out the box, works. Don't have to do anything. It just works. Can't get it to work in Microsoft Flight Sim for Toffee. And it does acknowledge it in the control settings. So I can set there and I can move it, the axis, and it knows it's doing it. But when you get into game, nothing. Not a thing, not a sausage. If I could get it to work, I would be as happy as Larry until my Bravo turns up. With my Bravo, because that's actually got a trim wheel as well. Won't quite have the same feel as the Cessna one, because you know, as someone who learned to fly in a Cessna, the Cessna trim wheel has got a real feel about it, and that is not bad. That they don't make it anymore. So 6 knots. I got the TPRs today. They arrived today, and I'm using them for the first time in this flight. So I've said it several times today. There's a difference between expensive and overpriced. I think these are expensive, but they're worth it. So far, they are chalk and cheese. Again, it's a bit like the Alpha to the Cytec yoke. Chalk and cheese. The feeling of the Alpha yoke compared to the Cytec with the no detente in the middle and everything like that. The fact that I can fly one-handed, you know, even once it's trimmed out properly, I can fly with a forefinger and thumb, like my instructor used to tell me. The rudder pedals are the same. You've got that feeling. I mean, literally, it is, you know, I can literally just dab them and I've got movement. It's incredible. She says that. I haven't used them for so long, I think they've fallen asleep. Yeah, it's really weird. Yeah, it's so between my rudder pedals, I was going to go and get the Charlies when they came out, but Honeycomb have upset me with their handling of the Bravo. So you wouldn't mind if they communicated with you. You wouldn't mind if they responded to your emails and your texts. In the UK, we were told that the main place to order it from was Amazon. So we did. Amazon have not been told when they're ever going to get any shipments. So whilst they've never had any and were a recommended distributor, Honeycomb have been selling the Bravo on their website, but not selling it or sending them to their distributors. If you've got surplus stock, send it to your distributors. Your distributors still sell your product. You still make money. I don't understand it. But Amazon in the UK have not had any. I really do think these have gone to sleep, but I don't want to unplug them. I think the rudders have completely disappeared in the aircraft. Oh, well, I'm not going to knock it now. I'm 116 miles out. I don't know what my bot is doing. It's really misbehaving today. Really misbehaving. So we've still got quite a few of the Fireflies with us. 16 and 14, nearly ready to change over to right tank. 114.9 miles. 39.27 to go. And we want to go, we're arrive at GAGO. Nice, there are no reference charts. Nice. So runway 27. Sorry, runway 07. Well, it's showing me 07 left and 25 right. And no 07 right or 25 left. Charts say we want to be at 2500, about 5 miles out. So it's pretty much a straight in to 07 left. Don't know if you guys can see the chart. Probably not. I did press the button, Navigraph. No, you're not showing me now. Alright. So pretty much straight in, 07. Why are my rudder pedals not working? It's going to be an interesting landing with no rudders, right? I bet you are, Kazaki. You've done some hell of a flying with us the last few weeks. One thing I'll have to do is check that the USB port that this is plugged into isn't going to sleep. No Kazaki Flyer, no ILS, I'm afraid. It's all RNAV. Or all visual. I mean, I dared not do this, right? But I could select an approach and do 07 RNAV just to drive us in. Do I dare? Right, so just checking my charts again then. So this didn't really exist in the day, but Delba is on our track. So we don't want to go to Arima, we don't want to go to Tutol, we want to go to Dilba. So that'll pretty much do it. So, Kazaki, if you want to know where we're going, if you do the RNAV approach to runway 07 left through the Dilba transition, you should be fine. You want to be at 2,500 feet at Dilba. The course from Dilba is 065 degrees, and from the next waypoint, which is on the map, so if I bring up the map, so you want to be at 2,500 feet at Dilba around G0501. That's where the guide slope kicks in. So if you want to do it, then it's a 3%, a 3 degree descent from G501. So you want to be, yeah, 2,500 between Dilba and Gulf, and then 5 degrees all the way, 3 degrees all the way down to runway 07. The airport elevation is 870 feet. The runway elevation is 836 feet. The runway length is... Where's the runway length? Why can't I see the runway length? It's 1,500 meters. So we should all be good, so rock out. And I did activate it, but you're being an arse. And this is the problem with this, the in-game one, without the mod. It doesn't like accepting stuff. Even though you're on the approach, it doesn't show on the GPS. Anyway, looks like we're on it. So we'll try that instead. Kazaki, if you ever want a lesson on the Garmins and how to set your procedures, I'll happily sit on Discord and show you how to do it. You know, even the simplest of stuff. But sadly no ILS, so I can't give you a frequency. Right then, in which case you want... Johnny, we're on North Europe. What do you want, Brian? Let's have a look. Why won't you share that? Let me share that. Why won't you share my Navigraph? Navigraph is live scene. Source is not cockpit. It's none of those. Why do you think you're a source? Cockpit. Oh, have I just... Oh, perhaps I've deleted it by mistake. Oh, it's both Arima is south of Dilba and Tutol is north of Dilba. I need to get this set up. Give me a second, guys. Let me see if I can share this with you. So source what do I want to do? I want to do a window capture, add source, new source, and that's Navigraph. Add the name of the source, add source. I want to capture Navigraph charts. I'll do that, and then make it a little bit smaller. Can you guys see that okay? Sorry for the messing about with that. 14 and 14, I'm going to change to my right tank now. So we've got, so on here, you'll see on the chart that we've got Dilba is pretty much the straight in approach all the way to runway 07. Tutol is to the north and Arima is to the south. So if you pick Arima, it will take you to Arima and then into Geo 500, or Tutol into Dilba to Geo 501. So you'll end up in the same place, but it may be a slightly more indirect route, Brian. I suspect it's because you're not using I'm using Navigraph data for both the sim and for Navigraph and for Little Navmap. The business jet zoomed past me. Yeah. And then Navigraph doesn't turn off. Why do you not turn off? Because I now need to change on my stream deck, don't I? Right. So, stream deck Navigraph is now live scene Navigraph. Clean that, done that. Press that button, it goes away. Good. Right, there we go. 7 hours. Super Typhon, you're dead on the hours. We are 76 miles from destination. We are 29 minutes and 50 seconds. And why don't my rudders work? My rudders have turned off. Was it a thunderfly? Wow. Oh, I don't unplug it and plug it in, but this landing's going to be dodgy if I can't brake. It's going to be very dodgy. I don't know what to do. I don't know whether to unplug it and plug it in again. For that, I have a sneaking suspicion that will hang me. I might just get it on the ground and hope. Just hope I just stop on the runway somewhere. Yeah, I'll definitely use speed brakes. I'll definitely... Well, the only way to turn them on and off again is unplug them and plug them back in again, Kian. And that doesn't always help. Perhaps they need to sit in my powered hub after all. But it used to be that when you unplugged a USB item and plug it back in, the SIM would hang. And after 7 hours and 3 minutes of it behaving roughly, I'm not really that keen to play with it. You know, if anything goes wrong now, I can at least fly from 2 local airports, GAAO or GABO or GABR. So I've got places that I can fly to that I can start at. Oh, I don't know now. But speed brakes definitely, flaps. Yeah, I'm not going to do it. I'll just land on the runway and hope, and I'll just get as far along the runway as I can and just hope that I don't lose control, because I'm not going to be able to brake, so I'll just have to come in super slow. Oh, do I have a... Oh, hello. You're very close. A Thunderfly. Oh, it's HCVR 100. Hey, mate. Thank you. Wave, waving. Thank you. Welcome. How you doing, mate? There he goes. I just love the control these guys have. I don't have it. I can fly a GA, but I can't do that. Yeah, I'm not going to do it. I will get down on the ground. It's probably... Because I've got an MB339, so it should normally show up as an MB339 if I've got one, right? So I'm trying not to go out of the aircraft too much at the moment because of CTD-age. Oh, it's Merwaz. Hello. Look, there's Merwaz ahead of us. So we've got 13 and 14. We have 63 miles to go. 25, 23 ETE. 12.2 on the fuel flow. We've still got 2 hours 10 to go. So we have sufficient fuelage. So yeah, Kazaki, if you fly me in, following me in, I shall try and land. I won't be very fast. I'm going to slow it right down when I come in to land, I'm afraid. I don't have the luxury of normally riding the speed on the way in. Whoa, there he is. He's out there on the link. Look at that. I'm just trying not to go outside my aircraft too much, guys. This is, you know, and this is somewhat the frustration you have with flight sim, like literally load in and crash, 20 minutes and crash, or carry on for like 7 odd hours. Now it still might do that yet, but it's so inconsistent. Ah. Roger that, Kazaki. I will be using speed brakes. I will be using flappage. Quite a lot of flappage, I would imagine. Steve Salo, hey mate, how you doing? catch us about 23 miles out. Or 23 minutes out. 58 miles to go. Flappage, yeah. We'll have to use flappage. But not so much flappage like this, right? Try not to do flappage. Okay, mate. My lovely new TPRs aren't responding. So I think they've gone to sleep because I haven't used them for 7 hours. Haven't had to. And I think they've gone to sleep. But I don't want to unplug them and plug them back in. Oh yes, Control Plus. Yes. That will work, right? Control Decimal. Yeah. I will try that. Thanks 6 knots. Thank you, Super Typhon. I did try to pick some African music. I've got to try and find some more for next week because I've pretty much played this 3 times over now. I do want to try and 7 hours and 8 minutes we've been streaming for, Kian. Captain VJ, thank you for the follow. Thank you so much, and for joining us on the last part of our little journey today. We've been going for 7 hours 8 minutes. We've travelled from St. Louis in Senegal to Dakar in Senegal, and then from Dakar, and we're shortly arriving at Gao. It's going very well, thank you, apart from the fact that my landing is going to be very, very ropey. Your longest flight without landing? Oh, I get. Oh, so it's just like you're going to land with us at Gao? So yeah, so about 1,400 miles today. It's going to be an interesting landing because my new TPRs have decided to go to sleep. And I can't get them back working, and I don't want to unplug them after 7 hours of flight time and it to crash on me. So I'm just going to do a very weird landing. It's going to be speed brakes and flappage, and hope that we stay on the runway. Are there trees at the end? We could be in trouble. Well, I'm very glad you're having fun. EL737Rs. Yeah, the team we have is brilliant, isn't it? I mean, I wouldn't be doing this without Murph and Colonel Falk. You know, they pretty much said you really should stream. So here I am, and like I got asked earlier, what pleasantly surprised me the most? That people actually watch me. Is number one. But the fact that everyone's so lovely and generous, and that we all spend our time flying together, talking together, interacting together, helping each other, being there for each other, is, without a shadow of a doubt, the nicest community I've ever belonged to. And I'm not just saying that because I'm streaming and I want people to watch. I really feel connected. I've had a whale of a time, you know, a whale of a time since I started watching Murph. You know, I think I watched the first stream was when he was doing Storm Eileen, I think, and it was such a giggle. And then I watched for several weeks afterwards, thinking, oh, you know, perhaps, you know, I've got the sim, perhaps I could have a go. But I was always put off very much by, you know, the online playing. The community the online community, you know, internet plus anonymity equals asshat, obviously, sometimes. So it was a bit of a worry that it might be a bit like that. You know, I'm not, I fly in real life, but I'm not an experienced simmer by any stretch of the imagination, but I know how to fly. So, I've learned how to do it. And then since flying with everybody, everyone's just been lovely. You know, and then, you know, I helped out with the community quite a bit. You know, Murph asked me to be a mod, and I've been modding and having a look, you know, helping look after people. I try to give as much as I get from the community, so I try to give a lot. You know, I like helping with the flight plans. I like helping with the website. I like helping people if they've got a problem. I might not be able to solve your problem, but hey, I can even listen. You know, I'm a good listener. So if you ever need to have a chat with someone just to let off steam, or, you know, a shoulder to talk to, then I've got one. So I'm always here if anyone needs it. Thank you, Bosman. I'm glad you liked it. I know we're a little bit out from now from landing, but yeah, I'll absolutely give you a lesson on the Garmin navigation systems. I can show you roughly around the G30, 530, the 1000 and 3000. But depends which one you fly most. But happily, the 530, if you're flying a Mooney, I can talk you through that till the end of the days. It's so easy. We are a big family, Brian, and it sounds very contrite sometimes to say we are a big family, but we are. You know, it's. I often go to very dark places in my life. My brain, not the healthiest brain in the world. It takes me to some very dark places, but often, you know, sometimes to admire the majestic peaks of mountains, you have to view them from the deepest, darkest valley. And I do. But this community has kept me out of those dark places now for quite some time. So I enjoy sharing. I enjoy learning with you all. I talk a lot of nonsense. Give you a lot of anecdotes. You learn about a lot of the stupid things I've done. And hopefully we've learned a lot of history and lessons about Amelia Earhart. Certainly it's quite a long flight, this one, and she didn't write too much. But we've got some nice pictures that we've shared as we... Oh, wrong button! Wrong button! Buttons everywhere. You know, we've had some pictures of her doing the things she does, and we'll have more next time as we cross Africa. Third time, I know, I've been totally dreadful. That button is in the wrong place. I do need to arrange it. Sorry, Super Typhon. Buttons, Murphy. I'm pressing buttons. Yeah, Xbox Live does have a lot to answer for, as does World of Warcraft. So in terms of online toxic communities, yeah, Flight Sim 1, I've been at... Oh, there they go, Steve Solo and HCBR, woohoo! I've been absolutely astounded. Absolutely astounded. You know, the time, the effort that people put in, the stuff we learn, the things we do, the crack we have. It's yeah, it's amazing. Yeah, Amelia and Fred. Yeah. So if you do want to watch the film Amelia, you should. I think it's quite interesting. If you can just skip over the love scene bits, you know, the lovey-dovey bits. Yeah, they're a little bit of a distract. I do have a Discord, but I only have it because I've had one a long time. I don't use it really, Kian. So I'm a part of the two-tone Murphy Flying Circus, and that's how I'd like to keep it. So really, I'm a part of the two-tone Murphy Flying community, and what I do is for that community, not just for me. I'm enjoying doing this. I wanted to do it to have something to do that was different, to do an epic journey. You know, we all sort what epic journeys can we do, and you know, Darren picked his Scotland 737 project, and Catbat has done his, and I've then thought, well, you know, what could I do? And I've just focused on female aviators, so I want to do some of the stuff that our ladies of flight did. So I think that's going to be a differentiator. I don't have the time to stream as much as Murph or as Colonel Fort. My work just doesn't allow it. So a Saturday stream for me is perfect. You know, I'll never, you know, I'm not planning on doing this like for masses and masses, but to entertain and to share historical information and share the things I've found, absolutely. You know, and the fact that people come along every week to watch and to listen is fantastic. So can't say much more than that, really. World of Warcraft is the catalyst for my first divorce. No MMO for me, thanks, except MSC. Yeah. Well, I still play Final Fantasy 14, but only with my housemates. But World of Warcraft, I played a lot of it when I was younger. Well, it saved me from a bit of a breakdown, but no, the toxicity was really bad. And learning in the background. So I do this in the week. Yeah, it's more of a hobby. So I'm doing it to share more than anything, but it's nice because I've spent some money on some kit and equipment and stuff like that. you know, I like to think I help out. One day maybe I'll fly the liners. I've never really done it. Absolutely, was night witches, lots of ladies, and of course there were. You know, back in the 1920s, when there were 99 pilots that formed the 99s, of which Amelia was the first president, the first 99 ladies in America that had pilot's license. They are still around today, and they still look after Amelia's museum back in Ashton, Kansas. I've streamed Final Fantasy when it's a group of my friends playing it. You know, we'll do dungeons and things like that. But it's 14 and 10. Time to change to left tank. Oh, this is going to be funny landing with no rudders. This is going to be so funny. Not funny. It's funny, not funny. All right, so it's time to start getting down a bit, I think. So let me check my map. Yeah, I'm going to get down to about... Well, I'm going to go down to 2,100 feet. So I'm starting my descent Kazaki. So change this. I'll make sure that we look after Fred in the back and don't go down too fast, so we'll just arm it and we'll start our descent. So hopefully we won't blast our ears as we go down. Going down at 1,000 feet per minute might look cool in the sim, but it certainly hurts your ears. We're about, just under 25 miles out, or certainly to G0501. So G0501's here. I think it did have Artima then. So some of the guys have gone to Artima, which is out here. Artima's here, and the other one, Tutolo, is here. And then they'll come in around the DME arc and in. Dirty as possible. It's going to be a dirty landing, that's for sure. Right, well, XBMS Murphy, yes, I am finished for this part after this landing. This is we've done nearly 1,400 miles. So we've done 1,420 miles, to be honest. So this is the last one for today. We've been going for 7 hours, 20 minutes. So this is the end of today. Next week will be leg 13. Where we'll continue across Africa to El Fascia. It's a little bit shorter journey next week, which we'll talk about as we've landed. Boom! Thunderflies, go! They are so good. So good. Draco, if you're listening, that sounds a very... If you uninstall all of the versions of C++ and install the latest version, that means older versions of that needs the C++ redistributable just aren't going to work. Would I continue on DME VORs? Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I would definitely consider doing some VOR tutorials. I could even do a VOR to VOR and then using triangulation to work out where you are. Where you use VORs that are slightly off track, so that you can use them, work out the angle that they're at to roughly plot your line on a map. DMEs are really straightforward because you just pick a frequency and it tells you how far you're away. VORs are much more complicated. Well, they're not complex. You just have to know how to use them. Some are short. So the problems with VORs is everyone thinks, oh, I can pick a VOR and I will be able to read that. Some of them are very short distance. Very short distance. You know, some of them are like 40 miles. If you're 60 miles away, you're not even going to pick it up on your radio. The longer distance ones you can pick up. There are others that if you get behind mountains or in a valley, you don't get the radio signal, you can lose them. So yeah, the VOR radios, I mean, VOR radios 360 degrees on a radio station, and depending on which track you're coming at, whether you're going to or from, depends which radio you're on. So, you know, on your OBS, so where you set your nav here, you've got a flag that says to or from. So obviously if you picked a VOR navigation frequency and you've set the radial track that you're flying on, the needle will move until you're in the center. And if it's to, you know you're now going to that on that radial. And if it says from, you're going away from it at that radial. And then once you get to the middle, if you want to then go to a different one, so when you get to the radial and you say, right, I now need to go to 300, you would then obviously change the direction, and then the needle would move, and as you get closer to 300 or 300, it would come in. So that's a very, very unexplained landing. But I would, oh yeah, Brian, I can do a tutorial. Yep, VOR, DME, ILS, DME arcs are brilliant. So, did you know that some of the ATS in-game will send you on a DME arc? So, Stuart and I didn't believe that the in-game ATS or ATC would send us on a DME arc. On two flights, one after the other, they sent me on a DME arc, and that was really good because I had to really think about how I do that. I mean, obviously, sometimes you see me flying with Murph, and I might be somewhere over there. That's because I'm doing VOR rather than following the line. And I may be later into the airport because I've flown a procedure. CD, hey, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah, I know, crazy, right? I know. But my simulator has been playing up, so I didn't know if it was going to behave or not. So it's behaved so far. If I have a lot of people flying around me, not so good. And I'm having a lot of trouble. So, and I was worried that the endurance race, if I was crashing all the time, that means you have to go back to where you were before, and it would just be a pain in the bottom. So I'll see how I get on. I don't know if I'll complete it because of the problems I've been. So far, so good today, but all week I've been having terrible issues. But hey, welcome, welcome, CD. Everyone that should know CD. If you don't know CD, CD has some great streams, and I certainly like his Watch the Flock, which is brilliant. And if you get to watch it, it's a fabulous amount of fun, and it's a lot of fun, definitely. So obviously, CD streams over on Twitch at twitch.tv/CDL. Standard planes, right? XPN Smurfy. I think it's like 8 PM Perth time, which is, I think, in a few hours. So we'll see how I get on. Right, so now, where am I? Am I too high? So let's, I'm, Kozaki, I am slowing down. Yeah, I may have trouble with that. Oh, look at that. Is that the runway? That is the runway. I am way too high. And now I can't use my... I can't use my flaps. Well, I can't use my... So my rudders, my brand new rudders have gone to sleep. So let's bring it down into the arc. and then we can slow it down a bit further with some. Let's get that EGT down a bit now, so we're coming down. So first one, let's slow it down a bit more. I can't slip it either. I can't forward slip. So the race starts from Perth, Australia, and goes all the way across Australia. So let's really start to cheat now. So this landing is probably not going to be the best one in the world. I'm going to be really slow because I have no rudders. I've got no brakes because they've gone to sleep, and I don't want to unplug them after 7 hours and 27 minutes of flying. So it could be a bit of a disaster. So I'm going to do, I will jump onto Discord at some point and help Kazaki Flyer with GPS programming, and certainly how to use the GNS 530, 430, G1000, 3000 if he wants it. So that'll be good. If anyone else wants to join, I shall probably pick a day to do it. I'll probably do it one day in the week. Kazaki, let me know when's good for you. I'm off Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday this week, so one evening I can do. If you wanted to take place in the race experience, you had to sign up for it. And you have to use a specific piece of software to track your flight. The worry for me at the moment is a CTD, because I've had so many this week. You know, it would just basically be, I would have to keep going back to my last starting location or my last place I landed. But CD will definitely be streaming. Arctic Turn will be streaming. Captain Arash will be streaming. So there's going to be a lot of streaming of this race. Even if I don't get there, I will certainly be up and supporting everybody. You can probably spectate and fly along, but you won't. But official registrations are out, right? Oh yeah, CD. I was just told you all of that. Right, so let me get down because it's. I need to get down a little bit. So try not to blow my ears off. Yeah, so apologies for this landing, guys, but I don't really want to unplug my rudders and plug them back in again because it will crash the sim. Especially after all this time. I'm still... Yep, so the Royal Flying Doctor Service is what the donations will be used for the streams. So it's a great cause. Very famous organisation in Australia that do a lot of good flying across, you know, servicing people in very far-reaching communities where, you know, it's a matter of life or death. Right, so below 3,000 feet now. Mixture full rich, make sure. So petrol tanks, I am still on the great furthest tank forward. I'm still a bit high, don't want to get too much speed in. So can't forward slip, so I can't drop it down too much. So this will be a bit of a dodgy rollout, I'm afraid, because I can't brake and I can't change my rudder direction. It's definitely not moving, there's nothing. I don't know about this. I don't know whether I should unplug my controls, but if I do, we may say goodbye to our flight and hit the dirt. Thank God for a decent bit of desert weather, right? Sorry, I'm coming in really slow, but the death spitty. Oh, Muaz, don't you worry. I am terrible in the Spitfire. I don't think a wing has survived on any of my takeoffs. A wing has survived on probably 2 of my landings. And as the Corsair is... Oh, I'm still too high, so let's sink her down a little bit. Doing all the things my instructor would kill me for. Shouldn't be doing what I'm doing. Woo, Thunderflies. Wombat, Steve Solo, and HCBR 1100. Thank you so much, guys. So it's 867 foot elevation. I literally think my USB has gone asleep and they're just not responding because they worked perfectly earlier. I was so pleased and so proud of them, and now I can't even brake. Thankfully, this is a long runway, unlike the one at Paramaribo. Let's try and lift and bleed. Lift and bleed. Oh, Frozen, look at that. Okay, try and catch the bus, land on the roof of the bus. Just level her out a little bit, try not to float too much. Drop off the power. Nose up, eyes at the runway. Up, up, up. Come on, down your coat. That'll do. And now I can't steer, so I'm going to have to do control and period. Is that doing anything? I can't steer. Can't steer. Oh my word. Let's get off the runway anyway, so that people don't crash into me. That's probably... Oh, I can't brake again. Control and dot. That'll do. Oh. Oh my word. Oh my word. That was probably... Yeah. The landing was very good. I was very pleased. Very pleased with the... But not being able to land anything was a bit of a pain, right? Welcome, Druid. Whew. Woof, the Thunderflies flying over. Thanks, guys. I've got a crowd running at the top there. Frozen, thank you. HCBR 1100. Steve Solo. Whew. Let's watch the guys come in. Here's Druid. Merwaz is on the ground. Rad Pilot Randy's coming in now. It's great, isn't it? Thank you, Brian. 7 hours, 34 minutes, guys, from Dakar. So Marlin has brought me some chocolate. Now, if you're Swedish, you'll know what this is, but to the rest of the world, she has given me a nice chocolate bar of plop. P-L-O-P-P. Plop. Thank you, Steve Snig. Thank you, Johnny. Yeah, Coletta, huh? Cloetta. Plop. Yeah, Cloetta Plop. Yeah, so it is good stuff. Yeah. Thank you, Bit Monster. Dangerous Brian is down. Kazaki Flyer's coming in now. Oh, look at all these Moonies in the Electra livery. Good stuff. It's Frozen zooming along. Here come the guys again. Chill Corky's on the way in. Isn't it good, Galdan? It is so good. They come screaming in VR. I mean, Nighty Night Owl has scared the living. Whoa! That's something. Someone has done something. Happy Pappy 82, thank you for following. Joined us right at the end of our flight. Plop. Yes, 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 yes. There would have been plop with no brakes. Oh, that is so good, guys. Thank you. Kazaki Flyer is down. Nice landing, guys. And it was like, can I get off the runway? Oh, Frozen. Flying inverted over the runway and a spin out and a nice bank off. Nice. EL737RS. Lovely. Munich's, I like Munich. Chilled Corky. All the Moonies in all their silver. Isn't this lush? Very lush indeed. We should get some screeny shottages. And Shield Corky is down. Welcome to Gao in Mali, everybody. So we've come a long way. Starting off in Oakland in California, Burbank, Tucson, New Orleans, Miami, Puerto Rico, Venezuela, Suriname, Brazil, Senegal, and now Mali. As Chilled Corky is down. And we've got the Thunderflyers on the way in. Get my of those and go up and... Whoa, not that one, that one. Super. Yeah, Munich Airport's quite a good one. It's got a nice area around it. And here come the Thunderflies. Whew. And then I can finally finish my burger. Here they come. HCBR is down. Steve Solo is down. Frozen is looped off. Thank you guys. Thanks so much again. Right. And so with that, we are down on the ground. We've got Delta AGBI on the ground. Frozen's flying around upside. We've got Steve Solo. We've got the guys. Let's get a nice screeny while we're here. Except even my screen is not working now. I think my computer's dying. It's playing up. Screenshot time. Screenshot. Thank you. Brilliant, guys. Thank you so much again for joining us on the flight around the world with the Fireflies, Amelia Earhart, and Fred's journey. I will be raiding someone. Absolutely. I just need to get my screen up to be able to pick my dashboard, and then once I've got my dashboard up, I will pick someone to raid. I don't generally fly with my dashboard open, so I will pick someone. Who am I going to pick? Let's have a look. Stream manager. Let's. So thank you very much again, guys, for following us. Thank you for taking the time to fly along for 7.5 hours across Senegal. Really appreciate it. Thank you to the gift subscribers. Thank you to the cheerers of bits. Thank you to all of you that watched during the day. Some of it, all of it, part of it. It's been phenomenal. I really thank you all very much for coming along and joining me on this journey of adventure on the flight that Amelia took. It's just phenomenal and so outstanding that you all follow me on this, and I can't say thank you enough. So, I've got to try and find someone who's streaming. Who's streaming? Microsoft Flight Sim. I want to pick someone that's not doing so much. Who can we raid? I did Dwyer before and he didn't really say anything, so I'm not going to do him. Anyone? Can anyone got suggestions who we can raid? Let's have a quick look. He's got quite a few people, right? So he's got quite a lot of viewers. He looks quite an older gentleman. Yeah, let's raid 757 Spy then. Okay, guys, thank you so much for the time today. For taking the time to fly with me, to follow what we're doing. Let's give 757 a quick raid, and then to everyone that's taking part in the Cross Australia endurance flight today, good luck, guys. Hopefully I'll be there to fly along with you if my machine holds up. Thank you so much. Enjoy yourselves and have a great evening, and I will catch you all again soon. Thank you so much. Take care, guys. Thank you. Why did I not raid? Why did I not raid? Come on, raid. Why am I not raiding? Because I have to press this button. Here we go. Fill up some hype in the channel, raise and hypes. Thanks, guys. Take care, and I'll see you soon.